Okay, sorry, thanks. Oh, okay.
We are having an event that doesn't have that name, so we don't know what's going to be.
Okay, thank you. Good luck.
You might come back and help. Yeah.
Okay, thank
You
you.
might come up. So that's what happens to
Do you have to see white right now?
See,
hopefully without me just going and you will never know what I'm more. Maybe it's
you want to talk to Mom, Linda?
No, up there.
you really want to see my
I was near the house. On that side. Near the painting.
Look, I like to go to Brazil. So, yes, so we can ask to make an alliance with the region. That so because we will have cup. And the next cup, I think, and you know, we have to use strategy too, because we have been always take away she found my iPad.
She's on her way.
I left on the meeting last night. I forgot.
She's not her way.
Even here?
Yeah.
Listen, like, we don't have any advice. So I think it's good to make alliance with other regions and address productivity.
Hi, good morning. We are from Pavilion.
Yes, we're from the Pacific.
Who is president? Yo I am Rosario.
Hi. I think we're not going to come. I'm ready.
No, yes,
The
I was.
ladies are not here. They're still on the
I
way.
was there. I was
Really?
wondering. Yes.
Said you're going to go to do something. Maybe there's someone else.
Yes, 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 I was waiting for you.
Really?
Yeah, with the technicians. The batteries.
Francis, habla español.
¿De dónde eres?
Sí,
¿Cómo sabes?
This is someone else.
Is that is Salvador?
Oh, I thought it was you. Because you were not going to stay here because we are leaving at 8.
She's not coming.
I misunderstood.
Okay, don't worry. I am here. I am Rosario. I am ready. So if you're ready.
where you from?
From Chile.
No. So how you heard about it?
No, I didn't hear about that. You asked if I speak Spanish. I thought I speak Spanish.
Listen,
Someone I
listen. Are you with the government or organization?
Estoy apoyando la organización de Pavilion.
When are we coming out?
March.
March. Oh, you're
This
gonna
is-
get a new baby, yeah? Okay. Very big.
Rosa, this pen drive, it's not, it cannot read.
Lola, this has the week. This has the week.
It's okay, but while I try my laptop, then
because she didn't reply my email. So we are also live streaming.
This is not working. I invited Lavinia, she applied. Beta, she applied. And I included you, Lucia. Yeah, I think we better wait for them. But if you wait time with one, you have to talk and
It's okay.
But if it's 11 o'clock, it's done. We are going. Time is up. We can start. And nobody's yet.
But it's gonna be Kathy is coming. Time. It's asking for time. Time. Right now. Right now. Now. Now.
Hello, good morning. It's good you can hear me from there. We're supposed to start at 10 o'clock this morning. It's the Pacific Women Driving Climate Action. But there are some other women, maybe they were participating in other events, they are not here. They must be exhausted already.
Hard to get here, so they must
Yeah.
be lost.
Maybe they are lost too. If we wait for them, we might.
Yeah, we can pass the microphone, ask who they are,
We have to introduce ourselves first. My name is Cressida Kuala. Actually, I'm organizing this. I've applied for this event, and I invited the Pacific woman. I'm actually from the South Pacific in the islands region of Papua New Guinea. Where I come from, it's about eight hours drive away from the nearest airport, and to get to the central city, I have to fly over to there and take an international flight to come all the way here. We have been experiencing mining impact, negative impacts on mining on our lives, and it has put our lives on risk, and it put our food security at risk as well. I've been speaking about gross human rights violation. Women have been sexually and physically assaulted by mine employees. And the tailings that have been sent down through the riverine system, it has been affecting the environment and the lives in the sea and the rivers. The air was polluted as well. So I have written about these impacts, mine impacts, and contribution to the climate negative impacts. Mining has been contributing towards these climate negative impacts. I've applied for this event, and I've provided space for Pacific women who are driving climate action to have their say here. But some women are not here. I'd like to give this mic to one of my colleagues from Papua New Guinea. Her name is Lucille Paru. She's from the central city, Port Moresby. And she has been also fighting for Indigenous people's rights. And she's one of the tough women in the national platform that she has been representing me as well, because I'm from a very faraway land in the mountains. This is your time. You can talk to the people who are here to listen.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lucille Paru. I'm from the capital city of Papua New Guinea, Port Moresby. My people are from the Motuan and Koitabuan tribes we're the indigenous people of Port Moresby. Very sadly, we are only 5% of the population within the city itself, which has now got a population of more than 2 million people. And even though we are the principal landowners of the capital city itself, we have been marginalized for the last 50 years of so-called independence of Papua New Guinea. When you look at the capital city of Papua New Guinea and the population and its history, been colonized by Australia, I'm sure that a lot of us as Indigenous people know what it feels like to be colonized, and the effects of colonization that has taken place, and marginalization, urbanization that has affected us as people. Within that, it has cost us our land in which the city has been built, but without any recognition from the Australian government, which was the colony at the time. We were colonized by a colony, very different from other Pacific nations and other Commonwealth nations who were colonized by the British Empire. Sadly, the territory of Papua with Northern Territory, as well as the Torres Strait Islanders, we were colonized by Australia, of which left us in quite a bit of jeopardy when it comes to the ownership of our lands. It has left us being, when it comes to dealing with climate change, our coastal areas, of which have had much of our marine life damaged due to urban development. We have now got one of the largest sewage treatment plants right in the middle of our village, but we're not even connected to that sewage plant, so we don't have sanitation in our villages. We don't have running water connected to us, whilst the rest of the city enjoy it, even though we're right in the middle of the city. We don't have access to our gardening lands anymore, and our fishing areas, we have to apply for a license if we're going to fish. So it has left us Motu Koitabuans, where we have united both tribes within. The Motuans, they sailed across from the Cook Islands and Easter Island to come to our lands of Koitabu. But that is our fight really right now when it comes to us as the Indigenous people of Port Moresby. We're not only fighting and looking for justice against colonization from Australia, what was a result of colonization from Australia and the British monarchy, but at the same time, we are also now suffering marginalization from other tribal nations that have come into the city. And we cannot sit at a market. We're not in charge of our lands anymore. We have ministers and members who do come into our villages and even tell my father, just sign over here. We need to develop this. There's no discussion. We're merely being told what to do. And I've gone from watching my father's being the bow down. We would call it the bow down. Because you want to follow religion or Christianity that was brought and so that they can have control over us, where that control shouldn't be. The reason why we're facing climate change issues, the reason why we're suffering a lot of these is because we as Indigenous people, when we cultivated the land, we knew when to move to the next plot so that Earth can rejuvenate itself. We knew that if we build our houses from the bush materials, it goes back to Mother Earth, doesn't it? Doesn't poison the earth. Unlike these materials, they will poison the earth. They will give you something. The paint can give you asthma, yes? There's something wrong with modernization. There's something wrong with development. What are we actually developing into? Where's the final point? Where are you going to be happy with development? That is the result you want. When it comes to us as Indigenous people, we are content. We are content that I can harvest for today and feed my family. I don't need to go to the store. It's unnecessary. I don't need to feel that I need a piece of plastic with a number on it. I need to know if my children are going to have food. I need to know that I can have enough clothing. I don't need to have everything. And sometimes when you look at the modern world today, people want too much that you don't really need. And that has come about because of colonization coming into our lives. And now all of this, I can tell you in the Pacific, we have a problem when it comes to communication, right? We don't really need the mobile phone. We walk across. Every day here, I have noted since I arrived after 17 hours of flying that everyone wants to touch the mobile phone. Have you talked to your family today face to face without the mobile phone? We need to go back to simplicity. In probably by next year, we might not see Guam. Kiribati, now the instruction is for them to move to Australia because of sea level rise. In Papua New Guinea itself, we have lost 3 islands. 10th Island, I was part of the eviction process where we had to take out more than 3,000 people off the island. Some refused to leave, even though they could see that the water was already knee-high. They didn't want to leave. It's home. It's home. And that's the problem where the rest of the world does not see. The Pacific Islands is a continent of ocean. We're blue, but tomorrow, yes, we will be blue. We'll be gone. You may see Africa. You may see Asia. You may see the Americas, but you will not see the Pacific anymore. And I do believe that even though we're small, and not many of us are here, I do hope that you can spread the message that it's not only about us as one person from one island or one community. it's better that we, the Pacific, stand together as one, because we're only looked upon as little specks in a great blue ocean. That's all I have to say today. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucille. Lucille Paru from Port Moresby. Thank you very much. When we talk about climate change impacts, it is a threat to the world's biodiversity, the lives on this land, in the sea, and in the waters. The air that we breathe, we must be very cautious about what we do. It's the human behavior that is causing all these negative impacts that are contributing to the effects of climate change impacts. I would like to give this time to Harity Tiave from Rapa Nui. She's one of the powerful women who is very influential in politics and in Rapa Nui as well.
Good morning, everybody. Hello. I would like to greet you on behalf of the Pacific region. There is a great concern, as my colleague have mentioned, about the climate change crisis. So many islands disappearing, so many people displaced, so many lost their home, their family. And all this happens because of fossil fuel. And not only fossil fuel, landfill, plastic, so many plastic and pollutant in the ocean. This issue not only concern us as a tremendous problem, is actually prevent us for food security, because the fishes ends up eating plastic, microplastic fiber. And this concern to the whole world as well. And there is another threat that we have, is a great challenge as well, is the nuclear waste in the ocean. There is a statistic of, excuse me, yes. Okay. There is a high statistic of cancer across the Pacific, and this is due to the nuclear waste on the ocean, as well as the change of our food security, which is fish. Pacific region have always depend on the ocean. Nowadays, we cannot have access to our food security. And within my concern, we have come to an agreement that the best way to overcome part of this problem is to declare the Pacific free of plastic, free of landfill, and free of fossil fuel. I think these three determinations will prevent us for worsen harm, will revert the situation. Recently, right here in Dubai, they have the greatest flood that they have ever had because of the storm and rain. And that's an event, it's an example of what could be happening to us, the whole world. Therefore, I really make a call to everybody here, and I make a call to the to the globe, to leaders, to act more than continuing talking. We have been talking since 30 years about the same issue, but what have we done to improve our lifestyle? What have we done to revert the consequences of fossil fuel? So I encourage every community as well as every country to go for sustainable development, conscious sustainable development, conscious sustainable life, to refuse using plastic, because we use 1 cup in the morning, plastic cup. During the day we use 4. That's how we help the growing garbage and trash in the world that ends up most of it in the Pacific. And by saying this, I greet you and thank you very much.
Thank you, Arati. Now I would like to give this mic to Beta from Fiji.
Bulavinaka. That's how you say hello in my language. So I'm gonna just say it again. This is your response, Bula. Bulavinaka. Come on. I'm sure there are more living things in the room. Bulavinaka? Good morning, everybody. So my name is Elisambeta. Torava, I'm from a very small island in the Fiji Islands, Fiji group of islands. I must apologize first for showing up late, but I have a very valid excuse. I was trying to find this room and I felt like I've actually walked around my own island just trying to get here. That's how big this place is for somebody from a very small place like mine. Saying that I'm from a small island could indicate to you that for us the fight for climate change is not even looking towards 2030. It's not even looking towards 2050 for achievement of a certain degree of addition to the temperature that we're trying to achieve. For us, it's a matter of survival now. For us, it's a matter of survival today. So, in fact, I had prepared my presentation for today, which was more technical because I have research and evaluation background. But then I thought there's enough technicalities around in this COP28. This is COP28. There's been 30 years of talk. There's been 30 years of data. There's been 30 years of analysis. So from a very small place like mine, I'm going to come to you with what's closest to my heart. And because today it was titled Pacific Women in Climate Action, I thought I will share with you, even though I'm disappointed with a very low turnout, I will share with you the practical side of what I do. So as a woman, let me introduce myself again. I'm a mother and a single mother of only 9. I am also an entrepreneur, running my business for 3 years now. In my professional sphere, I am a research and Indigenous research and evaluation practitioner. But every day, I am a woman empowerment advocate, and I'm also an Indigenous empowerment advocate. So today I thought I will share what I do on a daily basis with all of the hats that I have on. So out of my research and evaluation work, I managed to pick out issues that were very critical for women in my country. One of the findings that stood out was the very low participation of women in decision-making processes. Too bad Lavinia, the other Fijian woman that was supposed to present today as well, is not here. But she is the only district representative in Fiji who is a woman out of nearly 200 districts that we have. And that's an indication on its own of how lowly women participation in decision-making and leadership positions is in my country. Why does this matter in climate action? One may ask. Every development projects that are brought into our indigenous communities, when it's brought in by people outside of our indigeneity, there's always this degree of probably what we can term as inherent intimidation. Just because we're indigenous who've lived in the village, we consider you coming into our community as more superior. You come in with knowledge. So even the knowledge that we have as traditional knowledge holders, we keep to ourselves. We say yes to everything you will present to us. But not when your women are empowered. So one of the recommendations that also stood out in some of the studies that I've done in our indigenous communities in terms of the pathways to change is to empower women. But how? That's another question with the challenges that we have in our rural Fijian communities. How do you get to empower women enough to be able to elevate them to positions of management, of leadership, and of even decision making? Because for those that are not very familiar with Fiji, we're a patriarchal society. So for Lavinia to be a district rep, that's something totally new, totally foreign to us. And at the airport, I had to introduce her to somebody, and he turned back to me and said, "Is she the district rep, or is she the women rep at the district level?" It's basically because it's really not something that is common for a woman to be in that type of leadership position, even at district level. So I hope you get a fair picture of how it is, the governance structure that we have in our country. So for women to be participating in decision-making processes, that is a challenge that we tiptoe around. That is a challenge that is very real, and that is a challenge that we must face. Why? Because studies have also shown that when women are part, and when I say a part, a meaningful part of decision-making processes, the approaches are more holistic. Because we come in as mothers, as nurturers, as carers, and we bring all of this to the table when we are pondering over decisions to be made, especially critical decisions, especially in the area of resource management, natural resource management. And for us in the Fijian village, if you're an indigenous, if you marry into a village, you have very limited rights to speak on certain subjects. So there is that gender role restrictions as well. So if I am married into another village, even though I'm part of everything else, like if there's a function, I'm obligated to give this and do this and be part of it. But ownership rights to any of the resources can only belong to my children and their father. I can never speak on anything relating to things like this. And we also did a study which has been submitted for publication right now on procedural justice in these areas. And for us, a lot of our resource management policies from a gender lens, from a woman lens, it's probably what we can term as biased. And that again is a challenge that I hope we will together rise to. But again, in terms of empowering other women, as an entrepreneur, what I do in my country, what I do in my community is I empower them through entrepreneurship. I offer financial literacy mentorship, which is free to the women that can access it. I also help them in terms of setting up business startups and business management lessons and workshops, which, because if you're economically empowered, you're in a better position to be part of the decision-making processes and also to empower other women who need to be empowered. Thank you.
Thank you, Betha. Thank you, Indigenous peoples of the world. This is the only opportunity that was given to us, the Pacific women, who are driving climate actions in our territories. As we all know, that Pacific is known as the Ring of Fire, and we belong to small island nations. From where I come from, it's a big island, as Australia. Australia is one of the big islands as well. Papua New Guinea is the second. The other small island nations in the Pacific is where Fiji is, Kiribati is, Rapa Nui is, and we are from 3 different socio-cultural backgrounds. The Polynesian, Micronesian, and Melanesian. And we are all people of the Pacific, and we have our own Pacific ways. We have a diverse cultural background, different languages. We are known as beautiful Pacific people. But when it comes to extractivism, the people from multinational corporates coming into our area in the Pacific Ocean, mining, extracting our resources, and trying to perturb our environment that is causing disturbance to our lives, livelihood. We have a special bond to our land. It is the backbone of our country, the cultural background that we have in our ancestral days. It is the backbone of our people. And the lives in the ocean, we rely on the food in the ocean as well. We have strong beliefs that the ocean is like a mother and the earth is like a mother to us that provides food. And when this climate change impact is going on throughout the world, it is affecting our lives, and it is endangering the lives of species that is gone. Our ancestors are gone, and these species that should have been preserved, our cultural background, our languages that should have been preserved is gone as well. It's not that it is leaving us, but we are walking away from them. Why? Because we are following this ever-convertible world, money. We as Indigenous people, we have our own knowledge to stand up and promote our knowledge, and to preserve them, we have to create curriculum standards in our own culturally appropriate way. We have to be very vocal in our small island nations in the Pacific to influence our government to create culturally appropriate guidelines and mechanisms that can create space for us to show our children to preserve their culture and languages, so that we can promote this indigenous knowledge to contribute towards fighting climate change impacts. And thank you for your coming here to see us speak about our lives that is connected to the sea and the land and the atmosphere that we see changes that are affecting our lives and is causing threat to our food security. We know that you, as the people of the world, indigenous people of the world, will help us to voice what we are going through so that we can help each other support. We need resource funding to help each other to build capacity, to connect people around the world, indigenous people around the world, to promote our interests in such areas, the COP, to be very vocal and to see the changes that we wanted. Thank you very much for your presence here, and God will bless you all. Thank you. Sorry, if you have any questions, 1 minute. If you have any questions, we have to have a fair say. The speakers and the audience as well. I'm sorry. You might have a question and I'm just walking off and it's not good. No question? Fair enough. We are done. Thank you.
So other ethnic groups get sewage treatment and you don't. So there's discrimination between different ethnic groups. Good. So there's some tribes that we're not talking about people from outside. There's some tribes that are considered like superior to other tribes. Some tribes have oppressed other tribes. You're at the bottom. Can they teach people how? If you're walking down the street, can they tell you to belong to a certain group?
Our preachers at the sea basically, the ones around the southern coast,
See, I would never know. No, someone from outside would never know. Impossible. And so, she's from Papua New Guinea. And what features does she have?
she's more, they have to go. If I hadn't asked my husband to say that I would more like
Now your accent over the English seems like kind of Australian.
I can't challenge the system. And for us being colonized, much of our land was taken usually colonial wars that Australia used to take land. So when we were given in the 20s, we didn't want to let go of where to go because we had territory thinking and the northern side was colonized by
By Britain. All right. For Australia.
They started taking some resources that we had. So you had everything set up in one part of West Papua, and then you go to Australia.
¿De quién es este?
So 17 million just
We're split in that way. Resources that we have.
It's still there.
And it's still there, so that's why we have West Papua.
We have what?
We have West Papua. We have Papua New Guinea.
Sería una. Ah, ya, siéntate ahí. Hola, hello. ¿Sigues escribiendo ahí?
Sí,
Le voy a tomar foto a mi compañera.
Ah, okay.
Un ratito.
Ah.
Mira, para que cabe el panel, está el panel para eso.
just so to make sure he has
Él es el hombre que escribe rápido. Él viaja por todos los... En Alemania estuvimos, ¿no? Alemania.
so I think the plan is, I mean,
Le dice...
I was taking notes.
¿Cómo escribe? Lo escribe. Un ratito, please. Voy a tomar una foto a mi compañero con eso. Es que ya nos vamos a ir, entonces.
¿Está ahí en la fotografía?
Sí, sí. Gracias.
Uy, sí.
Where?
Sé que el mate gana todo.
Yeah, but a lot of the leaves, they don't all speak Spanish. They speak English and Garifuna. Ah. Yeah, it's really interesting place.
2 days ago. I have one
It was interesting. So, so were you also where? I forgot what you said.
I'm from Eastern Island.
Oh, Eastern Island.
I show
Eastern
you
Island.
when they have the
yeah, so if you were to
Stonehenge. Big stone.
Yeah, but is that where Chile? That Chile has Easter Island.
We are under the currently under Chile administration. We are
So you speak American? Ah, what do you speak better? English or Spanish? Or you speak another language? That's the language you speak best. The third language. Right. Yeah. The Chilean indigenous people that we've interpreted from Chile, from Eastern Island, they call it Rapa.
You know a lot, huh? Where are you from?
New York.
New York.
Yeah.
I like the bacon.
There you go. I'm sure that New York are people from Papua New Guinea.
Yes.
Those people. After Australia? What's the difference? Just the size? Without massive.
yeah, and there should be a
But the idea of Papua New Guinea is split because it's but Papua New Guinea is one of the parts of Europe that at least
so I changed my phone every time. Yeah, so I'm letting go.
that's good. So there's a big issue with the government. Correct. Yeah, who knows where they are. But as long as you're here, they're not here. So. But and your English is very good. Where is your English? What is the English?
Fijian. We have international language.
The Fijian. Oh, the and the walk. You were good. You were good. You know what the problem is like when there's an event sponsored by the Africans, only Africans come. When the South Americans have an event, when there's a Brazil event, Brazilians come and people from other parts of South America come. Well, I don't know if they want to, but they just feel that the other parts of the world are so removed, you know? But a lot of the problems are the same. But you know, here, talking about plastic, here in Dubai, like I live in New York, I go to the hospital, I have but here,
Well, my lovely ladies, come sit down.
Do you want us to... Some of them... Handkerchief? Yes, he can. Take a picture with me if you don't mind. Listen. Queen Elizabeth, it's not.
Well, I don't need this. I'll sit on here with you three.
And you have also interpretation Spanish?
Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Oh my gosh, I passed the other, maybe yesterday, and I was just like, this is so hot for women right now. But you're amazing. I can't believe you still came here.
It's a bit harder, it's true. But you receive a lot of love here also, so it's very nice.
Thank you so much for organizing us and for creating space for us. This is really amazing. Appreciate it. Perfect. Hello, hello, hello. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Come sit here. In the middle. Put you in the middle, sorry.
So Tiana just has to do AA sauce.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she's, yeah. Hi everyone, probably start in a couple of minutes.
Isn't he the moderator?
Yeah.
Feel free to answer your own question.
Yeah. Yes. No, that's all right. Great. No rush. Oh, great.
Thanks, everyone. If everyone can hear me, please, please come down, come sit down, come and join and listen. We'll be starting in a couple of minutes, and this panel is titled "A Voice Within the Deep," looking at voices from the oceanic area. Yeah, it won't be too long, and this will be in English. So if anyone needs any translation, please just head over to the back corner where you're able to get a headset. Thank you.
Anyway, how you feeling?
Yeah, great. I just ran from another one.
Yeah.
The women's one.
Have you had some water? Do you want some water?
I'm okay. That's totally fine. This is so good. Ah, yay! Come closer, come closer.
Is that Rena? Yes, that's Rena. So she's speaking next after us.
Rena, you're speaking next. I love that.
Here we can.
Oh, perfect. Amazing. Also, this is a... Also, wow. Because there's only a couple of us, please also feel free to come closer and come and join, like, you know, make this really intimate. Sometimes I feel really, when we're this far away, I feel so super disconnected, and I'm like, oh, baby, come back. Okay, thank you. I always love pavilions are really on time for the next schedule, so we may finish earlier. We had a couple of folks that were meant to be joining us today, but it's so busy and hectic and lots of side events with a couple of clashes. So, you know, really appreciate those that can come and just hear and those that are online. And so I thought I'd start off by sharing who I am. My name is Tishko King, and I'm a proud Kukulug woman from Kukugul Nation from the island of Musig in Zenith Kess, known as the Torres Strait Islands in Australia. And so this, as mentioned, that this is just, this conversation was about to share about extractive industries and frontline communities from those extractive communities, and actually the indirect impacts of those that are being confronted from climate impacts being impacted by, you know, fossil fuel industries. And so before I begin, and it's probably a bit different, but I want to acknowledge where we are. I want to acknowledge that while it's a custom in our country that we acknowledge country and acknowledge the first peoples of this land, I too, knowing that we're sort of in a different space and area, I do acknowledge the first peoples of the lands that we do meet here, and honour all the Indigenous people that have come together to collectively come and protect their island homes or their land. I want to honour the many footprints that have gone before us, because without their strength and resilience and fight to protect the rights of Indigenous people, where would we be here today? And so I guess to sort of bring us and introduce us in is that our land, sea and sky country are facing acute impacts from climate change. Fires, droughts, floods, extreme cyclones and storm surges, and saltwater inundation, sea levels rising, unpredictable weather patterns are disrupting our food supply, limiting economic security, increasing health risks, loss of land and natural resources, thereby restricting cultural practices and connections, increasing inequality in access to so much needed resources for adaptation and mitigation, compelling many low-lying villages and towns to relocate like my island home. But despite these ever-evolving compound adversity, it's these frontline communities that are demonstrating resilience to these impacts in so many different ways. And so I really wanted to create space here at COP because it's a bit contentious, this one. And so I wanted to be able to sort of assemble, voices representing not only island communities, governments, intergovernmental, organizations and civil society, but, for those on the front lines that will come together, so that we can share our narratives of resilience in the face of these really complex global challenges that we all face. And so this conversation is to spotlight two incredible humans that play a vital role in our communities in addressing these crises and how they're doing it for their communities. I wanted to highlight the learnings from, as well, incredible women who are forging the way and young women who are imagining the future and the community's future, and how we can make and learn from each other and inspire each other for a collective, just and equitable future and vision for all. Please come and join. Okay, so I thought I might hand it over to each of you to introduce yourselves, your name, where you're from, the country, where are you based, and your pronouns, if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this on? Yep. Before I begin, I'd like to quickly acknowledge Tish and my sisters Tish and Mary here. Thank you for being on this panel with me and being my support. I'd like to acknowledge all of you also, and the homes that you come from and your ancestors as well, and acknowledge the Emirati people that have allowed us to gather here on their lands today. I'm actually based, strangely enough, in Dubai. So my name is Ricky. My traditional name is Ladi Noralima. I am a Goranji and Wakaya person from the Barkly Tablelands. I am a Nimrinki, which means, even though I'm a junior Nimrinki, which means I will someday be a person who is responsible for making decisions for country. My pronouns are she, her, and I think that was I covered everything. Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Okay. Are you? Got one.
Testing. Oh, wonderful. Tsalofa Nisan Bulavanaka. My name is Mary Marcelina Harm. I firstly want to acknowledge the powerhouses that sit on each. I kind of feel like I've been nurtured just by sitting here. So I just want to acknowledge these two powerhouses next to me. And acknowledge the ancestors that have woven the mat that I now sit on today. It is because of them and their push for a better future that I get to sit on this chair. So I really want to ground ourselves in that purpose. As I mentioned, my name is Mary Marcelina Harm. I'm named after the matriarchs on both sides of my family, and I'm the eldest daughter of the eldest daughter of the eldest daughter. And so for Tish, when you recognize, the women in our lives, that really resonates with me. And I say that because I bring them into this space and I bring them here with us through this conversation. And for those in the room, you'll understand what that means. You'll understand what it means to be the eldest and to be a woman. And that's my superpower in this movement. I am a Samoan Chinese Fijian based in Mianjin, which is Brisbane, Australia. And my pronouns are she, her. Thank you, Tish.
Amazing. Sorry, I was just like, wow, just, when you get just see people that you work with and you're just like, in their awe and in their company, you're like, yeah, this is cool. Sorry, and I think it's because it's day 6, day 7. Wow, I don't even know. And so I'm just feeling the love and just really grateful for everyone for tuning in a little bit. Please come down and sit down. He's like, no. Just jokes. I didn't mean to call you out. Okay, so I think really importantly is that I wanted to share for those folks that don't know, Australia is a global leader of fossil fuel exporting. Right now, we are exporting 14.2 exajoules of emissions each year, which is triple what the UAE is emitting. We are number 2 in coal exporter. We are number 3 in LNG exporter, and overall we're number 2 as a fossil fuel exporter. And while we may be situated in the global south, we are a country considered the global north. And so as we have moved through this week and seen the incredible resilience and strength coming from developing nations in the global south, there's a sense of urgency of who is responsible and who needs to play a key role. But with that comes this leadership. And so I want to pass it over to Ricky to actually share what is happening on your country. And if you can actually say, Australia is a really big nation. So if you can, while you said Barkly Tablelands, can you actually just share the territory that you're in and maybe the main town, just to give the community where it's at and just give them a sort of a visual illustration of the community you come from?
Yeah. Can you hear me? It's okay. Me too. Eldest of elders. Anyway, yeah. Sorry. So where I'm from, everyone knows it now as the Beetaloo Basin, and what that means is that now it's famous for gas. Beetaloo Basin is about the size of Belgium, so they are fracking the size of Belgium. So, and it's in the Northern Territory. It's really remote. It's about 9 hours east drive of Darwin. Closest town for us, so my small community is Little River, and it's about an hour from Burlul, and Burlul is about 600 people. We also have MacArthur River Mine on Gurangi country as well. So that's one of the largest copper, iron ore and zinc mines in Australia, and it will be expanding because of the critical minerals that we need now to start this new, whatever they want to call it, and whatever they want to kid you with and greenwash it with. But essentially it's the same thing of poisoning First Nations people, poisoning land. For us, we would be able to get away from the health effects of mining by going out into our homeland. So we'd leave Burralula and we would go out onto our country. But now, because the Beetaloo is the size of Belgium, we have nowhere to go. We have no clean drinking water. We are cut out of our country. We have no access to food. So food security is something that's going to be an issue for us. We cannot practice our songlines, we cannot visit our sacred sites anymore, all because of gas. And I'm not too sure if people know what fracking is. They essentially pump poisonous gases into and under the water table. It causes an explosion so that gas is then released and they can capture it and then sell it. The poisons that they use is like formaldehyde. There's been studies done in the US, and now you're seeing peoples in Turtle Island, so-called US, dying of cancer, kids developing skin conditions. So it's nothing new. They say that they'll be able to control it, but I have absolutely no faith in the world that they'll be able to control this. How can you control an explosion? You can't. So that's what's happening on our country. And we're expected to sit there and either drink the poisoned water or move from our homelands of 65,000 years, lose who we are, our essence of our indigeneity, lose everything and become nomads, become refugees and nameless, faceless peoples in a country that doesn't even want us. So that's what's happening on our place. And it's affecting other people's country as well too. And that's why we're here, to protect our country and to fight to at least help minimize what's happening on our country, because what happens on our country, and if it affects other people, it's a desecration on our ancestors that we do not stop it.
Thank you for sharing, Ricky. And you actually say something really important. It's like what happens on your country actually has like cascading impacts elsewhere. And you said that, like, you know, as we continue to have these extractive industries that is emitting into our atmosphere, putting more blankets over our Mother Earth, warming, our fragile ecosystems like our polar ecosystems, we're actually seeing an increased rate of ice sheets melting, impacting advancing seas and sea levels to rise. And so I actually probably want to, pass it over to you, Mary, and, I guess share, what sort of the work that you're doing. You are a proud Samoan, Chinese, Fijian. That's a melting pot of beautiful cultures. Please tell me, what brings you into this space, and what is the work that you're leading in community for your community and culture?
Thank you, Tish. I'm here because I love my people. That's why we're all here. And it's emotional to talk about because I would rather be with my family today. But I've been thrown into this international space because I need to fight for my people. And we need to fight for each other's people. There is so much amazing work happening in our community. And we are so talented, we are so innovative, we are so creative, and we have decades and decades of Indigenous knowledge, systems, ways of being and doing and seeing that informs that. And although there are some amazing things happening, change is so slow. Change is too slow. And we constantly are trying to convince those up top, those that have the money, that have the decision-making power, to move to the beat of our drum, but they don't even hear our drum. And so how can we shift minds and how can we shift hearts to change the narrative, to change what we're doing to our planet? And so we use storytelling. We use what has been gifted to us from our old people as our weapon of choice against the fossil fuel industry. There is an addiction to fossil fuels that is poisoning our people. And we use stories, our Indigenous ways of being, knowing and doing, our cultural song, our dance, our art, to show what we're fighting to protect. And so we're mobilizing young people who live in Australia, especially in Brisbane, who may not be on the front lines of climate change, but are on the front lines of climate action. And we use our stories to shift minds and shift hearts. And that's really hard work, and it's hard work. And that's why I'm here, because my ancestors have sacrificed way too much for us to live mediocre lives. And so as happy as I am to be here, I'm so torn, because I know that while we sit here, our communities are still experiencing climate change. Thanks, Tish.
Absolutely. And I think, we're sort of 1 week into this week. And, we started off, coming to this knowing that it's a little bit contentious, right? And for, this, there seems to be a gap here as we have moved already 1 week where I feel even further away from high-level conversations to those that are, have the most at stake. And so, I came in here because I was like, there's an opportunity that we could redress, long-term balance that started from the work of the many footprints that went before us for the last few decades. For a lot of our communities being impacted from colonization for centuries. And so, I guess, as we're sort of seeing what sort of happened in the last couple of days, there's a video that's gone viral with a conversation with our presidency and Mary Robinson. And when we're talking about, the global stock take that recognizes 3 pillars of the Paris Agreement: adaptation, mitigation, loss and damage, right now we're still kind of seeing it falling short, radically actually. And, each element is so interlinked. You cannot have one without the other. Like Sissy Mary, I come from the Torres Strait Islands, and advancing seas are already threatening our island homes. Our burial crops are being desecrated. Where I am up to the 3rd grandparent picking up the bones off the beach like seashells. And who is accountable when our communities don't even contribute to our national yet global emissions? And so, as we sort of weave into all of these elements, what does this sort of look like? And I guess, how does this sort of make you feel? We've got extractive industries on your country, Ricky, that say it's for a just transition. But there's a lot of communities right across not only our country, but across the world that don't even have access to these resources. And so at what cost are we sacrificing for this just transition? So I'd love to sort of hear from you about, you shared this impacts others. How does this make you feel? And I guess, we've seen billions of dollars be invested into your country in Australia to expand the fossil fuel industry.
Rage. I feel rage. Australia, the amount of money that Australia has, and yet we're not contributing to what we are. We're not paying up. For what we've done. But then yet, for example, loss and damage, we want to, we're trying to fork out millions to these developing countries, right? Which is what we should be doing. And it's not enough, and we're not doing enough, and we're not doing it fast enough, which it enrages me. But then to turn around and then to mine my country, to frack my country, and to keep doing it and think, oh, but it's okay, we're chucking some money over here, and that'll fix the problem. But yet the oceans are still rising. What do we actually do? Do we honestly, truly believe that money is going to compensate for culture, for identity, for loss of land? How dare we think that that's going to compensate? We do not come from cultures where we value money. We value community. We value family. And that is being torn from us. We have no choice about it how it's being torn from us. It's just, I'm disgusted, and it breaks my heart, and that's why I'm here. I'm fighting tooth and nail with everything that I've got. My family are doing the same, because we have seen how it causes just the community, the divide in community, the death in community. And we can't bear the destruction and the death of our community and then sit back and think that it's okay and see it happen to someone else, knowing that it could be stopped with us. So we feel rage, Tish. We feel rage that what's happening on our country is impacting our sister's country here and others around the world. And that's why we need to stop it.
Absolutely. It's a disrespect to, our land. It's a disrespect to our sky. It's a disrespect to our oceans. And, with that, we're here to gather to look at, where our NDC since, Paris Agreement, since they, announced what 1.5 means. And I actually want to pass it to Mary as, while you are Pacific diaspora in Australia and you do a lot of work advocating, through sort of our, with MPs, building capacity and shifting the story. I guess, what is the importance of 1.5 and what is at stake?
I think in particular for young people who are living away from their ancestral homelands, 1.5 means opportunity to go back and connect. There are so many of our young people around the world who, not by their choice, live on someone else's land. And to think that one day there is no land for us to return to, that's what 1.5 means. It means survival, but it also means to thrive. Our history is connected, our fight is connected, but our joy is also connected. And I say joy because we will win. We have to be hopeful. We have to, because that's all we've got. And so 1.5 for me is not just about the children that will come and those that will be able to, farm our land, catch our fish. It's also about honoring our ancestors who provide the nutrients to our ground. Yep. And I think of my great-grandmother. She lived a beautiful 103 years. And she was a master at mobilizing community. She was a humble being, and all that she did was for her people. And so although we always talk about, we're fighting for our children and we're fighting for our future, 1.5 for me also means we're fighting for our loved ones. Because I heard you, Tish, when you spoke about picking up your ancestors' bones. I don't want to have to do that. And so our sacred sites, that's where we draw strength and mana from. So 1.5 for me means that. And I don't know how to put it into words. And I think that's why we always fall back on storytelling, our song, our dance, our art, because there's so much that can be said through that words, especially in the English language, just cannot comprehend. So I don't know if that's answered your question, but 1.5 is also my joy and our joy.
No, thank you for sharing. And I acknowledge because of the urgency. Every time that you see Indigenous people, Black people, young people, women, people from marginalized groups, and we share our story, every time we share our story and reshare it, we're reliving through the trauma and pain. So I really honor you both for being really vulnerable in this space. And so it's shame job to our leaders that are not here, that are listening, that are continuing to leave us from these high-level conversations out. Shame job to those that are not sitting down with us, that are not listening, that are not learning, because it's 1.5 to stay alive. And so when they're talking about tripling down, renewable energies, that doesn't mean you can still keep polluting. These aren't nature-based solutions if you're removing the people from their homelands. You're continuing to displace people. It's ongoing ecocide. And so I guess, I sort of want to give it to both of you because I'd love to open it up to, questions here for folks. But I'd love to hear, what are the key priorities we've sort of seen as things sort of come in, there's some text coming through. What are some of the key priorities that you would like to see from COP28, but more so, I guess, from your governments or from your, or from those that are decision makers in this place? I might pass it over to you, Sissy Ricky.
Pardon me. What do we want to see? My mother has always growled at us, and she said to us, you walk gently on this country. And it wasn't for a long time until I worked out that you walk gently on that country because the dust that you are walking on is made up of the bones of our ancestors. And that is true wherever you go. You have to walk gently and with respect because you are walking on someone's ancestors. You know, we really want, our country's been handed back. We still don't have, control over our country. We cannot say no to fracking and to mining on our country. We have absolutely no say. And yet here we are, again, we've been told constantly that you've got the right to veto, you've got the right to veto. And here we are, we've been to 3 COPs now. We've been to Senate inquiries and still no one is listening to us. We want to take care of our country as our ancestors have always taken care of our country. We want to be able to live out on our country drinking healthy, clean water. We can't drink the water because there's no water because we've got graziers overgrazing our country. The water is gone, so we relied on bore water. But the bore water that we have to drink is being fracked and pumped full of poisons. So I don't think it's not difficult, Tish, what we're asking. We're just asking for our land back. And we want to be left alone. We don't want to have to fight big oil and gas companies that have been propped up by the government. That's all we want. And, people talk about nature-based solutions. Indigenous people have always had the answer. We still have the answer. The answer is land back. But there's this fear that land back means nothing for the rest of us. Whenever have Indigenous peoples been, no, get off my country and get out and stay out? Not once have I heard Indigenous peoples be greedy. Not ever in my 38 years of life have I heard that.
Thank you for sharing. And it does come back to that simple one, right? For a lot of Indigenous people, it is about land back. We continue to be, not have sovereignty on our land. We don't have control and have a say of how we can care when we were the ones that were the original caretakers. And for a lot of us still continue to live by and live with in harmony with our land, sea and sky country. We are country. So when you are hurting and extracting the land and sea and sky, you are extracting a part of us that is hurting. And a part of us where young people are inheriting the responsibility now. There's a lot of us that say we're doing it for the future generations, but there's a lot of Indigenous young people that are inheriting the responsibility today. And so, what are some of the things as, you're traveling here with young people, Mary, what are the key priorities that you want to really see or have outcomes from this?
Thanks, Tish. I really resonated with what you were sharing. There is a proverb, and there's a proverb in Samoa that says, "E fofo el alamea le alamea," and the alamea is the crown of thorn starfish. And for those who have seen what that looks like, they're quite prickly-like creatures. And often our fishermen accidentally may step on it while they're out fishing. And the crown of thorn starfish, or the alamea, will inject a poison into your foot. And it really hurts. But if you are to flip over the alamea, it has like a spongy-like back. And if you press your injured foot against that sponge, the alamea will heal its own doing. And so we use this proverb to share that the challenges that are faced by any community are best solved by that community. And that healing takes action, and that action is healing. And so for me, I want to see more of our young people taking up space. I want to see more of our young people lean into their vulnerability of sharing story the way that we want to share story, to shift minds and shift hearts. And we need better representation on all levels, especially in so-called Australia. We need to nurture our young people to be able to step into those pathways. And I don't think we're doing enough to support them. You know, the worst thing that I can think of is bringing young people to something like this and they're not feeling empowered and they don't feel ready. And so we need to be doing more work to upskill them, to encourage them, and to nurture their spirit, because this is hard work, the emotional labor. And so for me, I guess it's not a technical answer to what's happening, I guess, in the other rooms. But for the grassroots, we need to keep building ourselves up. Because one day I might not be here. And I pray that the future generations coming up don't have to come to a COP. I pray that COP doesn't exist for this purpose. But while it does, we need to build our community up so that we can participate, that we can engage, and that we can share story in a way that's meaningful to us and to our people.
Esther, for sharing. And you're right. Capacity building up our communities, like we have to. We're seeing that, the last few years, the largest delegation is fossil fuel executives. How can that be at a climate conference? And so when we see this, we have to make sure and ensure that young people are in these spaces and in safe spaces. How do we nurture each other, continue to give the mana, give the love, give the power back in order to continue this fight? We're up to number 28. When I remember that this, the outcome of, UNFCCC was from, the 1992 Rio Summit. And I remember, the clip of Severn Suzuki, who shared that it was young people that were going to inherit this. And so I think about that, and I think that how is it that we're still here at 28 years on? And when we talked about it, weaved in that those that are on the front lines are, Indigenous people. We also have, parallel to the UNFCCC, the text for UNDRIP, the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. So what are our leaders and their obligation to their rights to their first people of their land? Because we know that people and climate are connected, that we are, country, we are culture, and that it all is interwoven. Thank you. Sorry, I realize I'm yelling and shouting and being really super passionate about this.
That's what COP does, DNA.
And so, thank you so much for, a lot of you tuning in. One thing that we really wanted to highlight was that, as loss and damage has been operationalized, it's while it's incredible, to the efforts of works to have got here, there's an oversight still for nations, like island nations like my own, the Torres Strait Islands, because we're in a developed nation. So what about, the loss and damage for those? And so, sorry to give some context, is that I come from a nation that won a case with the United Nations Human Rights Committee, where 8 Torres Strait people took their voices to the International Justice Court and accused the then Australian government for not reducing their emissions by 1.5. And it was last year that set precedent for Indigenous people globally that actually, in fact, the Human Rights Committee found that Australia was violating the rights of Torres Strait Islander people and was the first developed nation to pay loss and damage. And so there is gaps here. While it is amazing, it's still a pin drop in the ocean of what this looks like. And so I really want to, I guess share maybe some last words with you both, and then I'm gonna open it up to if anyone has any questions. But okay, if there was one message, if we had a beautiful lineup of political leaders and decision makers here, what is one thing that you would say to them? And be quite frank, this is a safe space because we know climate justice is First Nations justice. You cannot have one without the other. And especially in our country, we continue to have really extractive industries. Our black babies are still being taken away from us. Our women are still being taken away from us. You know, we still have like a high rate of incarceration rate for men and women. So it's all of these underlying factors that all include what that justice is. So if there was that beautiful lineup of politicians, what would you say?
Oh, you know, like, Burralula is really remote. I went to 5 funerals in 1 week. And we only got 600 people, and the youngest was 2 and the oldest 45. We are still dying of things that you don't see in Australia. And yet we've got one of the biggest mines, you know, extracting all of this stuff out of our country. Burralula should want for nothing. We should have a clinic that functions properly. We should have clean water. We should have power. We should have schools. And yet we are here and begging for the minimum. And the minimum is, please stop killing us. What else can we say? We're not asking for much. We just ask you to stop. Where are my ancestors going to go? Where is my grandmother going to go when she dies to rest? Where am I going to take my kids to go look for sugar bag like my grandmother took me to look for sugar bag? That country is Good Angie country, and that country is me. That country is us. Without our non-human kin, without our country, I am nobody. My children are nobody. We are nobody. We are no one. And yet we are being ripped apart, blown to pieces for money. My grandmother, my great-grandmother, I sat once when I was a 5-year-old child, touching the bullets in her back and asking what they were. The terror and the horror and the pain is still all very raw and very real, and it's still happening to communities. It did not happen years ago, but it's still continuing by the destruction of land and the theft of land.
Thank you, Sissy. And I think it's like we're not bulletproof. And how many more bullets do we actually need to take before it hits our heart?
Thanks, Tish.
Your message, sis.
Firstly, they're not beautiful.
You hit them, sis. It's all good.
You know, for so long, the world has seen the Pacific Islands as mere victims, separated by this giant ocean, irrelevant. But we know that we are the ocean, just as you are your country. And we are ocean peoples, and we're connected by that ocean. And we're not helpless. You know, while we talk about the effects of climate change, why aren't we talking about how Tokelau was the first nation in the world to be powered by 100% renewable energy? Why aren't we talking about the fierce women in our community that are on the front lines doing the hard work? Why aren't we talking about that? And so if the leaders were in front of me today, I'd step down. We know what to do. We know how it works, and our community come with the blessing for us to do that. You know, a butterfly amongst a group of moths, unable to see itself, will always try to be the moth. I don't want to be a moth. And so I would plead, and I would pass the mic in many ways to people who know. Our Indigenous people know. They've always known. And I think sometimes we need to be ruthless in our ask. We've been too kind for too long.
Absolutely. We don't need. Let's all be butterflies. But thank you so much for sharing. For sharing your vulnerability, for continuing to share your story here. It's so important that we continue to come together in these collective spaces. So thank you to the International Indigenous Peoples Pavilion as well for continuing to create some of these, to create safe spaces for us to share. But you're right. There's not enough of us sharing all the strength and resilience that our the footprints before us have done. We should be able to be proud of what, the achievements that we have done, our communities have done, and the ongoing, culture that still lives with us, still lives within our hearts, that we still are powered by, because I know all of us are powered by our communities, which brings us here. And so thank you, everyone, for leaning in a little bit and tuning in. I actually want to open it up to anyone if you have any questions. We, would love to, open it away, I guess. But also no shame space if you don't, because I can talk forever. But, there's like a few of us here and thought this would be a perfect opportunity, because I think as we sort of move through this, for us, that are advocating and campaigning, we're seeing, our leaders fall short to not safeguard a just and equitable future for us. And so while we are seeing that, we are bringing the power and the mana to continue that fight, and continue to stand in solidarity together to strengthen the movement so that we can see the change that we want to see. But yes, I'm going to open it up to the floor. Yes, my lovely. Please state your name.
First, I just want to say, my name's Angelica. And I just want to say thank you guys for being vulnerable and opening and sharing with us. You made me cry, probably some other people as well. And it really resonated a lot. My family, I'm from an island in Greece called Chios, and something that we talk a lot about is this wisdom from our elders and, people who have come long before me, people I've never even met. And I think I'd really like to hear your perspectives, because I think we share a similar reality and values in terms of really valuing that perspective and those traditions and the knowledge of people who have come long before us. But also, I guess my question is how do you balance that wisdom and that knowledge with this new generation and this new Western science that's come along with it? So how do you balance those things, and I guess this new youthfulness and a different type of education that's happening for a new generation now as well? How do you guys balance those things?
Okay. Fantastic question. I think, as Pacifica people, we're collective people. We operate as villages. And so what I will know, you might not know, and what you know, I might not know. And so for me in this movement, I'm not a scientist. I don't work in numbers. I'm more expressive. But I know the Bala or the sister next to me works that way. And so for me, it's surrounding myself with those people, creating a team, so that when we do need to code switch, I can call upon someone and they know exactly what to do. Because I think if I try to be everything, I'm going to burn. I'm really going to burn out. So for me, I struggle with it. And so that's why I lean into my community and those that have done probably a bit more study than I have.
I mean, our communities, our Skorangi people kind of probably operate in a very similar way, because what we do, we know what affects our community or our country is going to affect the next door neighbor. And we depend on our next door nations, right? Because we're depending on them for trade, and whether that trade is for information or things. So we're really dependent on each other. So for us, you know, being in one place for 65,000 years, I think we've tried and tested a lot of stuff, and we worked out what's right and what's going to work and what's not going to work. Because, I mean, the evidence is there. So, how we balance today with all the information, I guess, is that first of all, we don't forget where we come from. We make sure that we keep true to those values and those value systems, which is community first. Not me, not you, community. Because if you put community first, we all come first. So I think those are the lessons that we move forward with and we don't forget. Because if we forget that, we're all just moving by ourselves and we're not bringing each other along. And we need each other. I think people forget about that. We need each other to be able to be successful in this life.
And we are standing here strong together because of our culture, because of our communities. You know, we are here because for those that have protected our rights to be here, we have that responsibility to continue so that we can continue to have that culture and community for that next generation. It's hard though, because the colony likes to make it hard for us, right? There are still systems of oppression that keep holding us back with these injustices that don't want us to thrive, that make us only want to survive. But we are here and we will bring that mana, because without it, who are we? And then what are we doing it for? And so, you know, I think about like, you know, I wear this necklace because it is made by my nene, my grandmother, who weaved this in order to guide us. And it's like, that's what you hold on to, right? You know, the stories of what got us here, the love that they shared, and the responsibility we have to protect, to ensure that we can keep standing strong. Thank you, Angelica, for that question. Anyone else would like to share? I'm thinking because it's a 12:01 type time, but I reckon we've got time for another question. One last question if anyone has. It's also no shame space. Don't have to. Max, you legend.
G'day everyone. I'm Max, as Tish said. Thanks very much for the panel. My question is, what do you propose, or what do you see as the best way of Indigenous peoples in Australia, but also in other settler colonial contexts, in relation to governmental processes? Do you see the best as engaging and integrating those like Indigenous ways of knowing and governance into mainstream government processes, or should they be running separately from the outside or in parallel? What do you think is the most effective way?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Thank you.
Thanks, Max. Is the question is, how do we integrate Indigenous knowledge systems into the government for things to be working effectively?
And also, is it a good idea to integrate them into this sort of colonial governance institution?
I think that's a tricky question, because our knowledge, a lot of the times, is taken and we're not acknowledged for that knowledge. It's taken and it's stolen and there's another name slapped on it and it's twisted into something else that is not us. Because you can't take something out of the community and use it in somewhere else, because that thing that you've taken, that belongs to that country and that community, and in that is culture and language that it's all mixed up with it, and language that is only used for that particular thing. So for it to effectively work somewhere else, it won't work. It will only work for these people, because they have the language and the culture to use it within. So it's a very tricky space, and that's why I think Australia needs to be really careful about what it does and acknowledge and bring in local First Nations peoples for that particular space. You can't Australia's got over like, was it more, at least 500 different nations. And within those nations, they've got clans and they've got their own language and knowledge and law. So you can't be doing this. It won't work.
Yeah, it's like the colony needs to stop being lazy and work within each one that suits best for that community. Sissy Mary?
No, I think I agree. It's a complex question. Because, we say you can't paint the Pacific with one paintbrush. Similar to what you're saying, Sis, in that, yeah, there are deep nuances in community that just would not translate on that scale. In Samoa, we're governed by the Matai system, which is a cultural way of governance. And that works for our people, but that's not going to work for your people.
Like our group is run by women, older women, and then the next group next door is run by older men.
Tough question. Not sure how to answer that one, but I think we probably haven't opened up the space for dialogue as much as we should, and safe dialogue. And really understanding what it looks like on the ground first, because I think we've skipped too many steps. There's not been enough relationship building. And I think Indigenous people, we don't really care what you have to say until we know who you are.
Exactly.
And so when we skip that part, everything else just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think, building on from what they were saying is these colonial structures are not our structures. They're so individualistic, whilst ours was community and nurturing and caring and bringing together everyone. And so I think then to wrap this up is why it's so important that we have diverse voices, Black voices, Indigenous voices, young voices, a part of these, processes, and have, I want to say seat at the table, but sometimes who's setting the table? Exactly. So it's about it's just so important that it needs to be relational and not so transactional, and that it's just important to have those safe spaces for dialogue that weaves in best for whatever's best for that community. Because as we continue to learn and shift the way that we move, we need to move together with those that belong to the land and sea and sky country. And so thank you very much, Max. I actually am surprised people are here. This is great. And still in tune. And I just actually want to say thank you so much. Time is up here with us, and I encourage you to have really amazing conversations with both these incredible leaders, because it will take all of us to really galvanize this change. We don't have all the tools and resources, but together, when we come together shoulder to shoulder, we can achieve a lot. I mean, we're achieving a lot now, but it will require all of us. So thank you so much, everyone. Can I get a round of applause for the incredible speakers? And thank you again to the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on Climate Change here for always creating a safe space for Indigenous folks.
Could we
Thank you.
also have a round of applause for Tish? Tish is one of the most amazing women that I have had the pleasure of knowing, and she always makes space for other Indigenous peoples. So thank you, Tish, for that.
Awesome. Thanks, folks.
I literally was like, sorry, just a bit. And I was like, I know. High in the house, so many people come up with the noise. That's how you get people. Everywhere I go. Yeah, honestly. Only person I'm not supportive of my boyfriend is like, I just really want to watch people when they cry. Oh, okay. I love that. This is why. So they've sold out now. We'll just dress up and like. I reckon just do it. Is it there? Yeah, I think so. I just keep finding out what people publish. Yeah. Yeah? Okay. It works for sure. Actually, what you were saying about like the capacity building and like the emotional load of people, I don't know about you guys, but I feel so much pressure to be like, it's like so many missions to be here. It's like such a privilege to be here. It's like such a important space, and it's like how do I make the most of this opportunity? Yeah, there's so much. Yeah, exactly. Things are expected. I don't know. Actually, if you're not nice, it's just like one space. So like giving people even just like emotional support, just like really slinging colors, just so how to spend so many times, like, you know, just things that are good to know before. Yeah, the little things. Yeah, and your battery. Yeah. Yeah, actually. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. The workshop, right? Yeah. Yeah. So many people don't even know it's like what's going on. Like what is it? Like top sets and like swimsuits. Like that's what you like top sets. Yes. I'm like, well, I was like, yeah, like she don't know that. I was like, yeah, I was like, it's gonna add to it. It's credited. It's like it's so much. Angelica? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. What's your opinion on Article 6? Article who? Yeah, not at all. And it's really hard to wrap your head around to know. Because like I got it all explained to me before going to COP and I was like, I just couldn't visualize it. Like once you get yeah. Yeah, because you go, oh, I see, you've got a yellow badge, you're blah blah blah. Oh, okay. Like you just kind of have to just see it. I was talking to Loloma and Anna, the Nigeria, and talking about how like in the negotiation space there is so like not technical, especially to like sure lots of groups, but like Pacific Island, like Loloma's sponsored by like Syria, what is Syria? Thank you so much. No, we Australian. Which way are you going? I don't know what's happening. It just it's not. Honestly, even if they think
Nisambula Vinaka. Can you all hear me? Nope, nope. I don't know how to start this. Hi, everyone. Can you all hear me okay? Okay. Nisambula Vinaka, warm Pacific greetings, everyone. Thank you so much for coming to this side event. My name is Salot Songo, and I am from the island of Fiji. And I'm here as the Director of Advocacy and Global Displacement at the Unitarian Universalist Service Committee. So we're very honored this morning to have a special guest with us, but before I introduce her and invite her to the podium, I'd like to just frame this side event and provide sort of an overarching picture of why we decided to host this today. So today is the Pacific, as I understand it, the Pacific theme at the Indigenous Peoples Pavilion. So in celebration and in honor of the Pacific Islands, we're here to talk about Indigenous peoples' rights in the context of the Pacific Islands, specifically the rights of Indigenous peoples to self-determination, as outlined in Article 3 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And it's very focused on the issue of climate force displacement. So the issue is people are being displaced in the Pacific Islands today. We've been working on this with our partners for over a decade, and there's a lack of rights protection over people who are being forcibly displaced from their homes. Whether they migrate to another country, rights are not sufficiently being protected if they're internally displaced. But also historical displacement has been occurring in our islands for forever. So this side event really brings out the challenges that Indigenous peoples are facing in safeguarding their right to self-determination in the Pacific, but it also talks about policy strategies and solutions that are unique to Indigenous peoples. And I should emphasize that Indigenous peoples' rights are unique human rights. And so here with us, we're honored to have the presence of Honorable Linda Tambuya, the Minister for Women, Children and Social Protection, who's going to be providing key remarks. Thank you so much, Honorable Tambuya. We're so honored to have you here. Today is also her birthday, so please join me in wishing her happy birthday. Thank you so much, Minister.
Thank you, Salote, and thank you very much for your well wishes. Before I begin my speech, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional leaders upon which we stand, both past, present, and of course future. It is a profound privilege to participate in this very crucial dialogue. I'm here today not only as a representative of the government of Fiji, but also as an Indigenous woman and a daughter of the Pacific. I've pledged to my people to utilize every avenue of influence and every platform available to me to powerfully depict the climate crisis and its significant impact on my Vanua and the Blue Pacific that I hold dear, our communities, our way of life, and particularly on our women and girls in all diversity. The climate crisis isn't some distant problem for us. It's real and happening now. Our lives are increasingly marked by escalating temperatures and extreme heat waves, while the destructive power of tropical cyclones and storms wreaks havoc on our land. In parallel, the relentless rise in sea levels, coupled with the warming and acidification of oceans, insidiously threatens the foundation of our existence. This resilience of our community is constantly being tested by these changes. We battle against coastal erosion, the invasion of salt water into our farms, and widespread damage to our health, livelihoods, industries, and infrastructure. This crisis impacts more than just our physical surroundings. It strikes at the heart of our cultural identity and our traditions. This crisis is intensifying. Also, many social challenges. We see our communities being uprooted, our education systems in turmoil, health deteriorating, poverty on the rise, and an overwhelming burden of unpaid care. falling mainly on women and girls. Along with this, there's a distressing increase in gender-based violence. These issues profoundly impact the safety, well-being, and rights of our women and children, affecting their personal safety and their rights to sexual and reproductive health. In this context, I want to emphasize that our experience as Indigenous women is unique in the tapestry of our communities, deeply interwoven with the land, ocean, and cultural traditions. Losing our ancestral lands means losing a part of ourselves, identity, and our rich history. That this not only affects our physical well-being, but also places a strain on our safety and our mental and emotional well-being. Indigenous women are bastions of resilience and possess a rich knowledge of sustainable living and care for the environment. Our profound connection with nature means that environmental shifts directly affect our traditional ways of life. Handed down from our ancestors, our roles often involve caring for and managing natural resources. With the increasing scarcity of these resources, our responsibilities, both in our homes and in our communities, become more challenging. Our role in managing water, plants, our coastal marines and animals, so integral to our survival, become increasingly difficult. The scarcity of food and water means longer journeys, greater risks, and heightened vulnerabilities. Livelihoods tied to farming and fishing are being eroded, leaving us economically exposed and with limited alternatives. In the face of migration, we encounter increased risks, including gender-based violence, loss of traditional support systems, and barriers to accessing essential services. Amidst the turmoil of these challenges, we Indigenous women still stand as pillars of strength and adaptability. Our resilience is not born out of mere necessity, but from a deep-rooted connection to our land and a profound understanding of how to live in harmony with others and with nature. In every struggle we endure and every adaptation we make, we hold the key to learning how to coexist sustainably with our environment. Our voice in the climate policy dialogue is not just important, it is essential. And I'm very proud to meet a beautiful young lady from Kiribati, only 22, who is on the panel today. It gives me hope that my presence here on my birthday, I won't tell you the age, but it's certainly a bit more than double. But it gives me hope that I'm here with her today, to see that she is here representing her country at such a young age, that this is the hope not for the future, but for now, the urgency of now. As we navigate the turbulent waters of the climate crisis, my plea to the COP28 and leaders is, let us not forget the unique plight and the profound strength of Indigenous women in all of society and all of our diversity. Our voices and perspectives are critical in shaping a resilient future for all of us. In honoring and supporting Indigenous women, we not only uphold the rights and well-being of a vital part of our community, but also fortify our collective ability to face and overcome challenges posed by the changing climate beyond our shore. For us islanders and Indigenous women, we stand resolutely for the commitment to phase out fossil fuels and to maintain the critical goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. No less. We must demand no less. This commitment is not just a policy stance. It is a pledge to our heritage, to our vanua or whenua, and to the future generations and the children of our world who will inherit this earth. Vinaka vakalevu, and thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you all hear me? Okay. Nakawakalevu Minister, Thank you so much for sharing the podium and for your remarks. I'd like now to invite our second panelist to the stage. So we're now going to move into sort of a discussion between our two young and vibrant panelists around this issue of Indigenous people's rights, self-determination in the context of climate forced displacement. There's a lot of words in there, I'm sorry. But I think in a human rights-based approach, you know, it's really important, as the Honorable Minister mentioned, to really highlight the voices of those that are most affected. So we're going to just talk about, we're going to hear from our two panelists about the context of displacement from their islands, how their rights are being impacted, and then go into possible, you know, policy strategies that they would like to see moving forward, and particularly at this COP. So I'd like to maybe kick us off with inviting Rina to introduce herself and, you know, where she's coming from, but also the issues that she's seeing on the ground. So can you hold it like this? 'Cause it's
Mary, can you guys hear me? Mary, and warm greeting to all. I am Yorin Teraita, a 22-year-old volunteer at the Banaben Human Rights Defender Network. This network is a community-based collective of Banaben activists, including myself, who are dedicated to safeguarding the right and interests of the Banaben people. These people have suffered displacement and dispossession due to colonialism and phosphate mining. Our vision is to uphold the principle of stewardship, justice, and self-determination, and for the Banaben people and their ancestral land. Our mission is to advocate for land stewardship, defend justice for all, and promote self-determination. We aim to create sustainable, inclusive, and community-led solutions that improves the lives of our community and set an example of all people. We strive to raise global awareness of the Banaben human rights struggle and collaborate with local and international partners to advance the Banaben cause. I live on Rambi Island, Fiji, where most Banaben reside today. Like many young people in Rambi, I am the fourth generation Banaben, and I have dreams to one day see my ancestral homeland, Banaben. In 1945, the Banaben community was forcefully uprooted from their homeland. Now modern days, Kiribati to Rambi in Fiji by the British colonial administration after decades of destructive phosphate mining. Listing all the human rights violations against our people will go beyond my speaking time, but let me explain what the world must know. This year, December 15, marks the 78th year of our displacement to Rambi in 1945. Thousands of three Banabans were forcefully relocated by ship to Rambi. 43 elders passed away in Rambi within the first few months of their arrival. My people were forced to live in tent with only 2 weeks of food ration and no health service, education, clean water, or proper housing. Against the odds, they fought to make new lives and keep their Banaben tradition alive despite having been ripped away from their ancestral land. I honor my ancestors for their bravery and resilience because it had brought me this far. And now we have a population of over 5,000 people living in Rambi. Most of our elders who arrived in 1945 have now passed away. Yet, as a young person, I still feel the hurt, grief, and trauma that our people and our ancestors experienced to this day. There is no climate justice without Banaban justice. The Banaban Human Rights Defender Network operates in all 4 villages and 31 settlements in Rambi. All the people we work with there, we still bear and trauma caused by our forced relocation. The majority of the people we work with are the youth, women, disabled, and the general population in Rambi. We began our work in Rambi in 2021, and we have a long journey ahead to ensure that Banaban and their lands thrive across both islands in Fiji and Kiribati. Thank you.
Thank you. The story of the Banaban is a story of caution. I think especially as we're talking about human mobility, which is increasingly, being made aware of at the multilateral level and through a lot of policies, but there's still a lack of human rights protection for those people that are being forcibly displaced by climate change. So I think looking at the past and specifically looking at the Banaban's experience and their forced relocation to Rambi, and you look at the impacts of colonialism and extractivism, and factor that into the colonial policy frameworks that we're working with today. That's such an important example and lesson for all of us as activists, but also as supporters of communities that are being impacted. Also from, I believe Kiribati is Robert, who is here to also talk about another relocation, a forced relocation and displacement that happened also to the people of Kiribati to another island in the Pacific. So as I mentioned, historical relocation, forced relocation and displacement in the Pacific is what shapes our activism around this issue, and that's really important. So I want to make sure that we understand that before Robert provides his remarks.
Thank you, Salote, for this, and to my colleague from Fiji, Rambi, they used to be part of us, Kiribati, but they were relocated to Fiji in 1945. So I'll let her talk about the relocation because I'm also involved there, but I'll give another perspective from our community. So I'm also Banaban and then I left Fiji in 2018 and went to Kiribati to go back to our roots from 1945. And when I reached there, I started volunteering for this organization that I'm representing. It's the Kiribati Climate Action Network. So it's one of the most active networks on climate change, usually on activism, and one of its major donors is sitting right here with me, which is the USC. And I thank them for all the opportunities that we're all able to implement a lot of projects in Kiribati. So in terms of mobility, I only knew my story from 1945, but when I reached there, there were lots of stories to be told. One of them is way earlier than 1945, which is in the 1930s when part of Kiribati, the southern islands of Kiribati, were relocated to the Phoenix Islands. They were within Kiribati. We have 3 major island groups. We have the Gilbert group, we have the Phoenix group, and you have the Line groups. So some of these people from the southern islands, the southern islands are usually referred to as Chependrongo. In our language, Chependrongo means the land that experienced drought. So the southern islands are the ones that are usually receiving drought, and one of them is Panapes, also within that spectrum. So they were relocated by the British Protectorate, and they were put in 3 islands within the Phoenix. Come 1960, they were relocated again, and this time to Solomon Islands. And that's where they're residing right now. So the current SPG games that were held in the Solomon Islands when our team from Kiribati reached the Solomon Islands, we had our people also inviting us and waiting for us there in the Solomon Islands. How they reached there is tragic, but somehow they have managed to live with it. And this is the story that we like to share because it's very similar to the story that my colleague from Rambi is also explaining. The main reason was they were talking about how the climate has made water insufficient for them in the atolls. Remember, if we put this to context, we're talking about coral atolls. Coral atolls do not have rivers. Coral atolls do not have mountains. So our water sources are very important, and they get polluted easily. So during droughts, that's when our people are very vulnerable, because saltwater intrusion comes in. Last year, our government declared a state of emergency, which was drought, due to the prolonged La Nina impact that was experienced in the equatorial region. So with Kirikan, our main fight is to promote these stories that, everyone hears our side of the story, because you cannot negotiate about water security when you have fresh water running out of your taps and you're using that same water to shower, using the same water to flush your toilet. It's not the same with us. It's a different level altogether, because the water we drink is precious, and we never use that water to even water our plants. So the story of our relocation in Kiribati is something that we can all learn from. That we don't want any other culture to go through this trauma that our people went through. With the current work that I'm doing with the NGOs that I'm with and other NGOs within Kiribati is looking at mobility. So I did a study with the UNDP. They managed to fund some projects on mobility, and then the University of Auckland was the latest one, looking at what people really have to say before moving. And the amazing thing is that our people want to stay. It's because of their identity. Lesson learned that I can say from the experience that Kiribati has gone through is something that should shape decision making when it comes to mobility and moving people, because you cannot just uproot an entire culture and expect them to thrive in an area where they're not familiar with. We are fishermen, and then you put us in an area where it's hard to access the ocean, or we don't have the same resources. It's a whole new living platform for us to adapt in. And that's our rights we're talking about. That's our survival we're talking about. And that's just what I want to share with you guys this lovely day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robert. I think you can start, as you listen to both Rina and Robert's stories, you can start to sparse out how their rights to self-determination were affected, during their forced displacement many, many decades ago, but also in the same vein, how they're trying to advance and safeguard those rights through activism, through saying that we don't want to leave. That is self-determination. The right to freely support their political autonomy. Doesn't matter where they go in the world, they're still indigenous. So that right stays with them wherever they go. So we have to create enabling policy environments that support indigenous peoples worldwide. So I think there's such valuable information there, and so much knowledge that we can take with us. But I also want to mention the trauma that Robert mentioned. I've been to Vahina, and I almost came close to Rambi, and there's a sense of sadness that one feels when you go into communities that have faced forced displacement, even as a visitor. So for Robert and Rena to be up here to tell the stories of their ancestors, those that are not being able to be in this room today, but to also, from a place of courage, talk about what they want to see in the future, it takes a lot of courage, but it also takes a lot of support and resources, both of which these communities don't have. So we're very privileged to be partnering with them in this work. So my next question is for both Rena and Robert to just share specifically some examples of strategies that your communities have identified or are already working on to, one, protect your rights and your right to self-determination, and also to address this issue of forced displacement and policy levels.
Thank you. At the Banaban Human Rights Defender Network, one of my responsibilities is overseeing the Banaban Cultural Dancing Group as a child. I recall the group performing annually on December 15, using their dance to keep the history of our forced displacement alive. However, in 2000, cultural dancing in Rambi stopped it. I take a lot of pride in contributing to the revival of this group this year. It has been 23 years since it stopped it. I am a dancer myself, and our dance is not merely a physical performance. It narrates and keeps our history alive from generation to generation through the dance Takarang. One can hear fragments of the Banaban language which has been lost due to our history of the colonial exploitation and displacement. Takaranga is the Banaban oldest dance. This year, for the first time in 77 years of residing in Rambi, we hosted the first World Indigenous Day. This event served as a reminder to our people, especially the youth, that we cannot replace the indigenous people of Rambi and that we are indigenous to our own ancestral land. And we are grateful to have two homes. We ritualize some of our Banaban skills such as waving and trying to create lost Banaban tattoos in the form of murals that we are painted at the Rune Queen Elizabeth Hall. I am grateful that the Fijian Honorable Minister Tambuya was present to officiate the World Indigenous Day. We also supported the Banaban Human Organization in revitalizing their traditional knowledge and skills and implementing water project, renewable energy, and disaster responsive project. We have a long journey ahead to develop our islands. Our Banaban Settlement Act, which is very old and colonial in nature, is perhaps one of our greatest challenges in today's rapidly changing world. It hinders our development as it no longer caters to our needs and requires an agent review. Based on the story of First Banaban, I believe the most significant lesson is that everyone deserves the rights to their indigenous land, culture, and tradition. We have been robbed of these, but are showing a fighting spirit to rejuvenate them today through the Banaban Human Rights Defender Network. Our story also shows that people displaced by climate change must be provided with support and minimum standard of care and to ensure they thrive in their new countries or communities. As a young person, I am committed to this cause. I aim to build partnership and engagement in conversation with our leaders to address loss and damage, rehabilitate and regenerate Barnaby and Rambi. This is what self-determination looks like for me as a young person.
Thank you. I think Rina really highlighted some of these very specific strategies, weaving of mats and baskets. Those are passed down from, matriarchal systems, and that's really important, preserving culture and tradition, dancing and preserving indigenous language. For the Banaban case, they've lost that over the years, so it's really important to maintain that. But I think as we relate it back to policy, the right, Article 3, the right to self-determination, protects that right for indigenous peoples to freely pursue their cultural development. So in talking about forced relocation from Rambi to the Banabans, Banabans to the Rambi, but also from the Banabans to other countries like Australia, New Zealand, and the United States, there has to be protocols and systems in place to make sure that people from the Banabans and anywhere else around the world are able to freely practice their culture. Rina didn't mention this, but the work of the Banaban Human Rights Defenders Network is under this framework of reparations, repatriation, and rejuvenation. And so, look at that framework, and as you listen to both Rina and Robert, understand that these things that we're talking about, weaving and preserving language, and it's in pursuit of justice. It's not just they need to do this, but it's not that they are doing this without any broader framework. And pursuit of justice, as I've mentioned, requires resources and support and the enabling policy environments to enable them to do that. So Robert, what about in your organization and the work that you do? What are some specific strategies that you're working on?
Thank you again for the question. In terms of self-determination, our issue in Kiribati is like we are there, so it's not we recognize ourselves there. So the main ones that we're worried about is the one sitting in the Solomon Islands, because what we see with Fiji, our communities in Fiji and in Solomon Islands, is they're caught, like I know for Fiji, for Rambi, the Banabans on Rambi, they're caught up in two governments. They're under the jurisdiction of the Fiji government because they're settling in Fiji, and they're also under the jurisdiction of the Kiribati government because part of their land is also in Kiribati. So that's where Kirikan is working closely with the Banaban Human Rights Network, because we see there's a problem there. We cannot, both islands cannot develop without these two governments sitting together and having an agreement. That's why self-determination is important, so that we decide what we can do to ourselves, we can decide what to do with our land, and we do not need permission from one of the two parties for them to control how it's going to be done. Because it's a long process. If you have to you agree in where the Banabans are sitting in Rambi, and then you have to take that matter to the government of Kiribati to approve whatever needs to be done on their own land that's sitting there. This is a fight that we've seen in our field, and it's something that we need to. She mentioned about the act, so these are the things we need to work on, and we're fortunate enough with donors that they're reviewing these acts because loopholes exist. And because of these loopholes, one of the loopholes I found, anyone can just come and mine the land without paying enough royalties to the people, because they excluded all of these when they relocated the people. That's how your rights are taken. You're taken away from your land, and then they create laws about your land while you're sitting in another country. And the damage that's done on the islands are beyond repair now. If you go to Banabe, where they come from, or where we come from, it's like a moon. It's like the moon now. That's how it is. No more coconut trees, no more pandanus trees. It's all because they needed phosphate for the agriculture industry in Australia and New Zealand. And one of the fight that we took in the Indigenous platform when we went to Australia last month was that we questioned the Deputy Secretary of, as Kirikan, we questioned the Deputy Secretary of Climate Change whether this upcoming COP or this COP, are they going to sign the Glasgow Agreement or no? And with great news that we got our circulation from an email, they've decided to sign the Glasgow Agreement. So these are the small stepping stones that we can do for our communities. It's not just for Kiribati. It's not just for other parts of the Pacific. We're talking West Papua. We're talking different places within the Pacific that also need their self-determination so that whatever happens to their land, they decide. It's not for to corporations to decide or other governments to decide how your land needs to be done, because they do not have that same connection we have with our own lands. We may be born poor or under the poverty line, but no Banaban is born without land. No Pacific Islander is born without land unless it's stolen. And that's what we're fighting for, and that's what we're here for. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robert. I'm not going to try and summarize that because I think he talked about that really concisely. I think the last question before we jump into your questions is, what is one thing that you're hoping for at COP28 that advances your right to self-determination and the work that you do? Maybe we'll start with you, Robert, since you have the mic.
All right. The one thing my takeaway from this COP, I think I'll say my first physical COP rather than the other COPs. But the one thing I'd like to take away is for my self-determination, I think one that we really need to work on is also look at loss and damage and how loss and damage can assist us in building, repairing the damage done to our homeland that where we identify ourselves with, where that connection is, right? And for me, I think so it's also important that to really understand the issue, right? Like I mentioned earlier, it's out of experience that I have what I've experienced, because like I said, I was in Fiji for 30 years, and then I decided to move to Kiribati. If you've been to Fiji, Fiji is pretty much doing good in the Pacific. But then when I went to Kiribati, I had to readjust my life and appreciate things that I take for granted. From the simplest thing, as I mentioned earlier, is water. Right? Because I cannot waste water there. You bathe with water that's brackish. Sometimes it smells bad. Try that. It's something. And you appreciate the rain. Back in Fiji, I did not appreciate the rain. In Kiribati, I appreciate the rain because I know, we're going to have some water, drinking water soon. And then run outside and shower there because that's the closest to fresh water I could get. So I think that's something that I want to share with you guys, the experience that you go through if you come to this kind of communities. Believe me, if you put these people to negotiate about water security, it'll be all answered in 20 minutes because they know what they're talking about, rather than people sitting and talking about water security and it's all literature based. Come and experience what we experience to know and appreciate what you really have. Thank you.
For my own personality, self-determination is like, as a young leader, this is my first time in COPs, and all I want to say is that I'm here for my people. saying that, like, we don't want any fragments or all I want to say is that we need to access to funding, even though, like, I haven't been to my ancestral land. But I want to say that it's hard for me to speak now, but I will try my best to voice everything out on behalf of my people.
I'll assist my sister there here, and I know what she feels. It's emotional, because I was one of the fortunate ones who was able to return back to our ancestral land in Kiribati. And the stories we hear, she mentioned 15th of December, which is luring. It's a time when we sit with our elders and they tell us the hardship. One of them is sitting there. And the hardship that they talk about is when they displaced. And to me, I thought my grandparents were just, oh, you're old, you're just talking, it's dementia, it's Alzheimer's. They keep talking about Banaba, Ocean Island. But the moment I was in Kiribati and I took a boat to visit the island, to go and see the island, tears came down my face as well, my eyes. It was a very emotional experience. Those stories, they came to life, and I saw a land that they fought for. And it was the women who fought for this land to stop the mining. That's why they were relocated. And I can share the sentiments from my sister there, because that's something they go through every year. They live the story. And for most of them, a lot of my youth from my islands have not visited the island. They keep saying we're from there, but they haven't visited. So they're longing for that. And they're longing for that identity, that they need to be recognized. And that is something sad, because some of the Banabans have died on Rambi and have never visited or seen our ancestral land, because we cannot access it. Like I said, falling under two governments, their priorities could be their own people. We are just another set of indigenous people sitting beside them. So that's what we're always fighting for, and it's an emotional experience for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robert and Rina. I think their asks are pretty clear. Access to loss and damage funding. There's been a lot of progress made so far with the operationalization of the loss and damage fund adopted on the first day of COP, the Santiago Network on Loss and Damage. But where do you see, the issues that both Rina and Robert have mentioned? Where do you see that sitting? And I think that it's really important, like in the decision making, the board of the Loss and Damage Fund and the Santiago Network on Loss and Damage both need to include indigenous people's voices. It needs to account for the fact that there are non-economic loss and damage. The trauma, the emotion that you see up here, that's real. And how is that being supported through the Loss and Damage Fund? How is the Santiago Network on Loss and Damage structured, both in its capacity and the skills and the resources to even address or even talk about this? There needs to be more work done to include indigenous people's knowledge and experiences in order for the network to really provide the technical assistance that will address these issues. So the structure of both these structures really need a lot of work. And I think both Rena and Robert have really encapsulated that well. And I also want to talk about like the spiritual component, the cultural, the economic, social. There's the spiritual component, as Robert mentioned, the innate connection between indigenous peoples and their lands, the burial sites, the ancestors that are buried, the bones that are buried under the soil. They need to protect that. That's not an option. That needs to happen in order for climate justice to be advanced. So please join me in thanking Rena and Robert so much. Thank you so much both for being here. Yes, please clap. And we have time, I think, for a few questions.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I have two comments. First, I'm really happy that that young people are talking about self-determination. It's a very heavy word. I work for the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and in the UN, when people talk about self-determination, you only have a state talking about it. But you need to understand that the right to self-determination is a people's right. It is not a government's right. It's not a state right. And this is under international law, and I'm glad that you're talking about it. And when you talk about right to self-determination, it's from A to Z. Most people, they thought about self-determination as a right to have your own state. Actually, the right to practice your religion, your language, your identity is already an expression of your right to self-determination. So if you are denied one of those, then you're actually denied your right to self-determination. And I would encourage you to continue telling your story, because your story, you have to own that. And one thing that I would like to share with you is I work for the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. We have a fund that provides people like you to tell your story in these spaces. It's called the UN Voluntary Fund for Indigenous People. Tairoa is one of our grantees here. It's also Banaban. And this is a fund that you can access to come here, COP. But it's also good for you to be able to use that resources to go in other spaces. Like we have the Human Rights Council in Geneva. We have the Permanent Forum in New York. We have the expert mechanism. But these are mechanisms that you have to learn how to use it, because if you are going there without knowing their mandate and their work, then you're going to be very, very frustrated. So maybe one thing that you can look into is we have another program. It's called the Indigenous Fellowship Program. This is a capacity building program within the UN system where we bring indigenous representatives from all over the world to learn how the UN deal with indigenous people, and also you use these mechanisms that we have in place. It's a 1-month training program. They go to Geneva, but depending on, it's offered in 5 linguistic groups, so you can join in English. And I should say that the Pacific is the region that is least represented. And I'm telling you this because I would encourage you to apply. It has been basically dominated by Australia and New Zealand. And the less smaller island states in the Pacific, they don't exist. So I'm very glad to see you here. I leave you my card, and I would encourage you to apply next year immediately. Yep.
Thank you so much. Any other questions for our lovely panelists? Thank you. So we have 9 minutes. Well, I'd like to acknowledge our brother here also from the Pacific. Shiva, you can stand up. So Shiva is from Greenpeace, as I understand it, and he's been really supporting Rena and also other Pacific, representatives from directly affected communities. So thank you so much, Shiva, for being here. Yeah. I'm sorry, our wires are short, so you might need to walk up.
Aloha. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello. Okay. Aloha. I'm Katie Kamelamela from Hawaii. We often don't hear the stories of people from Kiribati, even though we do have some members there. So I'm really glad to hear it from you, coming here, even though it's so far from where we live in the Pacific. But could you tell me a little bit more about not the displacement itself, but how many areas members from Kiribati have been moved out due to mining? Just so I can raise my awareness when I go back home. I can connect with those communities in Hawaii. And we do have, I live on Hawaii Island where the volcano is at, and we do have a community there, so that would be helpful to make connections and to help uplift people who have been forcibly removed. And we also have our own exodus in Hawaii of Hawaiians leaving because outpricing and things like that. But if we can't support people in Hawaii that have to move away, then I think it's just as important to support other Pacific Islanders who are being forcibly moved from their lands and support them where we have a privilege to live. Thank you for identifying that. I was like, I can visit the lands of my immediate families. And so thank you for allowing me the time to appreciate that. And when I go home, I'm gonna emphasize that instead of the removing of those that are here. We should focus on those connections because it is a privilege, even with the prices and stealing of lands and all. But I would like to know more about other communities that have been exposed so I can connect with them when I get back to Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you for the question and acknowledging our our story. Just a fun fact. Once upon a time, our people were relocated to Hawaii as well because of drought. Some sailors came across our island in Ocean Island, and then they saw the stage was very bad, so they took people and they sent them over to Hawaii. That I've read of somewhere, and I've heard stories about that. The main ones that were relocated because of mining is basically the Barnabans. And this was in 1945. They were actually relocated straight after the war. They were all dispersed during the war. And then they were all taken to Tarawa. And they knew that these people will just keep fighting for their land, so they said, you cannot go back there. They take them to Fiji. And they exploit the land till, and write their rules about acts on how to exploit the land. For the ones that went to the Solomons, it was more of same scenario. They couldn't look after them anymore. They see them as liabilities now. Drought is here. We've relocated you here, but now it's getting bad. And what they usually do is they send cargo from the main island to support the ones that they've relocated. But they realize is they're not making money. They're running on a loss. The protectorates, we call them, right? So that's why they transferred them to the Solomon Islands. They wanted to go to Christmas Island, which is closer to Hawaii, but they didn't. They had ideas for that atoll, and they sent them all the way to, the first lot was sent to the Solomon Islands, and then afterwards they sent the second lot from the other two islands to, and this was, the first relocation was 1930, and then after 1930 was 1960. And so this how, and then there's some who came in from Tuvalu, who are also sitting in Fiji, and that's where it's called Kiowa. And there are some from the southern islands who are sitting in the middle of Fiji, Vitilevu, which is Visari, and these people, what I know of is somehow the culture disappeared because they integrated too well with the people around them. So when they speak the language that we speak, it sounds off because it's a mixture of Tuvaluans with them, mixture of Fijians with them, and English and other races within their community. We were fortunate enough that we had our island to our own, That's where we able to live our practices, and our language was sort of maintained. And it's the same with the Solomon Islands. They were maintaining their language because they were put aside in a community. But for our unfortunate for our communities, they've integrated with the other communities. We're not saying it's bad, but part of the culture, which is important. And this is loss and damage for us too. It's loss to our culture, it's a damage to our culture. And that's what we see as in our community right now, and how displacement does this to your culture should you be forced to be displaced.
Yeah, I'll ask a question. This Indigenous Peoples Pavilion, yeah, Indigenous people are probably the most affected by climate change across the world. Yet they are put aside at a corner of a conference venue, in a small theater, in a small place, when countries itself have massive pavilions by themselves. Then you've got a Moana Blue Pacific Pavilion, which is grouping the whole of the Pacific into one region itself. My question to you is this: United Nations conventions and conferences, etc., is extremely complex and technical. How are you, what's your thoughts in how to get the Indigenous people's lived experiences in the technical communications and the technical dialogues that people have inside those big, massive plenaries?
Okay. All right. I think the best way, to my own experience, is sit and talk with the communities themselves. That's the main way. It's if I would wish that all the resources and the money spent on COPs were just directed to a simple water project in Kiribati, in other islands. The amount of resources and money that is spent on all of this, just get it over, and we'll fix the problems that we have. If loss and damage is going to take forever, just get all your per diems, get all your airfares, redirect them to communities that need it the most, because we're not hearing their voices. It's people that are coming to this meeting, the same people probably over and over again, talking about the same thing over and over again, while our people around the Pacific and other parts of the world are feeling the full brunt of climate change. So let's just make a change. Why can't we go virtual on COP? I could make this my first and my last COP. I'm willing to do that. If I get that money, I'll direct it to projects in my small communities. 5,000 US, I can get a school water tank for the school students to have proper cleaning water, or safe water for them to drink. That is what I want. And I hope.
Thank you so much. That actually concludes the end of our side event, because we have to leave this side event pavilion at 1:20. Thank you all so much for being here. Robert and Rena, more than welcome to maybe stand outside and answer any more of your questions. But thank you so much. Thank you to the Indigenous Peoples Pavilion for having us, and we hope you have a great rest of your COP. Ninaka.
Okay, cool. Sounds great. I love it.
Cool. Okay. Who is going to? He?
So you have to give to the, maybe there, right there, behind the brine. Uh-huh. Oh. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this special session, panel discussion on the title, Climate Finance, How Can the New Loss and Damage Fund Be an Effective Tool to Support Indigenous Climate Solutions? So this panel discussion is hosted jointly by Cultural Survival and ADCIP. I'm Dev Kumar Sunwar. I come from Nepal. I am the Community Media Program Coordinator of Cultural Survival. And this panel discussion will be translated into 2 languages, English and Spanish. And I would like to request everyone take a headset. And this panel discussion will be held exactly 1 hour. So the first, I would like to request my panelists, they will present from their perspective and we'll have a time for the question and answer as well. So let me first welcome my special panelists. First, I have Galina Engarova. She represents Buryat indigenous peoples, and she has in-depth experiences in global advocacy and direct action against the resource extraction projects, and she has also worked on issues related with sustainable development goals, also green climate funds. And also she has served in leadership roles in various organizations. And currently, Galina is serving as an executive director of Cultural Survival. And also she is a president of Executive Committee of Source Coalitions, which aims to secure the indigenous people's right in transition to green economy. Welcome, Galina. Second panelist I have is Helen Magata. She is coordinator of Climate and Biodiversity Program at Tep Foundation. And she is also a communication, especially a communication officer at Tep. This is an NGO which advocates for the indigenous people's rights. And she is currently a part of the team lobbying for the recognition of indigenous people's rights in climate finance, especially the Green Climate Fund. And welcome, Helena. And the third panelist I have is Eileen Sazan. She is the first woman to assume the presidency of Regional Coordinator of Indigenous Peoples of San Lorenzo. And she herself faced criminalization for denouncing consent oil spills in the Loreto regions. And she represented her region and Peru in various national and international spaces, advocating for the justice in the face of impacts of oil extractions on indigenous territories and meaningful participation of indigenous women in decision making. Welcome, Eileen. And the last panelist I have is George Perez Rubio. He is from Murui Muinaini people. He has represented his people in issues related to Amazonian waterways, advocating for the protection of traditional knowledge of Amazonian people, their territorial rights, and against environmental pollutions in their communities. He has proposed climate change initiative to the Ministry of Environment in Peru. He also was recently elected president of the Inter-Ethnic Development Association of the Peruvian Rainforest, one of the co-organizers of this event. And today, as we are going to discuss on a very special topic, which is the recent establishment of Loss and Damage Fund that was established in last year's COP 27, which actually marked a significant milestone in international climate negotiations, because for decades, the countries, people, including indigenous peoples who are vulnerable to climate change impact, have been demanding for financial support to address the harms that they are experiencing. But despite this establishment of the fund, there remains serious concerns about its effectiveness, especially in reaching the communities that need the fund most. A recent statistics also puts that only 7% of the 1.7 billion US dollar placed in Glasgow that actually reached indigenous communities and local groups. And that actually shows there is urgent need for the reform within the existing financial mechanisms. And also a critical role in the Loss and Damage Fund, especially in rectifying these historical injustices. So with this background, in this panel discussion, we are trying to assess the current challenges and barriers, especially in preventing the effective allocating of the climate fund to indigenous peoples, especially focusing on the lack of direct funding to indigenous peoples. So in order to bring into our discussion, first I would like to request my first panelist, Eileen Sajian, and I would like to ask a question, especially what are the climate impacts being suffered by your community, and how have those impacts actually made a kind of impact on the livelihood and cultures of your community, and what sort of activities that your community is undertaking against those impacts. The floor is yours, and you have time about 10 minutes maximum. Elaine?
Hola, buenas tardes con todos y todas. Agradecer a todos los compañeros de panelistas y agradecer este espacio de Pabellón Indígena donde estamos todos los pueblos indígenas abordando nuestros temas y nuestros desafíos. Voy a la pregunta. Los pueblos indígenas estamos sufriendo el impacto de cambio climático, las inundaciones de nuestros ríos, las sequías de nuestras costas y también el impacto de varias enfermedades que vienen apareciendo en las comunidades desconocidas, lo que nunca antes hemos tenido. También tenemos nuestros peces, ya no tenemos como antes, por las afectaciones de los derrames de hidrocarburo que sufrimos en nuestros territorios, y también el incendio de bosques forestales a nivel de nuestra Amazonía. Son impactos que vienen generando tantos actividades extractivistas que se vienen dando a nivel de nuestra Amazonía. Estamos viviendo lo que nunca han vivido nuestros ancestros. Ahora nosotros estamos viviendo en carne propia. Por ello, AIDESEP y sus 9 regionales nos hemos trasladado en este país. A pesar que el presidente de la COP ha mencionado que no hay un estudio científico que diga que no es que el petróleo o los gases son los que generan más el impacto de cambio climático, sino lo que yo quiero decirle es, lamentablemente estamos en este país, pero quisiera mencionar de que no es eso. Yo también lo preguntaría, que no hay ningún estudio científico que el petróleo y la minería va a garantizar la vida de los pueblos indígenas. Entonces, es tan fácil decir, donde no tenemos bosque se puede hacer lo que se puede, porque no tienen miedo, no hay ninguna planta en su territorio, pero en cambio nosotros sí, nosotros como pueblos indígenas vivimos en una vida plena, sana, tenemos nuestros bosques, nos alimentamos de nuestros ríos, nos bañamos en el río, nosotros no vivimos tomando agua purificada, nosotros tomamos de nuestros ríos, agua de río, agua dulce. Entonces, acá hemos venido para que el mundo entero sepa que los pueblos indígenas estamos expuestos cada vez más. Se habla de cambio climático, se destina un montón de dinero, pero que no llega, se aterriza al territorio de los pueblos indígenas. Las mujeres también tenemos que ser escuchadas, por eso también hemos venido hasta acá, las mujeres indígenas, que nuestras voces deben ser escuchadas en nuestro territorio, que sufrimos por estas leyes también que vienen desde nuestro país, sacando las leyes que atentan, vulneran nuestros derechos sin consulta, y eso es una demanda de los pueblos indígenas, basta ya, y que si los presupuestos son para cambio climático hay que destinar, que lleguen a los pueblos indígenas, porque somos los protectores del territorio del bosque. para las nuevas generaciones, para la futura generación. Tanto nuestros hijos de ustedes, de los presidentes que hoy día están alegremente hablando, ofertando los nuevos pozos petroleros, pero sin embargo nosotros sentimos una pena porque realmente no es un desarrollo sostenible estas ofertas, y tampoco que se diga saqueando a costa de la Amazonía, pidiendo préstamos, endeudándonos. ¿Qué beneficio tenemos? Endeudando la vida, exponiendo la vida de los pueblos indígenas. Por eso nosotros desde nuestros territorios nos hemos trasladado acá a decir que realmente se invierte en los países más vulnerables a nivel de mundo, y la Amazonía se tiene que defender, y unamos a todos los aliados. Agradecemos a algunos aliados que se suman a esta lucha y la resistencia de los pueblos indígenas, y si queremos más que se sumen, porque nosotros estamos hablando de la vida humana y nuestros territorios, nuestro río. No nos deben permitir que los pueblos indígenas cada vez más quedemos sin bosque. Eso es lo que nosotros estamos acá, que se destine presupuestos que lleguen a los territorios y también se permita la participación de los pueblos indígenas, y que los proyectos, los concursos para acceder a estos fondos sean flexibles también, que no nos pongan un candado para que el pueblo indígena no pueda acceder a esos fondos. Y también se pide como mujeres que el fondo mujer indígena, que no llega a los territorios, se hace un llamado. También que lleguen a los pueblos indígenas, queremos, las mujeres indígenas también queremos ser beneficiarios de esos fondos. Eso es desde nuestra propuesta como pueblos indígenas, y como mujeres también queremos que sean escuchados nuestras propuestas, nuestras opiniones sean tomadas en cuenta. No solamente que quede en el aire comentarios, sino que llegue escrito, y que los proyectos y los fondos sean destinados a los pueblos indígenas. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Eileen. When there is changes in the climate of the earth, actually has impacted already to all the people, but the most vulnerable are the indigenous peoples. Especially bringing that climate change has not only resulted the economic loss, but also for indigenous peoples, this is non-economic loss. And your experiences actually shows that how a particular fund can address the non-economic loss and damages actually faced by indigenous peoples. And with this, I can bring you the questions actually that I would like to ask a question to George, another panelist. As your organization has some sort of an experiences of using some sort of fund or mobilizing a fund, and what has been your experiences with climate financing? Has it been effective enough, or how can climate financing benefit community the better? So George Perez actually has a presentation, so I would like to request technical teams to showcase the PowerPoint presentation, please.
Bien, hola, escucha, ¿no? Bien, muy buenas tardes. En distintos foros en los últimos 10 años, los pueblos indígenas alrededor del mundo hemos reclamado que los fondos deberían llegar de manera directa a los pueblos indígenas, una vez estructurado un sistema de administración, un sistema de financiamiento que permita el buen uso de los fondos, como también un sistema de capacitación de los liderazgos que permita la sostenibilidad de los fondos y sus resultados. Los estudios han demostrado de que de todos los fondos climáticos hasta ahora existentes, solo el 1% ha llegado a los pueblos. Y esto es muy poco frente al aumento de las amenazas que afectan directamente a los bosques donde están los pueblos. No solamente el impacto del calentamiento global, que se expresan en sequías, no en el nivel alto de la temperatura, entre otros efectos, ¿no? Sino también acciones humanas relacionadas con las actividades ilegales, que no solamente aumentan la depredación y la deforestación, sino también que están matando a los líderes indígenas que se oponen a esas acciones ilegales. Más de 30 líderes asesinados. En sumas y restas, lo que podemos decir es que los fondos climáticos no están llegando a los pueblos indígenas. Y aquí hay algo muy contradictorio. Mientras que las emisiones de dióxido de carbono generado por las industrias en el mundo van aumentando, ¿no? Las guerras van moviendo grandes industrias, ¿no? La actividad petrolera se vuelve cada vez mucho más potente frente a la energía alternativa o a la energía renovable. Y esto significa de que los territorios de los pueblos indígenas en donde se encuentra el petróleo, no la mina, son fuertemente atacadas. Entonces, mientras que las industrias aumentan sus niveles de emisiones, los pueblos indígenas no están recibiendo lo suficiente como para afrontar el cambio climático. No están recibiendo lo suficiente como para poner fin a las invasiones de sus territorios. Y eso es un problema muy grave. O sea, debido a que la capacidad de aportar frente a la reducción del cambio climático es muy poco. Estamos haciendo los pueblos indígenas grandes esfuerzos para mantener nuestros bosques en pie, nuestros bosques en su máximo esplendor, pero sin embargo estamos fuertemente amenazados por la minería ilegal, entre otros, ¿no? Y no solamente eso, sino las enfermedades endémicas. La pandemia ha demostrado la vulnerabilidad de los pueblos, ¿no? De los sistemas de salud, ¿no? Y pone en práctica también, o pone en vigencia, cómo el conocimiento tradicional a través de la medicina ayudó a salvar muchas vidas. Es importante mencionar de que son los saberes, son los conocimientos de los pueblos indígenas lo que han mantenido en pie a los bosques en su máximo esplendor en los últimos 7,000 años. Si los pueblos indígenas no son tomados en cuenta, si sus conocimientos se deterioran, los bosques también sufrirán graves impactos. Esto quiere decir de que los pueblos indígenas juegan un rol muy importante en este proceso y tienen que recibir la mejora de las atenciones. Obviamente la respuesta nuestra va a ser lo mejor, demostrando nuestra gobernanza en el territorio y nuestros liderazgos. Y eso es lo que se podría decir en este tema, ¿no? De que nuevamente ponemos en énfasis de que los fondos que llegan a través de los gobiernos están llegando muy poco al territorio de los pueblos.
Thank you, George, for bringing into attention that although the indigenous peoples are facing the brunt of climate change, though a lot of funds have been created, and many companies are stating that they are sending the funds to the local communities, very minimal funds are reaching to the indigenous peoples. And with this, I would like to go with the third panelist, Helen. Since you are engaged with the Tebteba, one of the organizations which is based in Asia, actually providing grants also to the communities, and in your experiences, what challenges hinders climate funds reaching to indigenous communities on the front line of the climate change? And especially how can we increase the percentage of climate change reaching to the indigenous community? Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know if it's working. Can you hear me? So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for that very important question. I would think the first barrier is really the recognition or lack of recognition of indigenous peoples. A lot of the things really stem from the lack of recognition of indigenous peoples. Because if you don't have a legal framework that recognizes the contribution and also the vulnerability of indigenous peoples, then everything else follows. For instance, in national planning activities, it's very often that we hear from this space, for instance in COP, country ownership. But what does it mean? Often it is translated into ownership of ministries, of government offices who meet in the capital. In our experience, for instance, we are not located in the capital of the country. We have to travel for 7 hours to get there, and to be able to engage. And for us to be able to do that, we need resources, we need time, and sometimes oftentimes, indigenous peoples are also we don't have a lot of time poor. And we don't have a lot of spaces at the national and local spaces for us to be able to influence the decision making. The second one is, and also that also translates to lack of data. How much in our countries, how much of us in our countries have data on indigenous peoples? In the Philippines, for instance, we still use an approximate number of indigenous peoples in the country. And that's because we don't have, we have a policy, a national policy on indigenous peoples' rights, but we don't have resources to actually look at the latest census, which was, by the way, in 2010. So the count of indigenous peoples, we don't know. So if we don't have that data, how can we be included in national planning processes? The second one that I would say is the requirements of donors. Oftentimes we hear that one of the challenges is that indigenous peoples do not have the capacity to manage funds. And we want to debunk that myth. That is totally untrue. There's a lot of experience out there to show that indigenous peoples' organizations are managing bigger amounts of money. And so we have to correct the myth that only micro or small amount of money are for indigenous peoples. They are equally as able. However, the barrier is that the capacity of contributors, the capacity of funders to understand the context of indigenous peoples. So for instance, you have a very small amount of project, $100,000 and I just came from an event 1 hour ago where a brother was saying, so we have to hire people to be able to comply with the requirements of the funders, which is ridiculous. If you look at and also goes on to show the relationship of lack of trust of funders to indigenous peoples. Because if you trust us enough that we are able and we can do the reporting in a manner that is appropriate and that is appropriate, it's not saying that we are not going to comply with the fiduciary requirements. It's just saying that indigenous peoples are able to do that in a manner that respects their context. Capacity building. Again, a lot of financing to indigenous peoples are in the name of capacity building. But what about building of capacities of states, of the private sector, and of the donor community to also understand the distinct context and the rights of indigenous peoples in doing grant making? Scale. The yardstick for measuring results is almost always how much money did you disburse, and how did you disburse it in the speed. But oftentimes we should also look at scale in a different manner. How much impact did this funding create in the community? Because at the end of the day, I think the ultimate yardstick or measuring of impact is really how much change did it contribute in the lives of the community. And then we heard a lot of pledges and a lot of announcements in this COP. This is the COP of climate finance. And we think that more pledges, more money is often merrier. But it's not always the case. Not always. I believe there's a lot of money, there's a lot of resources out there, but it's really looking at how we allocate this money to things that matter to indigenous peoples, for instance, is more important. And last but not the least, looking at indigenous peoples as partners and key leaders. For the longest time, indigenous peoples have been regarded as beneficiaries, as grantees, someone who just receives. And that's very unfortunate. I mean, I think in this room we all agree that indigenous peoples are leading the solutions to climate change. 80% of our biodiversity is in indigenous peoples' territories. But if we are saying that, but on the other hand, we see figures like 1%, 2% of climate finance is flowing directly to indigenous peoples. That's very unjust and unfair. And maybe to your second question of how can we address and how can we facilitate more money or more funds flowing to indigenous peoples, we have to look again at the barriers and look at how we can address all of these barriers, because unless and until there's a recognition that these barriers exist, then we cannot see the percentages of climate finance going to indigenous peoples increasing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen, for bringing the misunderstanding of the funders to understand the perspective of indigenous peoples in relation to the fund. And I would like to move to the final speaker. The COP27 established the Loss and Damage Fund, and COP28 actually are discussing for operationalizing the fund. In this context, I have a question to Galina, is what key features should be upheld by this newly established Loss and Damage Fund so that this fund could support to the indigenous peoples? And using cultural survivals as an example, how can indigenous-led mechanism actually facilitate the direct funding for climate solutions? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Daph. Actually, I was saying that Helen hit a lot of my talking points, so I have to come up with other talking points.
Okay.
And by the way, we also have in the room Stanley Kimaran Uleriamin, who is one of our best experts on finance and indigenous people. So maybe you can also contribute to this discussion later on. I have a lot of respect for my colleagues because we were in the trenches together when we started our work following the Green Climate Fund, and through the efforts of the indigenous team at the Green Climate Fund, we had the Indigenous Peoples Policy adopted, right? That was a huge achievement. But I wanted to complement what Elaine was saying, what everybody was saying here, is that only less than 1% of all climate and biodiversity finance goes directly to indigenous peoples, right? So don't forget that. And less than 0.4% of all philanthropic funding in the world goes to indigenous peoples organization. So these numbers really do not match with the important role that indigenous peoples play in the world. You know, if we really want to uplift the role of indigenous peoples, the funding has to be available in the amounts and with a lot of grace and respect for indigenous peoples, right? So that's the first one. But also the second point I wanted to make is that, dear sisters and brothers, a lot of funding, a lot of pledges are being announced, a lot of initiatives are being created, but let's not forget that money is not the only conduit for exchange, right? So let's not like get lost in this frenzy, running around with our eyes wide open, asking ourselves, where's the money? I think like the most important things for us are the acts of solidarity. Together we were able to achieve and adopt the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, together, united as all 7 sociocultural regions of the world, you know. And I just hope that the money does not divide us along the geographic lines, along the regional lines, and that all of our efforts are being supported and uplifted, you know. And then I also wanted to uphold another statement that we made. As Indigenous peoples, we know how to manage those funds, right? We can be trusted. We have fiduciary responsibilities. We have cultural due diligence. We have financial due diligence in our organizations that we have built over decades. And that needs to be recognized when trusting Indigenous-led organizations to carry out this work. Another point is that we still live in a colonial system. You know, Helen, you've mentioned about country ownership, right? So country ownership is a very specific term used at big multilateral institutions. But what that means is that the governments of specific countries are responsible for distribution. And that also means that a lot of the organizations and communities, they are at the mercy of their governments to receive the funds. They have to have special permissions to be executing those projects from governments that go through GCF or GEF, that the governments have to sign off on the letters. And sometimes it happens that these projects don't go online because of the country rejection or a bureaucratic process. I hear that it takes 4 or 5 years for projects get online because of the country questioning or opposition to projects. So just let's remember that we still live in a colonial system, despite the fact that Indigenous peoples have lived and existed way before the colonial systems and boundaries came to our lands and territories. Another point I wanted to make, that all these pledges that come in, they somehow end up in the places where we don't know where they are, you know, and actually we do know where they are. They're big organizations that siphon that money, and then they give us little bits of money to carry out those projects. I just want to tell this organization, please relinquish this power. We have institutions that we can manage this funds. And the great examples are Indigenous-led funds. Tepteba has been distributing these funds for, I don't know, decades. We have over 40 Indigenous-led funds operational all over the world that can carry out this work in a way that is aligned with our values and principles and is aligned with our cosmovisions, that are truly respectful, that have cultural due diligence. So these are my quick points that I wanted to make. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much, Galina, for bringing the message that a lot of the funds has been created, a lot of placed actually announced, though these are not reaching to the communities. And her statistics clearly shows that only 4% of all the philanthropic supports actually are reaching to Indigenous peoples only. Where does this 96% of the fund is going? And also another strong point is that let's make sure that money does not divide between us. So with this message, now I would like to open the floor. We have about the 21 minutes more. So if you have questions, if not, you can also contribute, sharing your thoughts on how this climate financing can, can be made so Indigenous friendly, or so that these funds can reach to Indigenous community. So I would like to open the floor. If anybody wants to ask the question or share the thoughts, please raise the hand. Amy, first, and Brian, could you please help? There, Amy. The mic is. There is another mic. Holding.
I think this works.
Thank you very much, the panelists, for the very insightful reflection. I really don't have much to add on that except one reflection, and that is, what pitfalls have we learned from the existing financing arrangement that indigenous people need to avoid in the design of the loss and damage facility, in terms of size of envelope, in terms of access modalities, in terms of country ownership, in terms of demonstrating what loss and damage is for indigenous people. The challenge is that the bureaucracy doesn't understand the oral language of indigenous people. It understands data. And I think one of the greatest areas that we need to work on is through self-determination to determine and showcase what loss and damage is for indigenous people within the respective ecosystem and traditional occupation, and therefore shape the design of the loss and damage so that it doesn't reproduce the inefficiencies and the the shortcomings of the Green Climate Fund and other existing funding. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amy. The mic is there.
Sensak, aló, Sensak, Callejía Huacina, acá Licao Rosa Ramos, de Chile, del norte, Atacama Solflat, lithium, copper. Interesante lo que se pone porque en nuestro territorio nosotros ya estamos un camino mucho más avanzado. Como territorio, las mineras están aportando mucho dinero a nuestra comunidad. Y también está el lado oscuro. También si los pueblos indígenas no tenemos claro en qué queremos invertir, el dinero corrompe. El dinero rompe nuestro tejido social que actualmente podría ser irreparable. Porque también los líderes hoy en día tenemos que ser coherentes y consecuentes con nuestra lucha y que nos avala el convenio 169. Y en ese convenio de la libre determinación y de la autonomía hemos llegado adelante y ahora ya estamos en las mesas con ellos conversando, y el derecho a reparar. Entonces es una línea muy fina lo que se habla, porque uno quiere el dinero porque efectivamente están afectando el territorio. Pero hay otra cosa que es importante, que son las leyes y las políticas de cada país, porque si no es claro, se canaliza en otras necesidades que no son prioritarias en las comunidades, y es lo que nosotros estamos viviendo actualmente. Tenemos dos formas económicas, el turismo y la minería, y si ambas no son reguladas, ambas son extractivistas. Entonces, las políticas en el momento de que se quiere negociar, conversar con la minería, primero hay que conversarlo en casa del cómo y el para qué, porque yo lamentablemente siento mucha tristeza por lo que vivimos, porque dinero tenemos. El problema es que las necesidades no están visualizadas necesariamente para la defensa del territorio, sino para ver cómo yo vivo mejor. Entonces creo que deben haber convenciones internacionales para presionar a los gobiernos para que se ponga en esas negociaciones la transición energética, la calidad de vida, los principios y la ética, porque como pueblos originarios del mundo, nuestro primer concepto es proteger nuestra casa, proteger la madre tierra y no ponerle precio. Entonces ahí existe una paradoja y debemos aclarar bien para qué pedimos el dinero, porque corrompe y es delicado. Es muy delicado en el momento de dialogar, hay que estar muy claro, porque si no somos buenos líderes, se puede canalizar para cualquier otro lugar y nosotros debemos pensar en las futuras generaciones, en la conservación, que tampoco lo ponemos. Tenemos que conservar nuestros territorios y ver para qué queremos ocupar ese dinero. Y nosotros proponemos, por ejemplo, que se trabaje con lo que expuso de tener un banco indígena, una organización de finanzas donde existan profesionales también que nos alumbren o que nos den luces para poder tomar buenas decisiones respecto a un mundo que es hoy muy frío, muy gélido para nosotros, porque no se está trabajando en la armonía, ni en el amor, ni en el compromiso de proteger necesariamente la madre tierra. Eso, muchas gracias.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Does anybody have any else? I would like to request any of the panelists to take the floor. Okay, George.
Hola. Bien, lo que dijo la hermana es realmente fundamental. Mientras que los países industrializados no reducen sus niveles de emisión, los pueblos indígenas estamos conservando y estamos protegiendo el bosque y nos estamos defendiendo frente a esos impactos. Si los fondos se tienen que canalizar es porque necesitamos resolver los impactos que están generando el grupo de poder, ¿no? Que están generando las industrias. Si no hubiera industrias que generen impactos, no necesitaríamos dinero. Estaríamos nosotros viviendo o gestionando nuestro buen vivir. Pero lamentablemente los impactos cada vez son mayores. Y cuando se refiere a los accesos a los fondos climáticos, acabamos de venir de un foro también, es que parte de esos fondos climáticos tienen que ser destinados al fortalecimiento de las capacidades, los liderazgos y la institucionalidad de los pueblos indígenas para responder con honestidad y transparencia, ¿no? al acceso de los fondos, el buen uso de los fondos y la sostenibilidad, ¿no? O sea, en acciones concretas, como por ejemplo el financiamiento de una línea económica sostenible en los pueblos indígenas, ¿no? Una economía verde, circular, una bioeconomía, como se le quiera llamar, para que no podamos caer en el círculo del dinero oscuro, del narcotráfico, de la minería ilegal, entre otros. Es el individuo, la persona indígena como individuo tiene que estar fuerte, y en su colectivo como organización indígena tiene que estar fuerte, porque constituimos nosotros una muralla frente a todos estos embates, ¿no? Entonces tiene que haber un entendimiento, un diálogo y un compromiso. Lo que no se puede hacer es de que nuevamente se demore 10 años diciendo de que los pueblos indígenas no califican para recibir fondos, porque los requisitos son tan grandes o porque no son ustedes capaces de manejarlo. Pero si nosotros podemos reducir esas brechas, ¿no? Si eso vuelve a ocurrir, la Amazonía o los bosques van a ir depredándose. Yo creo que aquí tenemos que actuar con mucha celeridad, ¿no? Para que no devore más la llegada de los fondos, porque es un fondo de guerra frente a la adversidad de los impactos generados por las industrias.
Thank you so much, George, for bringing your thoughts that if the fund has been established in good faith in order to reach out to indigenous peoples, and that the fund actually will bring positive results to the community, as also the community need to build their capacities to handle the fund as well. So I would like to request Aline, also your thought, please.
Sí, solamente de manera reflexiva quisiera decir en este espacio que, como acá mencionaban algunos de los hermanos panelistas, que toda vez que quieren destinar algún presupuesto a los pueblos indígenas, ven como que los pueblos indígenas no lo sabemos administrar, y que para qué quiere el dinero los pueblos indígenas. Nosotros, como pueblos indígenas, necesitamos, uno, la seguridad jurídica. ¿Con qué se hace? Se hace con presupuesto. ¿Con qué se educa a los hijos? Se hace con presupuesto. No tenemos universidades en nuestros territorios. Salud. ¿Cómo se implementa en los territorios de los pueblos indígenas? Felicitaciones a algunos países que tienen esos fondos que destinan a los pueblos indígenas, pero hay países donde hay mucha vulnerabilidad, donde los pueblos indígenas están en total abandono, donde se explota petróleo y los pueblos indígenas cada vez pobres, sus quebradas, sus territorios con derrame de petróleo lleno de hidrocarburos. ¿Ustedes creen que, hermanos, es posible vivir en esto? Si acá hubiese en el vaso les dieran lleno de crudo, ¿tomarían? Es así que nos ofrecen el Estado. Y eso es un poco que nosotros quisiéramos mencionar, de que al mencionar de que queremos acceder a los fondos, es que también nosotros como organizaciones indígenas trabajamos, nosotros no trabajamos personalmente, trabajamos para el beneficio común. Nuestros territorios no son parcializados, son títulos comunales. Entonces, que beneficia a muchas comunidades. Nosotros como pueblos indígenas, desde nuestro territorio, desde nuestra gobernanza territorial que tenemos muy bien estructurados. Entonces, yo quisiera solamente terminar diciendo, hermanos, de que los pueblos indígenas no pedimos presupuesto para dividirnos uno por uno o repartirnos, pedimos presupuesto para atender a los pueblos indígenas. Lo que no llega, el Estado capta fondo, nunca hace llegar al territorio, terminan en las consultorías, terminan en el gabinete, todo el trabajo en el gabinete, y no somos partícipes nosotros en las elaboraciones de los proyectos. Acá nuestros aliados no nos pueden ver también a nosotros como beneficiarios, más que beneficiarios, son unos aliados más de que apuestan para salvar la vida humana, la Amazonía, tanto los hijos de ustedes, de nosotros, porque eso es lo que nosotros protegemos, porque de eso vivimos. Y con esto quiero terminar diciendo que los pueblos indígenas de la Amazonía peruana no tenemos servicios básicos, nosotros vivimos en total abandono. Si alguien quiere visitar al territorio de los pueblos indígenas, les invito, donde se explotan los pozos petroleros, más de 40 años, cómo están esos territorios. Eso es para que ustedes también tengan en cuenta y que sepan el mundo entero, los aliados, sepan cómo estamos nosotros como pueblos indígenas, el por qué exigimos al Estado y el por qué nuestra posición, la no proliferación de combustibles fósiles, porque estamos bien, felices, No es eso, hermanos, y eso es lo que un poco quisiera plantear. Y también ya se me iba este punto muy importante de la mujer, la participación efectiva de la mujer. Por ejemplo, las mujeres tenemos nuestros emprendimientos, la economía indígena, nuestros productos deben ser innovados. ¿Con qué se hace? Se hace con presupuesto, se hace con asistencia técnica, hermanos. Entonces, se necesita para poder apoyar a estos emprendimientos de los territorios. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Eileen, for bringing your thought that indigenous communities, indigenous peoples are not requesting fund to feed their kids. They are just asking that money to address the loss and damage actually resulted from the ill-intended projects launched by the corporations and the government. Now I would like to request Helene for your reflections and the last message, please.
Thank you very much. Maybe just a rejoinder to what Aileen mentioned, to our sister who had a question. Yeah, I agree. All of us are going to be impacted negatively by climate change, whether you're rich or poor, whether you come from developed or developing countries. But we also agree and we experience that the burden, the impact weighs heavier to the poorer countries, to indigenous peoples, to women. And it takes technology and finance to be able to respond and to be able to adapt and to be able to repair if there are losses and damages. That's why we need the money. And again, and I think there was also a discussion. There was also from the intervention saying that we also need resources for us to be able to build our capacities, our contracting, negotiating capacities of indigenous peoples, for us to be able to say no, for us to be able to identify the priorities and the development needs of indigenous peoples. But maybe just to respond to Kimmerin, who is already standing there, about what are the pitfalls or what are the lessons that we learn from that the Loss and Damage Fund can learn from the Green Climate Fund. We started, I think it was Galina who started in 2014, who've been following the Green Climate Fund, and it was already the 10th meeting of the Green Climate Fund. Again, why did indigenous peoples only went to the 10th meeting? Because we need resources. We were not resourced by the Green Climate Fund as indigenous peoples to be engaged. That's one. We need to ensure that the Loss and Damage Fund has resources to enable and to ensure participation of indigenous peoples. And they were already starting to approve projects in the 11th meeting of the board. And there was no indigenous peoples policy in place. So there was a question around free, prior, and informed consent. And the board members were like, but what does the GCF know about free, prior, and informed consent? There was no legal framework for them to look at. So we need to ensure that the Loss and Damage Finance Fund will have its own standalone indigenous peoples policy. And indigenous peoples should be leading in creating and crafting that policy. We don't have a voice in the board. It's only 12 members from the developed countries, 12 state representatives from developing country members. There's no seat for indigenous peoples, active observers outside the board even. These are the things that we want the Loss and Damage Fund to learn from the Green Climate Fund. Because if we are not there, if we are not in the room, no one is going to speak on our behalf. It should be indigenous peoples speaking on our behalf. So, yeah, I think those are the 3 points that I wanted to share.
Thank you, Helen, for your thoughts. Especially the indigenous peoples need money in order to enable and ensure to implement the solutions to climate change. And now I would like to give a floor to Galina for your last reflection, please.
Okay. My last reflections, There's just so much I wanted to say. I wanted to give an example. When we were negotiating the Sustainable Development Goals, 2013 to 16, one of the goal number one, eliminate poverty, right? So the governments were pushing for the benchmark 1.2 something dollars a day is the minimum amount that is necessary for the survival of a human being. And for me, it just was really hard to work with that because for indigenous peoples, we have so much non-monetary wealth in our communities that cannot be quantified. You know, if we have access to our land, if we have access to our water and subsistence resources, you can't really put a number on that. But for the sake of universality, because it's a universal document, the 2030 outcome document is a universal document, they just had to come up with the number. But that's what I wanted to bring the point here is that we're only wealthy as indigenous people if we still retain our access to our lands and territories and resources that are not quantifiable by any means or measures of the United Nations or governments or corporations. And we have to retain that. We have to retain that by all means, so we don't become the afterthought or the nuisance in the development strategies of the aforementioned bodies. The second point I wanted to make is that we have to do a landscape analysis. We need to understand as indigenous peoples what's out there. What are the multilateral institutions that are providing funds? We have this new loss and damage fund, but what are the private funding that is available? And we need to, as a movement, to have this clarity and information available to all of us in all 7 sociocultural regions so we understand what we're dealing with. So that's a movement-wide effort. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Galina. And also, from this panel discussion, what the key message that we can get is the loss and damage fund that can truly support indigenous communities in the fight against climate change. But if that is made and effective enough, how that fund can be made effective is if that is made as indigenous-led or indigenous-governed mechanisms. And this indigenous-led and indigenous-governed mechanisms is essential, especially in its design and implementations. With this message, I would like to thank all the panelists, also all the audiences for your active participations, and also technical team and interpreters. And with this, we'll close our session here. Thank you so much. Bye. Okay. Yo no hablo español.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. We're going to get started with our panel discussion, Land Back and Climate Adaptation with NDN Collective. Thank you all for being here. My name is Talia Cachimuel. I'm the Director of Movement and Strategic Partnerships at NDN Collective. I'm Quichua Tavallo from Ecuador, and I use she, her pronouns. It's an honor to share this space with you all today and to have a discussion with some experts on the Land Back movement. Today we are joined here by Kim Pate, who's the NDN Fund Managing Director at NDN Collective, Serena Mendazibal, Just Transition Lead at Sacred Earth Solar, and Janine Yazi, the Southwest Regional Director at NDN Collective. For folks that are new to our work at NDN, NDN is a national Indigenous-led organization dedicated to building Indigenous power. Through capacity, grant-making, philanthropy, activism, we are creating Indigenous solutions on our own terms. So it's an honor to be here with you all today. Our crew has been here since November 22nd, so we're really excited to be able to share the space with you all. And I'm going to start with our first question. I'll actually start at the end over here with Janine. Janine, why is Land Back important to creating models as part of climate adaptation, regenerative economies, and protection of biodiversity?
Thank you, Talia, for the question. Land Back is about not only wanting rightfully the return of territories and sacred spaces to Indigenous peoples, but also about restoring a way of living that makes the land want us back. It's a reciprocal relationship where we honor foremost our responsibility to the land and show the proper respect for the life-giving element and being that it is. And so when we talk about the type of solutions that Indigenous peoples are putting forward all around the globe, in almost every scenario, those solutions are facing challenges when it comes to land rights, when it comes to jurisdictional authority, when it comes to the ability of people to even access their land, to take care of these important ecosystems and these vital landscapes as their people have had for millennia. In this space, we often hear the use of the use of the data that 80% of the world's remaining biological diversity is stewarded by Indigenous peoples. But what we also know is that Indigenous peoples retain less than 10% of recognized land rights to those places. And so land back as a legal framework and a legal approach for land tenureship and for land ownership to be restored to those very people doing that important work is very important. But the solutions are rooted in like revitalizing and protecting and restoring a way of life that makes those ways of living so successful in preserving critical ecosystems, landscapes, and biological diversity all around the globe.
Thank you. Thank you, Janine. I really echo your call about how important it is for us to restore our ways of being and our ways of living, especially as it relates to all of the work that takes place related to the land back movement, both on the ground but also in policies. I'm going to hand the mic over to Serena. Serena is also a grantee of NDN Collective, which is a really exciting relationship that we get to share with one another. Thank you for being here with us. So how do community-led energy initiatives that center the land contribute to both environmental sustainability and local community empowerment?
Ooh, am I there? Ooh, oh, I think I'm there. I just can't really hear myself. Sorry about that. Thank you for the question. I wasn't expecting that, so it's really exciting. Yeah, I do, I'd say, community-led clean energy projects that really are focused on a just transition. Thank you. And, oh, it went off. I can talk. Yeah, I can talk louder. Could you repeat the question now? Because I got distracted. My bad.
How do community-led energy initiatives that center the land contribute to both environmental sustainability and local community empowerment?
Yes, really good question. And they do both. So basically, working in community clean energy, I think has been an opportunity. We can see Canada is the heart of the tar sands, so one of the largest industrial projects, and that has actually also had that double-pronged approach where it's impacted a lot of the health and well-being of the Indigenous nations. And so while transitioning from these, I guess, very extractive energy projects that have been kind of funding Canada's whole economy, we are also seeing that empowerment of Indigenous peoples, because in that transition, I think a lot historically we've been left out of these conversations when it comes to the projects that have already been in the country. And so seeing this transition, we're seeing a movement of many communities now wanting that autonomy over the projects, one for economic development, but also really for the health and well-being of the planet, their communities, and each other. And so working in my own community, I've been doing clean energy projects. And a lot of the projects that we've done are actually grounded really in that community aspect. And so yes, one, lowering emissions and adapting so that we can mitigate climate change impacts. But really, the focus has been about healing, and reconciliation, and autonomy. And so just for example, one of the projects I've been working on has been working with our hereditary governance. I come from Six Nations. We're the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. And we have a 50 clan system that we govern ourselves within. Throughout the course of history, that and actually about 100 years now, it's going to be 100 years since the Indian Act Band Council system has actually been implemented within, and it took out through the RCMP, it took out our community leadership. And so this has been an issue of sovereignty, but also we're seeing the impacts with the land and the waters itself, because through this 100 years, we've seen the direct impact of hydroelectric mega dams on our river, or large-scale nuclear around us, or the mass housing development. Now we have 5% left of our traditional territory that we're within. And so these community-led energy projects not only are creating, I guess, that transition for a larger movement, but they're giving us that aspect of sovereignty that we have so that we can have control over the futures that we want to create. I think I'm good.
Thank you so much for that answer. I think that it's key to understand that the empowerment of Indigenous people, as you mentioned, is a critical part of this work, and it should be centered in the models that we use in the work that we do. So I'm going to pass it over to Kim. How have Indigenous frontline-led movements and their calls to action shifted the conditions for how we are engaging with development, policy, philanthropy, corporations, and government?
Thank you for that question. You know, in the past, a lot of economic development that was happening in Indigenous communities was often top-down, led by leaders who were fairly disconnected from realities on the front lines and in local communities. And so there was a disconnect and a lag between the funding and real change happening on the ground, if it ever came. And then we've also had these scenarios where local communities with community-driven initiatives would get funding and start projects that were having major climate resilience impacts, and then the funding would dry up and there wouldn't be any more funding. And that feast or famine cycle is really part of the reason why we created Indian Collective about 5 years ago in the first place. And it was designed to be really no wrong door, whether it was philanthropy, policy, research, lending, direct action. We realized that these are not disconnected efforts, that these are all working synergistically to improve the health and holistic well-being of our Indigenous communities, and that they, by definition, have to be Indigenous-led. So what we're doing now in all of our land-back-focused philanthropy, policy, research, lending, you name it, is really taking our cues from our front lines and providing capital that they need or policy solutions, et cetera, based on what they need and want. And we're not ever going to support a top-down led initiative. It will always be community-driven. And I think that's a fundamental shift in how money is making it into our Indigenous communities to do the important work that needs to get done, as Serena was talking about, to save Mother Earth. So we're doing a lot of land-back lending. We're also doing ocean-back lending, working with lots of communities that have mariculture strategy designed to bring back the ancestral waters. And then in our land-back work, we're making sure that our Indigenous communities are able to rewild, to bring back Indigenous game, to make sure that our grasslands are not decimated by cattle, and so many more strategies. I think it's also important to note that it's not just these large-scale initiatives that we're talking about. We're also talking about mom-and-pop businesses that are doing a lot to promote climate resiliency in their local communities. One example I like to talk about a lot is Miss Ann's Maypop Herb Shop, which is based in New Orleans, Louisiana. It's an herb shop that was purchased that had been in the community for a number of years and had a pretty solid local base. Miss Ann, who is a woman who is Lakota, who migrated to New Orleans after Katrina happened, she decided that in addition to creating a whole new network of Indigenous medicine makers from all over Turtle Island who could feed into what the shop was offering, she would also provide a safe place should there be another disaster. And she built her own solar generator that can power the entire French Quarter. should this happen again, and is also a location where people can come and get out of the storm, learn about alternative medicines, and how to take care of themselves as caregivers, because that was a big focus of her work after she got the loan from our lending arm Indian Fund, was to really build the capacity of caregivers to make it through the pandemic, because we all know how hard it was for our frontline caseworkers and caregivers to manage all of that. So that's an example of a small business that has a huge climate impact.
Thank you, Kim. I want to echo your sentiment around taking cues from this front line and centering the voices and the needs in traditional spaces that have often left out movement voices, such as philanthropy and government entities, and utilizing that strategy to ensure that our communities' voices are at the center of this work, regardless if we're bringing institutions into the work that we're doing. I would love to ask Janine one more question and then move into a rapid response question for the panel. For Janine, how is land back being led in various regions of the world as a strategy to build Indigenous power, advance equity and justice, and to combat the climate crisis?
Does this work? Does this work? Oh my God. I think was it me? Am I the problem? This is a great question, and like I said before, the argument for land rights isn't a new argument here in these international spaces. Indigenous peoples have been fighting for land tenureship and restoration of their rights to continue and support their traditional livelihoods. And whatever way that looks, from our herding communities across the Arctic to the Southwest United States to Africa, our ocean communities that have a food system logic that means restoring and taking care of everything from the mountaintop to the ocean, to our fishing people who live on coastlines or on rivers. Everywhere you go, the foundation of sustainable livelihoods is rooted to the relationship to the land and the ecosystems that comprise it. And so when we talk about the work that's being done to invest in these ecosystems, or to invest in these solutions, these become solutions that are not only economically viable and important, but they're also environmentally regenerative. Like, for example, in Alaska, with our work to support traditional kelp farming. Right now, the way that the mariculture structure is set up, kelp farmers are required by law to harvest and pull from the ocean all of the kelp at the end of every harvest system. Kelp is also critically important for the well-being of the ocean, of the coastal areas, for many ocean species. And so now that Indigenous peoples are in the game, where it's not only about supporting them to be able to have equitable relationships with those that control the power around mariculture, but the solutions that they're putting forward require them to change the actual law so that the kelp industry can become another form of regenerative solutions for coastal resiliency, instead of pulling all of the kelp at the end of every season, leaving it there, so that it can be harvested sustainably, traditionally, and it can restore the salmon habitat and the coastal marine habitat that's so important for ocean health. And you see this in every example, like in Hawaii, for example, and the work that we're doing there with our deep dive work to help Hawaiians restore their fish ponds. Like, Hawaii used to be one of the food baskets of the Pacific, feeding millions of people from all across the Pacific. And with those fish ponds, it was not just about creating a process by which to feed their own people, but creating a system in which they were supporting the sustainability and the well-being of the entire ocean ecosystem. And so this is what puts us in conflict with systemic powers that are there. Rules and laws and corporate practices are meant to monopolize and control food systems. And so when we have indigenous solutions put forward, they become into direct conflict, because we're not about monopolizing and controlling food systems, but about creating food systems that take care of the earth, that provide for all forms of sacred life, and that make equitable access to healthy, nutritious, traditional foods available for everyone. And that's, the work that's being done across the world can be scaled out if we support and uphold the rights of indigenous peoples to their lands, their traditional territories, as the foundation for how to protect and restore and revitalize traditional economies and livelihoods. And so that's, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done in other parts of the world, because our herders are continuing to be held in by geographical or geopolitical borders. They're being forced to adapt and to assimilate into modern ways of living that are at its core unsustainable and inequitable. They're being outright murdered for daring to stand in protection of their lands, or to continue to fight for access to these sacred landscapes and the ability to live there. Are they being threatened by the impacts of man-made climate change and the way that it's devastating ecosystems? Because for so long, poor management by dominant countries and by those who hold power have made these ecosystems even more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. And so as indigenous peoples, we don't have the luxury to just grow food, to just put seeds in the ground. Everything that we do is an act of revolution under systems of colonial power. And we have to find ways to support that and protect the rights of indigenous peoples. And that's why being in these spaces to advocate for indigenous peoples from every region and support those rights across every region, across every ecosystem, becomes so critically important for the ability of everyone to be able to address and adapt to the impacts of climate change.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Janine, for your powerful answer. And also contextualizing how the land back movement is a global movement, but also touching on the intersections of the reality of this work and the fear that comes with it, and just so eloquently describing and bringing forth the work that NDN is also doing to protect this land. I would like to propose a rapid fire question to all three of you. And I would love to start with Serena with, what does the land back movement mean to you?
As a Haudenosaunee person, the land back movement means to me that I can still be Haudenosaunee. I am an agricultural person. We are seed keepers, and we have been told that we have 60 harvests left. Our ceremonies are completely dependent on the seeds, on our planting seasons. And so when that 60 harvest comes, am I still going to be able to be Haudenosaunee? And that's exactly why my people for over 20 years have stood on the front line to protect our lands. As I said, we have 5% of our remaining territory, and much of it is covered by mass farming, just corporate farming, as well as housing development. And so a lot of our soil is being impacted, and our groundwater that our soil and our planting is completely dependent on is being impacted. We have a proposed aggregate mining that was decommissioned, now is being proposed to be recommissioned, that will severely impact the groundwater in the rivers. And so what land back means to me is that my community and my confederacy, our hereditary governance, will be able to make decisions for our families, because we are governed by families, right? You can see, I'm not giving you guys the finger, but right here you can see on my finger, that is my family title, Diohogo. It's in the Great Law of Peace. When the smoke touches the sky, it's the Cayugas were already smoking the peace pipe when Hiawatha had come. And so that's what brings us all together, right? Because we are governed by our clans and our families. And so what land back means to me is that I can still be with my family, and that we can care for each other as a family, and we can care for the land like I would care for my mother. So yes, I just want to be Haudenosaunee, and I can't be Haudenosaunee without land back.
Thank you so much. That's a beautiful answer. much of the knowledge and traditions that we hold are rooted in our families and our ancestors. So thank you for bringing that forth here. Kim, what does land back mean to you?
So that's a real hard one to follow, but I would say that it means that traditional knowledge keepers who have the ability to protect Mother Earth are able to do that, and that our world is saved for future generations, 7 generations forward, and that we never lose our connection to the land, to the waters, to the plant nation, to the flowers, and to all of the ecological energies that allow us to live and thrive here. You know, without that type of connection, that reciprocity that we talked about earlier, and thank you for saying that, Serena, because I think it was very profound, we don't have anything. So yeah, land back means power back, and it means life back.
Thank you so much. I couldn't agree more. Janine, what does land back mean to you?
Land back is everything. It's our hope. It's our prayers. I was thinking as everyone was talking, and just like seeing our advocates in these spaces and those on the front lines at home doing such incredible work, it often comes up like we are our ancestors' prayers. We are that seventh manifestation from 7 generations ago of the prayer for resistance and continued existence. And for our generation, I think land back is our prayer for the next 7 generations. It is that intention that we're seeding and that we're building to create the foundation for a completely different way of being, for completely dismantling settler colonial structures, for building prosperity and peace for all peoples and all ecosystems, for bringing humanity back into balance with nature and with Mother Earth. It's an end to the genocide and ecocide that continues to be perpetuated against Indigenous peoples all around this globe. And it's the rallying call of resistance for all of our Indigenous peoples, despite our linguistic, political, cultural, our geographical diversity. It's a thing that can unite us and root our resistance and our movement back into the intention of honoring all that is sacred.
Thank you, Janine. I love your first statement. Land back is everything. I think if there's something that we hope that folks in the audience can take away from this conversation is just that. This work guides us as human beings, as an organization, and it's everything to us. We're going to open up the floor for question and answer shortly, but I'd love to turn it over to a member of our creative resistance team. For folks that have seen some of the artwork that's up in the space, this work was created by our creative resistance team at Indian Collective. I'm going to pass the mic over to Jake with the same question that I just asked this crew. What does land back mean to you?
Land back is an active word. It's a verb to me, and I see it as something that it's not only a campaign or movement, but it's obviously a framework, as been exemplified by the conversation here. It's like basically how we, as on an international scale, can continue to dismantle white supremacy and all the institutions that uphold it, which obviously value things that are not inherently a part of this world or a part of this nature that we are stewards of. Exploitation of human labor, exploitation of all the resources. It's something that we can all contribute to. It's a hub for thought. It's a hub for action. And obviously it's a hub for creativity and culture, which is something that us in the Creative Resistance team, Linnea, Ty, Tiana, Sai, and Tyler have been working on since there was a name for whatever this movement was about 20 years ago. And obviously there's predecessors to this movement, our ancestors, our family, our communities. So this is a continuation of a long-standing tradition. It is everything. It is the lifeways. It is the cultural knowledge. It is environmentalism. It's the stewardship of our sacred areas. I can't help but think about, the places where we continue to pray, where we continue to hold ceremony, and continue to uplift all of our people, not just indigenous people, but earth people in general, for all of us to continue to coexist and thrive on this planet. So that's what land back means to me. But also, it's definitely like action. It's about being present. It's about being here, and it's about continuing those prayers that our ancestors put down 7 generations ago.
Thank you so much, Sheikh, for that answer. I think it's important to acknowledge the same way that land back is everything. Land back can't exist without art and activism. So just putting the intersection of all these bodies of work together is what makes this movement so strong. My community is from Ecuador, and we continue to fight for our territories and the protections of our sacred grounds and lands and water in Ecuador, the same way that the land back movement functions in North America and the work that NDN Collective is leading. There are so many parallels that can be drawn between our communities. One of my favorite quotes from Berta Caceres is, "We as Indigenous people resist regardless of the borders that have been drawn between us." So while the fight for land and water is happening in North America, that same fight is being held and stewarded by my relatives in Ecuador and other parts of the world as well. And we also have relatives in the other part of the world right now that are also fighting for their land back. And we stand with them and their fight for their land back. And we continue to support the movements that are taking place across the world for our Indigenous communities to have the rights back to their sacred lands and grounds. We would love to open up the floor to questions from the crowd. So if anyone has a question, please feel free to raise your hand. We can pass the mic over. If you could please introduce yourself as well before you ask the question. Thank you.
So Paluchi, I'm Jessica Hernandez from the Maya Chorti and Binisa Nations. And one of my questions that I have is, oftentimes many indigenous peoples from the global south are being displaced. So in your opinion, what is the intersection of climate change displacement and land back? Thank you.
Janine, do you want to take that question?
Yeah. If you, especially here with the since Madrid and the development of the local communities and indigenous peoples platform that has created a bridge for traditional knowledge holders from around the globe to be able to participate in these negotiations, you hear some of the most heartbreaking stories of people who have already lost, are currently losing the homelands with nowhere to go. And this is where we try to emphasize that land back and land rights doesn't mean just private property. It's not the private property model. It's about the core of our identity and who we are and our ability to continue our life ways. And so I think that as a result of that and the struggles that are happening among our indigenous peoples who are currently losing their lands as a result of climate change, they should be at the forefront of determining what effective climate action is. They should be the ones centered in the discussions for how to address and resource the solutions that they need to mitigate and adapt to climate change and to create protections for their people. And we also need to remember that in this discussion, a core part of what indigenous peoples have been putting forward is that we need to stop just talking about loss and damage and preparing for the worst. We need to start talking about prevention and resourcing as quickly and as much as possible prevention. Because even these commitments to loss and damage are ridiculous. They're laughable. We're dealing with countries who are pitting fractions upon fractions of a cent into loss and damages and adaptation when they are pitting billions into war and genocide and murdering children and innocent people all over the world. And so that's one of the first things that we've been pushing for. But the other thing is to remember that prior to colonization, our indigenous peoples weren't restricted to any land bases. We had relationships and connections from the Pacific to the mainland of Turtle Island. We have a history of having trade relationships and intercultural exchange prior to colonization that showed we moved across these territories and these ecosystems. And we still have those stories and those ways of understanding the evolution and the migration of our peoples across continents. And that can inform how we can address and move as indigenous peoples to deal with the challenges we are today. We are not confined to what colonial states have determined for us as our traditional territories. We're not confined to state boundaries or to citizenship to any particular country. We are indigenous peoples, and that identity and those relationships predate these colonial structures and these institutions. One of the stories I love to share is like when traditional knowledge holders were coming together from along the coast of Turtle Island, they were talking about the things that we've been witnessing in our ecosystems, the movement of traditional plants and medicines, the movement of traditional foods and animals out of territories and into others. And in this discussion, they're talking about the migration of whales and how they're now in communities that they weren't in before. And the people that have whale culture were saying, we're not seeing them where they need to be. We're losing this aspect. And the people that were in the new territories that those whales were migrating were like, we've never seen this before. And they're like, well, maybe our exchange needs to be like, you need to tell us how to cook these things so that we can deal with this migration. And it's funny, but it also shows like what it becomes possible when we restore those relationships across ecosystems, across territories. And remember that first and foremost, we're not fighting for things that to remain as they were in the past. That's not who indigenous peoples are. Our knowledge systems, our ways of living, our livelihoods have always evolved with nature. We are fighting for the right to learn from and preserve our ways of being and our ways of knowing, and to adapt it to the conditions that we're seeing now. And I think that that's the core of how we'll move forward.
Thank you, Janine, and thank you for that wonderful question. And we have another answer.
Yeah, I can't really top that at all because you're just so wonderful. But I want to use, I think what's really important to understand with climate change impacts, we can't talk about climate change impacts without talking about the industrial and environmental degradation impacts that our communities are also facing, because climate change is directly a product of the industry that we're seeing on our territories. And I'll use my community as an example. So my community, we live on the Grand River, so we're about an hour south of Toronto. We're completely surrounded by urbanization. And on our river, we have over 27 mega dams, as well as the complete river all throughout our floodplains has been housing development. And so with this, it's directly linked to our governance and sovereignty as Haudenosaunee peoples being taken out of those leadership roles. And so this would have never happened, right? And now 5 years ago, to this day, to these like past couple of months, we faced an extreme flood where 2,200 homes were evacuated. And this flooding is a direct implication of us planning houses all through and implementing houses all throughout the floodgates, as well as the dams. And so when I look at the land back movement and I look at climate change impacts, I think of it's all directly implicated with us not being able to exert our rights on our territory, as well as the decisions that have been made in the past that are directly linked to the industry, to the governments, and to the corporations that have been making these decisions on our territories for us. Thank you.
Do we have another question? Ooh, okay, now it feels loud. We have a question right here. Please introduce yourself as well. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Caroline Mayer. I'm a representative with Trinidad and Tobago delegation, and I'm also the director for the Institute for Small Islands, and I work with Indigenous communities across the Caribbean, and Indigenous and Afro-Indigenous communities. and I'm part Kalinago, descendant of Kalinago and First Peoples of Trinidad. Kalinago by way of St. Kitts, and my children are Afro-Indigenous Maroons. I'm deeply interested in what Janine was talking about in terms of reaching out to Indigenous peoples across the world to talk about what's happening on the frontline communities. And I just wanted you to, maybe talk a little bit more about that from anyone, not specifically Janine, but I feel that there are these issues happening all across the world, just all across the world, at every corner, every shadow, everywhere that capitalism is trying to come in. Like in Jamaica, my father's from Jamaica, but I don't live there, but I'm working with lawyers there trying to protect the Maroon communities, because on the cockpit country where the Maroons ran to after slavery, they were slaves who fought for their freedom. They're trying to exploit that for bauxite right now, and that is giving about 60% of the country's water. So things like that are just happening all over the place, and it needs to be talked about. It needs to be. So yeah, I just wanted to know what you guys thought.
I'm like, how much of this should we talk about? What we try to do here when we're engaging in institutions like this, because it's not just the UN Forum on Climate Change, it's also the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Goals, it's the Convention on Biological Diversity, it's the UN Human Rights Commission, the Expert Mechanism on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. There's all this work that is the extension of the Indigenous rights movement from the local level to the international level, because we're tired of having to fight within colonial institutions that were never structured to give us our rights, that were never structured to give us an equal say, that were never structured to make room for our ways of living, for the values that we hold, for our traditional governance structures. And so we work to break ground at the international level to do that. And I think that as we've been engaging in these spaces, we've also been tired of these spaces. We also see how those challenges are replicated in these spaces. And I think what's been emerging is the importance not only of yes, we still have to engage in this, but the power comes from our relationship to each other. The power comes from our ability to make relationships with one another, to build strategies with one another that can inform our resistance, because we're not fighting just local battles. We are fighting power structures that are entrenched across these communities and that have a legacy of manipulating and architecting that power structure. Transnational corporations are beholden to no one country, and they are all over in our communities. They're the ones criminalizing, creating laws to criminalize our human rights and land rights defenders. They're the ones building the strategies to take away our land through legal and illegal means. They're the ones working in partnership with public and private entities to manipulate our rights or to outright violate our rights. They're the ones paying private security forces, militarized forces to kill and murder and intimidate our land rights and human rights defenders. And so we need to recognize these patterns, and what people have been talking about is that rather than just relying on these international mechanisms, why don't we create one of our own? Why don't we create our own Indigenous World Conference, our own Indigenous UN that brings our people together based on our own terms, that helps us seed the solutions that we need to do as sovereign governments, that centers our commitments that we want to make for the protection of Mother Earth and of all sacred life. And then we can decide if states have access to that. We can decide what states will become members of that. And that's one of the things that does fuel me. I do think that is possible, but it does require us to come from a place of strength and come from a place of wanting to collaborate and to do the hard work that it's going to take to make mistakes in that collaboration. But to hold each other tight enough and be committed enough that we work through those mistakes to create the foundation that our children and the next generation of leaders can inherit, so that we take our power outside of this. It's the same logic. If we're not continually not invited to the dinner table, let's break the whole thing down and make our own.
Thank you. Thank you, Janine, for providing that context. And I think that something that's resonating about what you said is what we do at NDN Collective. We create solutions on our own terms. And if our community partners, whether that's philanthropy or policy, if they are not in line with our theory of change framework, then we don't have a partnership. In the same ways that this idea of bringing Indigenous people together, having autonomy over our own spaces, having jurisdiction over our rights, is a central goal that we have in this work that we do. But there's beauty in the fact that NDN Collective is living that reality as we speak. And we are doing that work, and we're doing that work on our own terms. And we stay grounded in our values and the theory of change framework and our pillar of defend, develop, and decolonize. And I would like to have Kim answer that same question. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I can't really say much more than what Janine said, which I think was really where we're coming from at Indian Collective, is to try to create our own indigenized approach to how we solve these problems and solve them in a good way and solve them fast. I think we do have solutions. We have a lot of leaders who are actually begging us to have a land back summit. So that is the next plan, is to convene everybody in a land back summit that allows us to talk through these issues, create some of these new mechanisms and partnerships that'll get us much farther forward than we've been trying to work from the inside, which is quite frankly taking a really long time. So I'll leave it at that.
Did you want to answer that question as well? Okay. All right. I think we will have time for one more question from the audience if folks have questions. Oh, we have a question back here.
Sorry, I was just curious. I was just curious about the bank loan to the woman in New Orleans. So it was a successful loan. She paid it back, and her business is now thriving.
Well, thank you for asking that question. Well, this is a fairly new loan, and the way we underwrite our loans is they're actually 7 to 10-year loans. Very patient capital, and we combine it with what we call power building. So in that case, one of the things she needed in addition to the loan was a new website and a marketing strategy. And we have a separate pool of funds, our power building resource bank, that allows us to hire indigenous vendors to do a thing. And in that case, it was to redo her website. So now she can sell all of her medicines internationally. Whereas before, the website didn't work at all, so she was selling them locally in the French Quarter, right? And so what we do is bring what we call braided capital, which is the loan plus power building, and often also a grant from the foundation side of Indian Collective to one loan relative to make sure they're successful instead of just a loan or just a grant, which is quite frankly what's been happening in our communities. That is the big difference between our loan and the loan from a mainstream financial institution, if they can even get it.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you. I think for the last couple of moments that we have left, I would love to ask the speakers to just provide a closing remark for the audience. And then we could start with Kim and then move down. Oh, we have a question. I'm sorry.
Thank you. My name is Mayo, and by the way, I wasn't invited here. I just came from the Rwanda delegation because, for me, one of the most important things that is happening in this, COP events is the idea that there's space for indigenous people to really talk about the work that they're doing. Why did I say that? I mean, I've missed part of, maybe this has been discussed, but I've actually done some studies while I was doing a write-up on, climate action, etc. And it turns out that indigenous people have been documented to be way better than any government at protecting biodiversity. And it's well documented, it's not anecdotal, and it's not my thoughts. Now, my question is, can you make us aware of the resources that are available for people to learn from in terms of really knowing exactly what indigenous people are doing and how every other person can really learn from that? Because the idea is indigenous people all over the world need to fight for their rights, but the truth is their rights are also the rights of everybody else. The right to life, the right to human flourishing, and the rights of every other form of sacred life. And the question is, we need to find a way to bridge that gap so that it's not just a fight for a group of people, it's really a fight for everybody. Question is, how can we all learn and, make us aware of some of the resources that are available for that? Okay.
Well, the first thing is to say, please follow our listserv, because we're posting a lot of really in the moment current information about what's going on here at COP, but also all over the world in our indigenous communities, right? And I think the Land Back Summit that I mentioned will be another big way for us to come together and actually learn from each other and share, because really face-to-face is where it's at. It's very hard to learn these things from reading or even listening to a podcast. We need to come together and we need to share strategies in a very deep and heart-centric way.
There's so many places to find this information. I usually tell people, we all have the same anti-Google. I'm not sure if that's translatable across other countries. But the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on Climate Change, they have a lot on their website. They have position papers. They have statements from the caucus that represents the indigenous peoples mobilizing here. But there's also the Indigenous Peoples Major Group for Sustainable Development that does more studies and landscape analysis of indigenous peoples and the work that they're doing across different regions. In that, you can start to see and find the different indigenous organizations, peoples, or nations that help contribute to that and find ways to reach out to them. But across the board, one of the things that I think can be shared and emphasized is that with indigenous peoples, you're right, we're fighting for the rights that should be afforded to everyone. Indigenous people's rights are human rights, but they're also collective rights, because it's much different than civil rights and what countries are willing to give their citizens, right? Because that gives countries the ability to define who their citizens are, what their obligations are to citizens in terms of social, political, economic obligations. When we're fighting as indigenous peoples, the reason why we're so marginalized and underrepresented or outright threatened for our positions is because we are arguing that we need an entirely different new logic and new institutions of community-led power that center everyone's rights and the rights of Mother Earth, the right to live in balance with Mother Earth. And so that the reason why it's so hard for us is because that's in direct conflict with the way nation states want to reserve and retain power. It doesn't have to be. But currently, right now, it is because of just who holds powers in our states. But I invite you to learn more about these positions. I invite everyone to learn more about these positions because so much work has been put into it. And it's not easy organizing indigenous peoples, period, no matter where you are at. But to organize indigenous peoples across different regions, across different languages, across different experiences with colonization, that's extremely difficult, but we've been managing to do it. And that's what led to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the development of all of these new mechanisms and bodies that represent Indigenous peoples in these negotiations. And so that same work and that same model is applied to the data, the research, the position papers, the reports that Indigenous peoples have put together, and they're so rich with information and with power that set the direction for how we can move forward in a way that benefits everyone. And our organization has that theory of change, that when you invest in and resource and support the self-determination of Indigenous peoples, it doesn't just benefit us, it benefits all peoples and all life.
Thank you for that answer, and just want to remind folks to please make sure you're following the work of NDN Collective and Sacred Earth Solar. All of our websites and the folks that work at these organizations also have resources and the answers to a lot of these questions. I think for the last couple of minutes, like I mentioned, we'll just take some closing remarks from this amazing set of panelists, and we'll start over here with Kim. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say this is our last day, some of us at Indian Collective, and I have taken so much from even just this panel and some of the questions that I've heard, and thank you. It's incredible to see what happens when Indigenous peoples come together. It's always powerful, it's always inspiring, and I think we have a lot of work to do together, but I feel like together it'll make the load a lot easier, and I look forward to working with many of you moving forward. It's been a pleasure, and thank you.
I want to take this moment, and I don't think this is, oh, there we go. And I want to take a moment to say thank you to NDN Collective for, of course, having me on here with this like stellar fellow panelists, but also for supporting my own work towards land back and my own work towards a just transition. They are currently funding me through the Community Self-Determination Grant. And as I said, my community, we are the largest First Nation. We hold a lot of clean energy, but my hereditary governance hasn't been involved in this. They haven't been able to make sovereign decisions on our land. And NDN Collective is supporting my hereditary chiefs and clan mothers to create a sustainable restoration of our ceremonial longhouse so we can be self-sufficient, right? It comes down to self-sufficiency and sovereignty, and this is the organization that is supporting the work of grassroots people like me. And so I just want to say like a major Nyawagoa, because this is how movements change, and this is how we get the land back, and NDN is doing the works. Thank you.
I just want to build off our sister's beautiful response, because land back is rematriation. It's power back to our Indigenous women as well. And so want to uphold that. And also, I'm not going to say anymore. I feel like I talked too much, but I did want to gift out some land back flags, because we want to make sure that this gets to all places all around the globe, because this is the movement that's going to help us change the world.
I want to just take a special moment to thank these incredible matriarchs for their wisdom and their knowledge that they've brought to this space. Yupaychani Sinchiwarmikunas, thank you, powerful Indigenous women. Please remember that this work happens on the backs of our matriarchs, and that our voices need to be centered in these conversations. And thank you all so much for being here. Thank you to our organization, NDN Collective. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you to the amazing staff here at the Pavilion. It's been an honor to share this space with you all today. Yupaychani. Yes, yes.
We have to pretend we're talking.
Hello.
I need to leave. I need to go back to work. Is it the green side? We're going to this one. Where'd you go? Time travel.
Ya me lo mandaste porque no me ha llegado.
De acá para que haga la presentación?
Como ella guste, más bien, porque yo, o sea, no sé qué quieran, que yo me siente ahí, ella viene acá, como ustedes
Sería
quieran.
mejor que
Si
hable
tiene una
acá.
presentación, quizá le queda mejor.
La
¿Qué pasó?
presentación
Sí.
la manejan desde
ya,
allá.
Ya le pasé.
Pero de allá la manejan, avanzan. O sea, hay que hacer las señales allá. Y así como que está.
Sí, ese sí.
Ya.
Listo. Como ella guste, ¿qué le queda más
Ella
cómodo?
va a estar allá. Allá donde está Esteban, va a estar Nelsita.
Ok,
para que pueda ver la pantalla.
O sea, ella va a estar ahí, pero ¿dónde está la pantalla? Está atrás de ella, ¿no? ¿No le queda mejor aquí? Porque si no va a estar así, mira, entonces la gente que le está... digo, coméntale a ver qué dice, pero siento que va a estar, mira, así, entonces la gente no la ve. Pues no creo, a ver.
Ahí está bien, porque
Bueno,
de acá está
bien.
más lejos.
Bueno, si le queda a ella bien, está muy bien.
Estar en spam.
En spam. Ah, en Other, espérate, déjame primero checar que tenemos ahora esta cosa del Other famoso, es una lata. Nada más lo estoy cambiando así para que se refresh. En Other no está,
Sí,
y
ya
en
ves que ya te
spam.
lo mandé.
Y en spam, déjame
Puedes
ver.
poner mi correo si quieres.
Este es spam, ¿no? Junk email, ¿no? ¿Ese será? No. Déjame refresh. Déjame ver mi inbox. No parece que no. Vamos a ver, other. Y sí te aparece que ya, porque lo estoy poniendo aquí, que es send receive, ¿no? Send receive. Aquí lo estoy poniendo. Y sí tengo internet.
Sí, no, yo mandé eso y se
¿Es DG Pavilion? No. SharePoint Online, ¿será? No. No, porque ese es verano. Ese es en Other. Ahora déjame ir a Focus.
te lo estoy volviendo a enviar así en un esfuerzo.
Qué raro. Eso porque me saldría que, mira, quizá no tengo internet. A ver. Espera.
Sí, mira,
Este
no,
es que
está conectado. Es malísimo.
El internet, ¿no? Sí, está muy lento.
Deje mi celular un rato y después cuando se conecte ya yo vengo a recuperar.
Pues
creo que tú vas a estar muy chiquito.
Sí, ese es mi tema. Porque a ver, ¿dónde están las preguntas? Son estas, ¿no?
Espera, estás editando.
Uy, qué malas situaciones esto de... ¿Quieres entonces, te queda mejor aquí venir a... Ok, perfecto. Yo ahorita quito esto, nada más es que la estaba cargando para que no se me... Ay, qué lata. Pues dice conectar, pero no llega.
¿Y si puedes leer tu celular?
Sí, pues es nada más que, pero no voy a poder tener la última versión, ese es el tema.
Pero yo te lo puedo pasar con un celular.
A ver, pásamelo y vemos si lo logro abrir, ¿sale?
Mira, pero o sea, ni siquiera como un documento, sino como un texto. Te lo mandé ya. Dime si te...
Aquí no tengo mi celular, tengo que ir acá.
¿Ah? ¿Qué te he dicho? Te va a llamar.
¿Quién?
Disculpa, ¿la vas a llamar? Estoy sentada allá. La va a llamar, te va a llamar.
Ah, ya.
Sí,
Yo
sí,
ya
sí.
estoy
Pero
preparando.
está bien, puedes dejarlo, no te preocupes, déjalo para que ya estés cómodo.
Ya,
Sí,
gracias.
es que no le llega el internet para poder abrir el documento. Claro, pero ella no puede leer del celular porque tiene... Lo que pasa es que no puede leer del celular porque la letra es muy chiquita.
Todo bien.
Voy a sacar mis lentes y me lo voy poniendo y me voy quitando.
Bien.
Y así lo
Listo.
hacemos. Y luego quizá lo que veo es... Y bueno, y lo voy a ir viendo porque como no quiero pasar que... Y nada más, a ver, aclárame una cosa. Aquí Entonces ya ella habla. Y
O sea, está
luego-
desde todo, como y bienvenida en el CIF. Ahí.
Del CIF,
Ahí
así se pronuncia, en el CIF.
Y ahí es cuando ella viene aquí
Viene.
y empieza a hacer su presentación hasta donde
Y
dice.
luego de ahí le doy la
Está mi nombre. Muchas gracias, Nelcy.
Sí. Y ya de ahí le doy la palabra a Tabea.
Y luego ya.
Tabea se pronuncia así, ¿es correcto?
Correcto. No, de ahí presentas a los panelistas. Entonces está Tabea, Cristiane, Aizatú.
Ok,
Que son-
sí voy a necesitar mis lentes porque si no, no voy a alcanzar a leer como no tiene bullet points también.
Claro, porque en el documento sí las tiene, pero aquí se pierde.
Aquí se pierde, ¿no?
Ajá.
Ok, y entonces ya les hago la primera pregunta.
Ajá.
O sea, no voy a poder seguir todo el guión tal cual.
Claro, no,
Ajá,
no,
pero
es
la
una
pregunta,
idea,
exacto, la idea, lo más importante es presentar al CID que va a estar aquí.
Presentarlas a todas con
Y luego
sus cargos.
presentar, y luego las
Estamos bien.
y luego las
Ya
preguntas.
empezamos. Yo sé que tienen que acabar en punto.
4 o 5.
Listo, sí.
Ok, y ahí es donde sí te voy a pedir que me ayudes a irme diciendo también que me hagas como una seña de los tiempos. Yo voy a tratar de eso, pero como tengo que tener esto abierto, no puedo tener esto con el timer.
Sí, no te preocupes, yo lo voy a ver.
Para que me vayas diciendo tú, o sea, seas mi, como dicen en inglés, el timekeeper, ¿no?
Listo.
Quien cuida lo del tiempo y yo pueda más bien moderar. Pero bueno, voy a tratar yo también de ir viendo, porque en realidad cada una, si tenemos, ¿qué? 20 minutos no, tenemos pregunta 1, 10 minutos, ¿no? O sea, esos son como 2.5, 3 minutos máximo por persona.
Claro.
¿Son 4 o ya?
No, solo 3.
O sea, ya en el sí ya no va a
Ya
decir
no,
nada.
en el CID solo participa
Sí.
del que es como el grande.
Ok, entonces, bueno, tenemos como 3 minutos más o menos.
Sí.
Como 3 y unos segunditos. Pero ok, bueno,
Listo,
pues
te
lo voy
dejo.
a seguir así. Se necesitará, bueno.
Sí,
¿prefieres
hacerlo de aquí?
Para irlas presentando. No, porque luego que en el CID se...
Claro, ellas se van a ir pasando el micrófono entre ellas. No te preocupes, yo se los dejo aquí. Ellas se
¿Pero
lo
las
van a...
presento de acá o me siento con ellas? ¿Tú qué crees que es mejor? ¿Crees que es mejor acá? Bueno, tú me dices. O sea, yo me acoplo. Oye, también... Espérate. Ok.
Ok. Lo anunciamos. Y bueno,
Ok,
sí, creo
ahora
que
ahorita
tiene razón,
empiezo.
hay un asiento libre, entonces cuando en el CID hable te puedes ir a sentar allí.
Sí, porque la necesita. Si ella quiere este espacio, hay que dárselo.
Sí, claro.
Ok, está excelente. Estoy buscando el nombre. Acá tengo. Déjame. No, de todo el evento para decirlo. Y luego ya me paso. Y ¿cómo se activa ¿Ya? Ok. Buenas tardes. Bueno, buenas tardes a todas y a todos. Mi nombre es Verania Chao y yo trabajo para el Programa de las Naciones para el Medio Ambiente, el Programa de las Naciones Unidas para el Desarrollo. Vengo de una reunión con mis colegas. Mi cargo tiene que ver con la parte de inclusión social y la igualdad de género a nivel global. Entonces, para mí es un gusto el poder estar aquí hoy con ustedes y poder facilitar la conversación de las panelistas y también poder aprender mucho de este momento. Quisiera recordarles a los participantes y a las participantes que tenemos traducción simultánea en varios idiomas, así que les pido que por favor, si necesitan de traducción simultánea, puedan buscar sus equipos y avisarnos si hay cualquier situación. Les doy entonces la bienvenida.
al evento Campeonas del Clima, Mujeres Indígenas Liderando Medios de Vida y Seguridad Alimentaria. Como saben, hemos estado en estos últimos días aquí en la COP claramente viendo la importancia que tiene el conocimiento tradicional, los aspectos innovadores que se van intercalando entre las sabidurías tradicionales con aspectos técnicos más recientes. Y también me parece que hemos escuchado a través de la presencia importante que hay de representantes de pueblos indígenas en esta conferencia de las partes, la importancia de la inclusión en los procesos de toma de decisión y en ese sentido también en las políticas públicas a nivel nacional y subnacional. Quisiera, para comenzar con este evento, poderle dar la bienvenida a nuestra colega Nelcid Sangama, integrante del Consejo Directivo y responsable del Programa de Economía Indígena del IDSEP. Es un gusto, Nelcid, el poderte tener hoy con nosotros y que nos puedas compartir el trabajo que están realizando, tus experiencias y también aquellos aspectos que consideras que necesitan revisarse. Entonces, te doy la palabra si quisieras venir al podio y después vamos a dar la palabra a otras de las colegas que están aquí. Muchas gracias.
Bien, buenas tardes al público, a los panelistas. Nos encontramos en este momento en la ciudad de Dubái participando como mujer indígena en representación de una organización nacional llamado Asociación Interétnica de Desarrollo Selva Peruana de Perú. Venimos a plantear nuestras propuestas como mujeres indígenas y a su vez también como madre de un hogar y cómo venimos nosotros trabajando frente a este cambio climático, frente a la seguridad alimentaria y para que también para dar a conocer también al público las propuestas y de qué manera podemos ayudar también a estos emprendimientos y a las mujeres. La organización nacional está trabajando con sus 9 bases en diferentes regiones, pero nosotros como nacional tenemos un programa de economía indígena ya trabajando algunas iniciativas, ¿no? Los pueblos indígenas en su gran mayoría tienen su bosque, su territorio, pero nosotros queremos trabajar un emprendimiento basado en estos saberes tradicionales que existen, ¿no? Porque en las comunidades tenemos productos, tenemos materiales primas, pero falta transformar para una alimentación sana. Y estas mujeres y estas comunidades necesitamos que se empoderen para que ellos mismos sean protagonistas de este tipo de trabajo, ¿no? Necesitamos presupuesto, que el gobierno, los aliados, hagamos una alianza para poder llevar y que lleguen los fondos directamente a ellos, ¿no? Para poder equiparles con tecnología, herramientas para poder transformar estos productos, ¿no? En eso la organización nacional está trabajando bastante, pero con sus ayudas de ustedes sería mucho mejor, mucho mejor. Lo que queremos es que estas hermanas también tengan una economía digno, porque en las comunidades existen mucho machismo, violencia, ¿no? Por parte de los talas ilegal del narcotráfico. Y muchas veces los jóvenes, las señoritas, se embarazan y a veces no son reconocidos los hijos, ¿no? Pero a veces caemos por falta de un ingreso de la familia, cómo criar o llevar un pan a la casa. Next. En el territorio, en los bosques, hay diversos tipos de semillas, ¿no? Materiales que se pueden utilizar para poder canalizar o hacer visibilizar estos productos, ¿no? Podemos apreciar, por ejemplo, productos, sembríos, obviamente en el futuro pensando también pues una economía sustentable, ¿no? Porque si no sería sustentable, entonces sería pues quizás las inversiones serían desgastadoras o tal vez se pueda decir por gusto, ¿no? Lo que queremos es fortalecer a este tipo de iniciativas a ellos. Next. Bueno, como les decía, nosotros estamos trabajando con las mujeres, ¿no? En varias regiones, algunos con infusión de té, de hierba luisa, con té de uña de gato, y todos estos productos existen en el bosque, ¿no? Y nosotros le hacemos con una pertinencia cultural, ¿no? Y no queremos nosotros que pierda. Al contrario, queremos seguir fortaleciendo para que estos niños o adolescentes sigan practicando sus costumbres y tradiciones, ¿no? Tenemos, por ejemplo, frutas y verduras, pero a veces en el campo desperdicia porque no tenemos ese equipos para poder transformarles, ¿no? Y muchas veces, pues estas hermanas terminan, digamos, sus productos como que no tendría un valor, ¿no? Nosotros de qué manera podemos, por ejemplo, aportar para que estos productos o alimentos tengan pues un valor agregado también, ¿no? En el futuro y que nosotros mismos podamos consumir un producto saludable, ¿no? Porque hoy en día en las comunidades pues están sufriendo de anemia, ¿no? Y muchas veces de nuestra parte de gobierno es una imposición, un alimento llevando que no es de la zona, y por eso es que nosotros queremos pues, así como produce en otra zona, queremos pues apoyarles de esa manera, ¿no? Next. Bueno, también queríamos comentarles que tenemos plan de vida o digamos es plan de negocio basado en esta herramienta. Se podría trabajar este plan de economía indígena. Nosotros solicitamos un presupuesto que se destine desde el Estado y para poder obviamente practicando pues la pertinencia cultural desde el Estado, ¿no? Para eso tenemos una ley tanto nacional e internacional para que puedan hacer validar en eso, ¿no? Para poder trabajar con una política clara desde el Estado y que lleguen estos fondos pues en estos emprendimientos, ¿ya? También por otro lado quisiera también comentarles de que muchas veces el criterio, los requisitos son muy altos, ¿no? Y estas pequeñas iniciativas no logran alcanzar para este tipo de beneficios, ¿no? Para este tipo de conseguir presupuesto, ¿no? Entonces para eso debemos también ver, ¿no? Que los estados cumplan este tipo de requisitos, ¿no? Porque no es igual como decir que hay algunos emprendimientos que están trabajando ya más o menos de 10 a 15 años, ¿no? Ya tienen una trayectoria, ya tienen experiencia, pero encontramos los requisitos de ese estándar. Pero ¿cómo hacemos con las iniciativas que estamos tratando de formalizar, tratando recién de hacer visibilizar, de hacer canalizar para conseguir fondos, ¿no? Creo que para estos tipos no estamos mirando, no estamos preocupando para ellos, ¿no? Por eso decimos nosotros, planteamos de que los criterios también deben estar, digamos, alineados a este tipo de trabajo, ¿no? Porque si no, las mujeres, los jóvenes van a seguir siendo sometidos a la discriminación, a una economía ilegal, digamos nosotros, porque a veces pensamos que la minería, el extractivismo, beneficia a todos, ¿no? Y qué estamos pensando para otras personas o para otras comunidades, ¿no? Creo que también deberíamos preocuparnos en eso, porque nosotros también estamos aportando para este cambio climático. Ahorita, por ejemplo, estamos sintiendo las afectaciones, ¿no? Desde las comunidades, ¿no? Están secando los ríos, están secando estas fuentes de agua. Entonces, eso nos preocupa a nosotros también, ¿no? Creo que los que están ahorita, los aliados que están entregando fondos a los estados, nosotros decimos que es sumamente acelerado, sin considerar a los pueblos que habitan en el territorio, que viven allí. Nosotros rogamos eso, por intermedio de ustedes también podemos tal vez hacer visibilizar ese tipo de problemas que está exigiendo en los territorios. Next. Bueno, nosotros a nivel nacional, con las organizaciones que estamos trabajando varios ejes, pero ahorita estamos enfocados más que todo en economía indígena. Economía indígena para poder trabajar directamente con estas iniciativas pequeñas que está existiendo, ¿no? Bueno, eso creo sería mi participación. Espero sus comentarios de los panelistas y del público también. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Nelcid. Muchísimas gracias por compartir esta importante información y reflexión, aspectos que tienen que ver con la transformación de los procesos de conservación y a su vez productivos sustentables que ustedes impulsan, el aspecto de empoderamiento de las mujeres en particular, lo importante que es la alianza también para el financiamiento con un acceso directo. También mencionabas aspectos muy importantes como la transferencia de este conocimiento en las próximas generaciones y que tengan la posibilidad de actuar de manera firme y sin duda alguna el enfoque de derechos, lo importante que es en aplicarlo en los distintos aspectos que tienen que ver o con políticas o con proyectos. Muchas gracias por eso. Vamos entonces a pasar ahora al aspecto que tiene que ver con la discusión con las panelistas y primero que nada me gustaría hacer referencia a las distintas panelistas y presentarlas. Tenemos a nuestra colega, Tabea Cacique, responsable del programa Bosques y Clima y secretaria de AIDESEP. Tenemos también a Cristian Pancararu, coordinadora de Movimiento de Mujeres de la Alianza Global de Comunidades Territoriales, presidenta de la Coordinadora de Mujeres Líderes Territoriales de la Alianza Mesoamericana de Pueblos y Bosques. Nos acompaña también hoy Aizatu Omaru, Movimiento de Mujeres de la Alianza Global de Comunidades Territoriales, vicecoordinadora regional de la Red de Poblaciones Indígenas y Locales para la Gestión Sostenible de los Ecosistemas Forestales en África Central. Muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos el día de hoy y las animo a que puedan compartir, por favor, sus experiencias y sus reflexiones en cuanto a una pregunta que voy a compartir y que de alguna y muchas maneras hace también alusión a la presentación que escuchamos por parte de Nelcid. La pregunta es, ¿qué cambios deberían realizarse en las políticas públicas para aumentar la participación de mujeres indígenas en la toma de decisiones y transmitir el conocimiento tradicional, así como también métodos innovadores que aseguren el sostenimiento de los medios de vida y la seguridad alimentaria? Nos gustaría que pudieran darnos algunos ejemplos de estos métodos innovadores que ustedes han estado implementando y comentarnos cuáles son esos aspectos que habría que considerar y mejorar en cuanto al diseño de políticas. Cada una tiene aproximadamente como unos 4 minutos más o menos para poder compartir en esta primera pregunta y luego pasaremos a una segunda pregunta. Muchas gracias. Vamos a empezar con Tabea, si les parece bien. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes a todos y todas. Mi nombre es Tabea Cacique, mujer indígena de Puebla Xéninca, miembro del Consejo Directivo de la Asociación Interétnica de Desarrollo de la Selva Peruana. En relación a la pregunta, como expuso nuestra compañera, nuestra hermana Nelcid, la experiencia desde AIDESEP, ¿no? Que tenemos este programa de economía indígena para fortalecer los emprendimientos de las comunidades trabajado por los hermanos y hermanas, mujeres, jóvenes. Es importante considerar toda vez que los emprendimientos de las comunidades no son tomadas en cuenta porque existen requisitos muy altos para poder acceder fondos o convocatorias, ¿no? Para poder implementar las acciones, emprendimientos en comunidades, en territorios. En relación a las políticas públicas, debería considerarse que dentro del sistema, ¿no? En relación a salud, los conocimientos propios de los pueblos indígenas. Se ha demostrado en la pandemia cuán importante fue, ¿no? El acceso a las plantas medicinales con los conocimientos propios, ¿no? De los pueblos indígenas. Quienes trabajaron, quienes apoyaron a la comunidad, a la familia, son las mujeres. Entonces se evidencia de que los conocimientos tradicionales, los conocimientos ancestrales de los pueblos indígenas es muy importante. En relación a los emprendimientos es trabajado mayormente por las mujeres. Por ejemplo, esta vestimenta que yo estoy puesta, de diferentes pueblos étnicos de la Amazonía peruana. Esta vestimenta es hecha por una hermana mujer, ¿no? Enseña a sus hijas cómo tejerlas, el bordado de este pueblo shipibo. También ahí es un trabajo colectivo que en la comunidad, en la familia lo vienen realizando. Toda acción trabajada en comunidad debería considerarse de manera valiosa, ¿no? Porque muchas veces estas vestimentas cuestan, para nosotros hay un valor ahí, porque se trata de historia, se trata de este reconocimiento, la espiritualidad, y los diseños tienen mucho significado, pero cuando se trae, se vende a otro sector, no lo miran de esa manera como nosotros, como pueblos indígenas, lo miramos, lo sentimos. Y el costo es menos, ¿no? Como que no tiene un valor como nosotros lo consideramos como pueblos indígenas. Y esto dentro del sistema de las políticas públicas del Estado, no es considerado de esa manera, como estos conocimientos de los pueblos indígenas no lo toman en cuenta, no lo consideran como un valor, ¿no? Como un valor de mucha importancia, así como nosotros lo consideramos. Aportamos mucho en relación a adaptación, a mitigación al cambio climático, muy poca, no lo toman en cuenta. ¿No? Dentro de las decisiones de estos espacios globales, el Estado, ¿no? Son ellos que toman decisiones, Estados partes, ellos toman decisiones, ya vienen con una propuesta ya conclusa como para simplemente plantear y ya adoptarlas. Entonces nosotros estamos en estos espacios trayendo las voces, pero no son tomadas en cuenta. Y no hay una vocería dentro de las decisiones, ¿no? de los estados partes, los pueblos indígenas. No lo hay. Entonces, si estamos en estos espacios, no hay una decisión, no hay esa inclusión que debería haber. Nuestras voces simplemente están en estos espacios muy afuera de las decisiones, ¿no? Donde debería adoptarse ¿no? las políticas públicas a nivel global, así como también en nuestros países. Entonces yo creo que esto debería mejorar, ¿no? Que haya un espacio de vocería de manera también incluyente, ¿no? Como pueblos indígenas. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Un aplauso para nuestra primera panelista, por favor. Muchas gracias por compartir estas reflexiones. Antes de hacer una referencia puntual a las reflexiones, por mi parte voy a dar la palabra a las siguientes panelistas y luego podemos hacer una reflexión conjunta y nos gustará también escuchar por parte de la audiencia. Nuestra siguiente panelista es Cristian Pancararu. Y quisiera quizá volver a comentar la pregunta, si es necesario. ¿Qué cambios deberían realizarse en las políticas públicas para aumentar la participación de mujeres indígenas en la toma de decisiones y transmitir el conocimiento tradicional, así como también métodos innovadores que aseguren el sostenimiento de los medios de vida y la seguridad alimentaria? Y nuevamente, si nos pudieras comentar sobre los aspectos innovadores y tus reflexiones.
Okay.
Gracias.
Obrigada. Vou me cronometrar porque eu falo muito. Bem, já vou gastar um minuto aqui para agradecer a oportunidade de estar aqui, o PNUD, todo mundo que está aqui presente. É muito importante a gente ter esse espaço, né? Mulheres e não mulheres nessa comunhão de entender quais são essas mudanças, né? Eu copio o que a Parenta já falou, copio e colo, e só faço acrescentar uma seguinte proposta, que uma das principais mudanças que a gente pode começar a fazer para também ter incidência é que os nossos governantes que fazem acordo aprendam a ler e assumir o que se comprometeram a fazer. Porque a gente tem vários instrumentos reconhecendo o direito da mulher, que não é só a CEDAW, né? Não são só as recomendações 39, né? Não é só o TIFA, não é só Nagoya, não é, enfim, a gente tem um legado, tem um compêndio, aliás, de mecanismos internacionais que poderiam estar fortalecendo essa luta, que poderiam estar viabilizando esse respeito, a garantia dos nossos territórios, o reconhecimento dos nossos territórios e a diplomação dos nossos territórios, porque aí sim a gente teria uma paz mínima de poder construir esses projetos de vida. A gente não está construindo projeto de vida porque a gente está procurando sobreviver. É muita criminalização, é muita perseguição, é sequestro de criança, é morte de criança, de adolescentes que são raptados para atender os desejos sexuais de homens sanguinários, de homens sem alma, que estão servindo ao garimpo, a violência como um todo, de nossas mulheres que não conseguem mais ir na beira do rio sossegada, porque alguém pode raptar algo também, ou violentar, ou não tem mais o peixe. Enfim, a gente vive num círculo vicioso de violações de direitos e violações. Por que falar de violações de direitos? Porque são direitos que são reconhecidos nesses instrumentos. Então, acho que uma das principais mudanças que a gente pode estar propondo aqui numa conferência como essa é que os nossos governantes, parceiros, empresas, tudo, aprendam a ler esses instrumentos, aprendam a absorver esses instrumentos e respeitem nossos espaços e os nossos modos de vida. Porque isso está faltando isso, para a gente poder ter essa paz, né, ter essa tranquilidade que a Parenta do Peru tem para poder fazer um trabalho riquíssimo como esse, admirável, louvável, e que a gente espera que um dia isso só possa acontecer também em todos os territórios indígenas. Todos os territórios reconhecidos, demarcados, homologados, desintrusados. Desintrusados é quando tem mais quem não é indígena no nosso território. Tirar os intrusos. Então é isso que eu sugiro. Já passou meu tempo? Foram 3 minutos. Mas é isso que acho que, de tudo que foi dito, essa é tem mais. De tudo que foi dito, essa é um dos pontos que eu trago, poderia dissertar vários, Mas eu acho que nesse momento de convenção e construção de acordos, vamos lembrar que já existe uma lista gigante de acordos que foram pensados, mas que não são executados. Então, quem criou, faça a gentileza de ler e cumprir, faça favor, que a gente está precisando de moral e de cumprimento de palavra. É isso.
Muchas gracias. Un aplauso, por favor, para nuestra siguiente panelista, Cristiane. Gracias. Vamos a pasar ahora a nuestra tercera panelista y luego vamos a hacer como una reflexión de los puntos principales que se comentaron. Ahora me da mucho gusto el poder darle la palabra a Aissatou Oumarou. Por favor. Y si hay necesidad de repetir la pregunta, lo hago. Si no, nada más recordarles que tienen como 4 minutos. Perfecto. Muy bien. Adelante. Gracias.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour à tout le monde. Moi, c'est Aissatou Oumarou Ibrahim. Je suis la vice-coordinatrice du réseau des peuples autochtones et des communautés locales. Et je suis très contente de participer à ces panels-là et de pouvoir m'exprimer au nom de l'Afrique centrale surtout. Alors, vous m'avez demandé les changements à apporter dans les politiques. D'abord, moi, je pense que pour participer aux essences des prises de décision, il faut commencer par la base. D'abord, dans la famille, il faut que la fille puisse avoir la parole, qu'elle puisse s'exprimer clairement, donner son avis et participer aux décisions. Déjà, ça c'est un point qu'il va falloir faire. C'est-à-dire tout le monde ici doit faire des efforts pour mettre en avance les filles. Et aussi, après, il va falloir qu'il y ait, d'une manière ou d'une autre, l'autonomisation de ces femmes-là. Parce qu'une femme, quand elle est au village, elle a d'abord du mal à parler avec son mari, son fils, son grand frère, ainsi de suite. Mais rassurez-vous que si cette femme-là, elle a assez d'argent, eh bien, elle va être la femme la plus écoutée du monde. C'est juste parce qu'elle est autonome financièrement et tout le monde veut l'écouter, veut discuter avec elle. Quand il y a quelque chose, on vient vers elle pour lui demander. Alors, d'où nous l'importance de l'autonomisation des femmes. Et cette autonomisation doit être généralement, d'après notre organisation, effectivement, que ça soit en lien avec la protection de l'environnement, telle que l'économie verte, et ainsi de suite. Là, parce que la femme doit participer à la prise de décision, parce que cette femme-là, c'est elle qui est le moteur même de la communauté. C'est elle la maman, c'est elle l'épouse, c'est elle le médecin, c'est elle, tout c'est elle. Donc, ce qui veut dire que cette femme-là a plus de connaissances et savoirs traditionnels que tout le monde dans la communauté. Parce qu'elle doit soigner ses enfants, elle doit participer à leur éducation, elle doit préparer à manger, mais elle doit savoir quel genre de feuilles qu'il faut. Chaque personne a des choses qu'il ne consomme pas, ainsi de suite. Et tout cela, la transmission, la protection et la transmission de ces connaissances et savoirs traditionnels passe par la femme. Parce que cette femme-là, elle doit maîtriser tout et elle doit l'apprendre aux futures générations qui devraient l'utiliser. Et ces connaissances sont nos identités en tant que peuple autochtone et communauté locale. Alors là, comment on doit faire? On doit protéger ces connaissances et ces savoirs traditionnels en les répertoriant, en les documentant. Je pense que hier, Hindu a présenté un rapport où il y a une seule connaissance traditionnelle que l'Association des femmes et les peuples autochtones du Tchad, dont je suis la coordinatrice adjointe, a travaillé avec l'UNESCO pendant presque 18 ans. Juste une seule connaissance sur la prévision météorologique. Et le peuple autochtone, on en a des milliers et des milliers de savoirs et connaissances traditionnelles, ce qui veut dire qu'il est difficile de les répertorier tous, de les garder, mais la meilleure des choses, c'est d'autonomiser ces femmes-là pour qu'elles puissent transmettre ces connaissances et ces savoirs traditionnels tout en gardant leur environnement intact dans lequel elles doivent puiser ces connaissances et ces savoirs traditionnels. Et cet environnement qui est aussi leur vie, c'est à travers ça qu'il y a la subsistance de ces communautés-là. On doit manger dans la brousse, on doit boire dans la brousse, on doit se promener dans la brousse, on a tout qui est dans la brousse. D'où l'importance encore de la protection des droits fonciers de ces femmes-là, dont on devrait les donner à travers des projets tels que l'agroécologie qui les permet de s'acquérir d'un terre pour pouvoir faire et participer à l'autonomie, à la souveraineté alimentaire. Et du coup, nous devrons penser à l'éducation aux alentours pour pouvoir avoir cette sécurité alimentaire qui est à travers nos terres où nous vivons. Voilà, je pense qu'il y aura des questions par la suite.
Muchas gracias por estas reflexiones. Quisiera brevemente repasar algunos puntos importantes de lo que hemos escuchado de nuestras tres panelistas. Mencionaban, por ejemplo, aspectos muy importantes de su rol en las actividades productivas, en las actividades de emprendimiento, cómo hay unos aspectos importantes que no solo tienen que ver con el valor económico que se genera a través de estos emprendimientos o de estos procesos productivos, sino la cosmovisión de los pueblos indígenas y particularmente de las mujeres indígenas en integrar los aspectos culturales, los aspectos de comunidad en ese trabajo productivo, a través que puede ser desde cuestiones que tienen que ver con el desarrollo de distintos tipos de productos en los que finalmente se involucran no solo una cuestión económica, pero cuestiones de carácter sociocultural. Y esto debería ser bien reconocido en las políticas públicas que puedan apoyar este tipo de programas. Otro aspecto muy importante que se mencionó tiene que ver con cuestiones, por ejemplo, de asegurar que haya una respuesta contundente a la violencia de género, la cual no debe de estar presente en nuestras comunidades finalmente, y evidentemente el tema de las violaciones de derechos también humanos que debe de tomarse en consideración y actuarse en consecuencia. También se mencionaba la importancia de que haya una continuidad en las políticas públicas, en los acuerdos que se tengan con los distintos niveles de gobierno para que haya un apoyo continuo, que este no sea fragmentado. También se mencionaba de manera muy importante el promover el empoderamiento económico de las mujeres y el empoderamiento en cuanto también acceso a la educación desde, por ejemplo, las mujeres cuando son niñas y tienen acceso a mayor información y conforme van creciendo en sus distintas actividades de carácter puede ser más profesional, pero que haya esa visión del empoderamiento económico de las mujeres. También el rol importante que juegan las mujeres en cuanto a la transferencia del conocimiento tradicional por sus distintas responsabilidades y actividades que tienen. Y uno de los aspectos que se mencionó como crítico es el tema de la soberanía alimentaria, que como hemos escuchado es un tema crítico en la agenda de cambio climático. De ahí quiero dar paso a la siguiente pregunta. Entonces voy a leer la siguiente pregunta para que nuestras panelistas puedan hacer una reflexión al respecto. La siguiente pregunta tiene que ver con lo siguiente. ¿Cómo visualizan una forma de colaborar unas con otras de manera continua para fortalecer su posición y presencia en los ámbitos regionales e internacionales? ¿Cómo se puede asegurar esta coordinación que sea continua para que puedan ustedes llevar estas voces a los espacios regionales y también internacionales? Entonces, empezamos nuevamente. Tabea, si por favor nos pudieras hacer el favor de dar una intervención. Y tenemos más o menos viendo los tiempos y para ver si damos espacio a la audiencia algunas preguntas, más o menos como unos 4.5 minutos, por favor. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, en relación a la participación efectiva, ¿no? Tiene que empezar desde, ¿no? desde nuestra comunidad, desde los espacios en toma de decisiones, ¿no? Debería haber mayor coordinación, la participación o formar redes de mujeres para poder articular trabajo conjunto, ¿no? La participación efectiva. Nosotros como organización mixta, una organización nacional, trabajamos de una manera articulada, de una manera de trabajo conjunto, intergeneracional, porque en una comunidad está varones, mujeres, nuestros hijos, ¿no? Entonces, una familia, ¿no? En la comunidad. Entonces, de esa manera, la organización también está conformada de esa manera y existe un programa específico que es área mujer y juventud y niñez. También hemos considerado también la participación de los sabios, ¿no? Entonces, aún falta trabajar más, ¿no? A profundidad para incluir a todos ellos, ¿no? Cómo trabajamos en la comunidad también a nivel de estos espacios. ¿Cómo llegamos a estos espacios globales, ¿no? Debe haber cuotas de participación de mujeres, nuestra juventud, que también estamos incluyendo, ¿no? Entonces, por falta y la limitación del presupuesto, muchas veces eso hace que no haya una participación efectiva, ¿no? Entonces, en las tomas de decisiones, como vuelvo a repetir, no hay un asiento en los espacios de toma de decisiones de las partes, solamente los gobiernos, obviamente. ¿Cuántas mujeres están participando ahí? No hay un asiento de pueblo indígena. Puede ser una participación de mujer y juventud, y, ¿no? Para que sea incluyente en las políticas públicas, que sea más participativa. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Ahora damos la palabra a Cristian, por favor, si nos pudieras compartir. Gracias.
Sim, eu acho que também, de novo, né, vou copiar e colar da parenta ali e vou só acrescentar um negocinho a mais assim. Eu acho que, eu acredito muito que para a gente poder fortalecer essa união de mulheres, é preciso também a gente se escutar. Parte de um processo de escuta, de compreensão, de entendimento, que esse lugar de estar no território se decanta de acordo com a realidade de cada uma. Mas a gente traz as mesmas experiências. Se a gente for perceber, a gente vivencia os mesmos problemas coloniais, os mesmos problemas de machismo, os mesmos problemas desse patriarcado, problemas assim que vêm segregando a nossa participação em espaços, nos silenciando por essa ideia realmente preconceituosa sobre os nossos corpos. Então, de alguma maneira, a gente está vivenciando essas situações. E aí, se a gente quer realmente fazer um movimento de mulheres fortalecido, eu acho que a gente parte de 3 princípios, que é a empatia, que é o respeito, que é a consideração. São esses, pelo menos para mim, são esses 3 elementos que me movimentam, por onde eu ando, por o que quer que eu faça. Eu preciso absorver a ideia, eu preciso trazer como ação essa questão da empatia, do respeito, da consideração, para que eu me sinta conectada com as histórias do Peru, com as histórias da África Central, com as histórias da Guatemala, do México, Estados Unidos, enfim, qualquer lugar do mundo, porque eu vou me perceber pelo olhar, vou me perceber pelo toque, vou me perceber pela história, que a gente compartilha muito disso, desses problemas. Eu acho que quando a gente realmente se imbui disso, aí sim a gente consegue fazer mudar, fazer transformação acontecer. Senão, a gente vai só que cada vez mais continuar na fala e não vai partir para a ação. Então, quando a gente encontra parceiros que também seguram a nossa mão, que veste isso, da empatia, do respeito, da consideração, sim, juntos nós realmente podemos. É isso, é a união. Tem que estar unido. De fato, de direito e de ação, de tudo. A gente tem que estar imbuído disso.
Muchas gracias por estas reflexiones. Quisiera continuar, por favor, con Aïssatou. Gracias.
Merci beaucoup. Je pense que Christiane a beaucoup dit par rapport à ça. Surtout quand on voit ici, on est déjà des femmes, et quand on voit dans la salle, il y a beaucoup plus de femmes dans ces assises. Alors, l'importance, comme elle l'a dit, c'est que les femmes qui sont ici maîtrisent mieux, comme j'avais dit tout à l'heure, c'est elles-mêmes le moteur de la communauté. C'est elles qui maîtrisent tout ce qui s'est fait, que ce soit dans le savoir traditionnel, que ce soit dans tout. Il y a un proverbe chez nous, on dit la nuit porte conseil. Eh bien, la nuit ne parle pas, c'est la femme qui parle. L'homme va aller, il va participer à des réunions, il va dire tout, mais il dit, ok, d'accord, on suspend la réunion, la nuit porte conseil, je vais aller réfléchir la nuit. Eh bien, il ne réfléchit pas, il ronfle la nuit. C'est la femme qui dit. C'est la femme, il vient, il se confie à sa femme et sa femme lui dit, voilà la décision, il faut faire de cette manière, c'est mieux. Ah oui, d'accord, et il va venir s'approprier. Or, si on fait participer plusieurs femmes, des femmes intelligentes comme celles que je vois ici dans la salle, elles peuvent mieux faire et on peut aller beaucoup plus loin. Maintenant, le grand challenge pour nous, c'est l'appui. Appuyer les femmes à participer à ces actions. Il faut que les partenaires prennent de plus en plus conscience de l'importance de la participation des femmes. Et ce qui est sûr, si une femme, elle vient, elle participe à des actions telles que la COP et autres, quand elle va rentrer, il va y avoir une restitution à grande échelle. Déjà, elle va commencer avec sa famille, avec sa maman. Quand je rentre directement, je ne rentre pas chez moi, je vais chez ma maman. Dès que je la trouve avec ses amis et autres, maman, voilà ce qu'on a fait ceci, on a fait cela. Et voilà, elle va me donner des idées, de nouvelles idées. Ah oui, vous avez fait, est-ce que tu as parlé de telle chose? Ainsi de suite. Et là, ça permet à ce que nous réfléchissons et ça appuie encore de plus la participation. Et là, les hommes aussi vont comprendre ce qui s'est fait. Et de plus en plus, on peut nous accompagner et venir. Mais la prise en charge, parce que là, il va y avoir des réunions avant la COP et après la COP. Mais la participation, généralement, c'est pour une semaine qu'on nous donne. Et dans la seule semaine-là, on aura des difficultés à évacuer tous les programmes et à rencontrer tous les partenaires. Donc, voilà.
Muchas gracias. Sí, nada más para recapitular en algunos puntos que mencionaron las panelistas tan importantes, de verdad que uno aprende todos los días. Y un punto muy importante que se mencionaba al principio era la participación efectiva, y para que esta participación sea efectiva debe de considerarse por un lado el tema de cuotas para que haya, digamos, un balance de género en ese sentido, pero también es importante que haya un apoyo efectivo en estos espacios internacionales o regionales en donde no solo es la participación, pero que haya información con antelación, que haya la posibilidad de venir de manera continua, que haya una consistencia en esa participación para que ésta sea efectiva. Otros aspectos que escuchamos de las panelistas es el intercambio de experiencias y lo importante de abrir un espacio específico para las mujeres para que puedan compartir y en un ambiente de respeto, de empatía, de consideración, que son elementos necesarios para poder intercambiar ideas, y en ese sentido aprovechar por un lado los aspectos comunes, pero también aprovechar esas diferencias y aprender de esas diferencias. Y por último, se mencionaba la importancia que tienen las mujeres en impulsar a sus comunidades, en generar estas nuevas, vamos a decir, como líneas de trabajo o relaciones con la familia, el rol que tiene la mujer y valorar la inteligencia y la participación en los distintos niveles, desde la familia hasta a nivel, digamos, de espacios que no necesariamente son los tradicionales, y en ese sentido poder fortalecer las sinergias entre las mujeres para aprender de cada una y buscar nuevamente los espacios en donde se pueda dar una mayor colaboración y que ésta sea también de manera continua. Entonces, les agradezco mucho y quisiera que por favor todos les diéramos un aplauso a las panelistas, porque estas reflexiones realmente han sido muy contundentes, muy contundentes. Vamos a desafortunadamente a tener que reducir realmente el espacio a las preguntas porque entiendo que tenemos un minuto y creo que nos tenemos que separar de este espacio en un minuto más o menos. Si me dan oportunidad, si alguien quiere decir, pero solamente un comentario en un minuto para la audiencia y de ahí podemos pasar, si quieren, a un espacio más informal en el que puedan hacer mayores preguntas y tener un diálogo con las panelistas. Alguien que quiera hacer un comentario muy, muy breve, por favor, porque tenemos que dejar el espacio prácticamente ya. Por favor, muy rápido. Gracias.
Une minute, c'est trop court, mais je vais faire vite. En fait, j'avais un commentaire sur les savoirs traditionnels. Moi, je pense que c'est important de les valoriser, mais pour les valoriser, il faut les documenter. La deuxième chose également, c'est de faire en sorte que ces savoirs traditionnels aient une reconnaissance juridique. C'est-à-dire que même si c'est une certification, ça peut permettre de mieux protéger ces savoirs traditionnels. La troisième chose aussi, je peux donner l'exemple du Sénégal où aujourd'hui, la GIZ nous accompagne sur un projet de valorisation de ces savoir-faire traditionnels et qui sont même stockés dans une plateforme qui est mise en ligne pour permettre à des peuples ou bien à d'autres organisations de partager des connaissances. La deuxième chose que je voudrais dire, c'est sur la deuxième question, sur les politiques pour permettre aux femmes d'avoir en tout cas une voix beaucoup plus intéressante. Moi, je pense que pour ça, il faut le savoir. Si la femme ne connaît pas ses droits, elle ne pourra pas les défendre. L'autre chose également, c'est sur l'autonomisation. L'autonomisation également, moi je pense qu'il faut également qu'il y ait en fait un accès aux premiers facteurs de production. Si la femme n'accède pas à ces facteurs comme la terre, l'eau et d'autres facteurs, la femme ne pourra pas en fait être autonome. Donc la finance climatique aujourd'hui, là où elle peut accompagner les femmes, c'est de voir comment les accompagner durablement vers des pratiques comme l'agroécologie qui va permettre vraiment de faire face à cette situation. Le temps est trop court, mais merci beaucoup de m'avoir donné la parole.
Muchas gracias. No, muchas gracias. Y efectivamente uno de los aspectos que mencionaba una de las panelistas era el tema del inventario de conocimientos y que va asociado al generar evidencia en ese sentido. Entonces, gracias a la audiencia también por acompañarnos el día de hoy y, por supuesto, a las panelistas. Un gran aplauso, por favor. Gracias. Ah, sí, claro, yo encantada, por supuesto. la INE y de Perú, pero ¿y tu organización? Le voy a poner así, Corpi, ¿es correcto así? Perfecto. Ahora ya te mandé mi correo, pero ahora te voy a mandar el de mis colegas, ¿ok? Listo. ¿Sí? Ah, bueno, ok. Entonces déjame, te lo doy. Sí, es lo que quiero hacer para mandarte igual te lo pongo acá y te lo agrego. Ahora es PNV, que es el Programa de las Naciones Unidas para el Desarrollo. Ahora te voy a poner aquí mi teléfono, te voy a poner todo y ya además te lo mando, ¿sí? 1, luego 646 409. Ay, sí, perdón, ya nos tenemos que mover. Acá, vente, vámonos acá y acá te lo doy con calma porque ya siguen las colegas. Sí, vente acá, vamos. Ya nos están moviendo de aquí. Sí, ya nos están sacando. Sí, vamos.
Todos podem ficar. Todos podem sentar acá. Claro, sería bueno para no...
Puede ser todos juntos. ¿Cuántos son?
Son dos. Olha, ela.
Yes, sure. Hi.
Hello.
Supporting them.
Okay, perfect. Hello. Luis. Okay, you might want to talk a little
So they thought they would be all together, and then they would speak half an hour, and then the other group would speak half an hour. Is that so?
Yeah, 25 minutes.
25.
Yeah, but I mean, she says that
Just one, just one fun.
She said that they can sit all together for the meeting, so they speak 50 minutes and you don't need to change the panelists and continue with your session.
That's awesome.
So you have a bit more time because if not changing.
Yeah, exactly.
Visually, some
and people,
looks nice.
and the other thing is confusing for people because they see people standing up and they think that it's
Yeah, that's how I imagine.
Thank you.
okay, it's 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
If you want, you can start.
I think so.
So only ask you please hay dos micrófonos y acá hay otro más.
Acho que vocês vão sentar, porque vai chamar não.
Mais de saúde. Vamos falar sobre isso. Vamos falar sobre o quê?
A Marta tem uma apresentação para falar sobre dados de impacto na saúde dos povos indígenas com todos os negócios. E aí eu vou passar para você e para a Marcele, para você e para a Marcele, para comentar um pouco do que tem sobre o Chanel, as mudanças que impactaram na saúde. Pois é, tá perfeito. Não tem muito ensaio técnico, porque isso a gente vive todo dia.
Pois é, quem vai dizer como você?
Já?
Eu vou falar.
Mas pode começar, né? Tá? Oi. Boa tarde. Bom dia no Brasil. Nós vamos iniciar aqui a mesa, tudo bem? Vozes da Amazônia, mudanças climáticas, o impacto na vida dos povos indígenas e seu papel na salvaguarda da biodiversidade. Eu me chamo Luiz Penha Tucano, faço parte da COIAB, né, Amazônia Brasileira. Nós estamos aqui junto com os nossos parentes também, Iauanauá, que vai dividir também esse tempo aqui nessa mesa, certo? O nosso papel hoje é dialogar um pouco dos impactos que têm sido ocorridos nas aldeias indígenas conforme as mudanças climáticas, né? A gente acha interessante discutir a questão da saúde dos povos indígenas, pelas quais tem sido impactado diretamente, com muitos exemplos que nós temos, principalmente no Brasil, como o caso da mineração, casos de mercúrio nos cabelos das indígenas, né? Crianças pequenas também já contaminadas, a alimentação totalmente comprometida, né? Não só para os povos indígenas, até as populações não indígenas que moram próximos dessas regiões de mineração têm sido afetadas, talvez de forma silenciosa, mas que muitas pesquisas, que inclusive a COIAB tem feito parte, têm apontado a contaminação de mercúrio em peixes, em animais que são importantes também para a biodiversidade e para a manutenção da própria sociobiodiversidade na Amazônia. Então, eu vou passar aqui, primeiramente, para Marta Félix, que vai trazer rapidamente algumas informações sobre mais impactos, e, em seguida, eu vou passar para a Marciele e a Marcilene Guajajara para comentar um pouco também sobre as suas experiências na Amazônia.
Então, boa tarde, pessoal. Me apresentar, eu sou Marta, pesquisadora e coordenadora do Núcleo Indígena do Instituto de Pesquisa Ambiental, IPAM, parceira da COIAB. Então, Luizinho, né? Agradeço aí o convite para a gente estar somando nesse painel que é tão importante. Eu achei interessante a gente pensar nos impactos, não só, né, naqueles que a gente sempre pensa. Quando a gente fala de mudanças climáticas, a gente sempre pensa, né, na temperatura, a gente sempre fala dos eventos extremos, mas tem outros impactos na saúde, né, na alimentação, que são super importantes de estarem na conversa e muitas vezes não estão. Então, para a gente trazer um pouquinho da situação da mineração hoje, eu trouxe alguns dados de o que está acontecendo na Amazônia brasileira, né? Então, a gente tem o que os satélites estão mostrando para a gente sabe que é super importante, inclusive, ter esse olhar, né, do satélite, mas também ter o olhar de dentro dos territórios. E aí os satélites estão mostrando, né, para a gente que a gente tem uma maior concentração de garimpo dentro de 3 terras indígenas, em ordem, né, de grandeza. Primeiro a Caiapó, depois a Munduruku e a Yanomami. E tem uma região aqui, posso levantar? E tem essa região aqui, que está perto do Vale do Javari, que também já está crescendo muito, né, a presença de garimpo, e ela é uma região de fronteira, assim como, né, a terra indígena Yanomami, que é importante e é bom a gente estar conversando com outros países para a gente pensar em soluções para esses problemas. E nesses 3 territórios, além, né, dos Munduruku, dos Yanomami, enfim, dos Caiapó, a gente também tem os povos autônomos, né, os povos indígenas isolados, que também estão mais expostos aos riscos da consequência da mineração. E aí, continuando, trazendo esse olhar do que os satélites estão mostrando para a gente. No ano passado, a gente teve uma área 14 vezes maior de exploração, de mineração, quando a gente compara com 1985. Então, a mineração está avançando e a gente viu que de toda essa exploração minerária que está acontecendo, 107 milhões de hectares estão acontecendo dentro de terras indígenas. Então, terras indígenas estão sendo muito afetadas pela mineração, sabendo que essa é uma atividade ilegal, que não deveria nem estar acontecendo, né? Eu não tenho passadora, eu sempre tenho que ficar pedindo para os colegas lá atrás para passar. E isso aconteceu com muita velocidade nos últimos anos. Isso chama a nossa atenção, né, de quando a gente não tem a força do poder público atuando na proteção, na conservação de terras indígenas, a gente acaba tendo essas ilegalidades acontecendo e violando direitos que são originários. E aí eu trouxe aqui o exemplo da terra indígena Sai Cinza. Eu queria ter feito uma animaçãozinha, mas meus dons tecnológicos não fizeram isso acontecer. Fica para uma próxima. Mas a Sai Cinza foi um absurdo a velocidade que o garimpo entrou nesse território. Se a gente conseguisse, né, trazer esse videozinho, a gente ia ver que em um ano a quantidade de crateras que se abriram ali dentro do território e nas proximidades foi imenso. E isso tudo traz consequências, né, também para o clima, porque a gente sempre fala das mudanças de maneira geral, mas a gente também tem mudanças locais. E aí, olhando para, né, voltando para a coisa da temperatura, da evapotranspiração, quando a gente olha aqui para o território indígena do Xingu, para o Tix, se você pega a área onde a gente tem, dentro do território, né, que é a terra indígena, que tem a vegetação nativa, que é o que está verdinho, e o que está em cinza, onde a gente já perdeu essa vegetação nativa, e hoje a gente tem ali monocultura, a presença do gado, você traz esse segundo olhar aqui, onde está mais azul, onde está o azul mais intenso, é onde a gente tem a temperatura mais baixa. E aí a gente viu que, para o caso do Xingu, a gente tem 5 graus de diferença entre a temperatura média do Xingu e os arredores que foram desmatados. E isso também, né, quando a gente olha para a evapotranspiração, ou seja, para a produção de chuva, porque no fim das contas, né, a floresta, né, e o modo de vida dos povos indígenas está produzindo chuva, a gente tem muito mais chuva sendo produzida, entre aspas, aqui pelo Xingu, do que nessa área toda onde está verdinho, ou amarelo mais claro, que tem menor evapotranspiração. E aí, para... será que... Passa mais um. Poxa, que pena. Ficou faltando o último, mas tudo bem, eu posso falar. A gente viu, né, esse caso do Xingu, porque é bem crítico e ilustra bem, né, essa diferença entre você ter a presença de povos indígenas e você ter áreas não protegidas. E aí, quando a gente traz esse olhar para toda a Amazônia, a gente vê que isso se repete. Então, para dentro dos territórios indígenas, a gente tem 2 graus a menos do que para as áreas não protegidas e 9% de evapotranspiração a mais dentro das terras indígenas em comparação com as áreas não protegidas. Isso tudo para dizer, né, da importância de a gente ter direitos indígenas garantidos, não só para povos indígenas, mas também para a gente que não é indígena ter o clima equilibrado. Acho que é um pouquinho isso. Obrigada, Luizinho.
Obrigada, Marta. Eu gostaria de passar a palavra para Maciele Tupari, que é a nossa coordenadora da COIAB.
Boa tarde a todos e todas. Sou coordenadora secretária da COIAB, né, essa organização aí que atua nos 9 estados da Amazônia brasileira. E nós, enquanto organização indígena, a gente com certeza sabe a importância que nós, povos indígenas, desempenhamos na Amazônia, né? E junto com a COIAB a gente vem desenvolvendo aí trabalho junto com os territórios indígenas, como o próprio Luiz já trouxe. A gente vem acompanhando as demandas que acontecem dentro dos territórios, para que a gente também possa estar dando esse subsídio para que as comunidades continuem fazendo esse trabalho que é tão importante, né, da manutenção da floresta, de preservação, de demarcação dos territórios. E eu acho que uma das coisas muito importantes que a gente vem buscando fazer para que a gente continue mantendo, né, a nossa floresta não só em pé, mas viva, né, mantendo o nosso modo de vida tradicional, é que hoje, inclusive dentro da nossa própria organização, a gente tem aí uma gerência que foi criada justamente para estar atuando, fazendo esse monitoramento, né, junto com os territórios indígenas, né. Hoje a COIAB ela conta aí com uma gerência de monitoramento que tem um papel muito importante justamente para estar fazendo esse apoio junto com os nossos parentes, porque a gente sabe que dentro dos territórios indígenas, muitas comunidades, somos nós mesmos que fazemos esse papel de estar monitorando, de estar cuidando da nossa floresta, né, de estar expulsando os invasores, né, de estar novamente trazendo a nossa floresta para que ela continue viva, trabalhando com a questão de manejo sustentável dentro dos territórios, fortalecendo a nossa bioeconomia também, que é muito importante para a gente. E a gente fala também que esse é um papel importante porque também a gente fala que muitos territórios indígenas que hoje já são demarcados também conta com a presença dos povos indígenas isolados. Então a gente também tem esse papel muito importante de estar cuidando deles também, né? A gente sempre coloca também que a gente não teve o papel de escolher se a gente queria ser contactado ou não, né? Foi nos roubado esse direito, mas hoje a gente quer dar esse direito de escolha para os nossos parentes que continuam vivendo, né, ali dentro dos territórios, como muitos, inclusive alguns parentes colocam, né, vivemos de forma autônoma, ou os nossos parentes desconfiados, né, que é algo que eu aprendi muito com alguns parentes que trabalham com os povos indígenas isolados. Então, dentro da COIAB, a gente tem aí a gerência de monitoramento, a gente tem a gerência de povos indígenas isolados, a gente tem também o apoio da nossa assessoria jurídica para estar ajudando também, né, nessa parte de como que a gente pode estar contribuindo também com as nossas comunidades. A gente tem também um papel muito fundamental para a gente estar divulgando essas informações, que também é a nossa gerência de comunicação, né, onde a gente também tem aí uma forma de estar buscando as informações do que acontece dentro dos territórios, quando a gente fala de que toda essa atrocidade que acontece dentro dos nossos territórios, muitas vezes não eram mostradas da forma que realmente era. E hoje a comunicação feita pelos povos indígenas, né, ela tem esse papel de mostrar realmente a realidade que acontece. A gente sabe que foi feitas essas pesquisas realmente para mostrar sobre como que está a saúde, como que está o nosso corpo dentro das nossas comunidades, mas não eram divulgadas, e a gente tem esse papel de estar levando essas informações. A gente sabe que realmente que os povos indígenas, eles, principalmente, a gente fala que a gente sempre sofreu muito, né? Mas nesses últimos 4 anos a gente sofreu mais. Mas hoje a gente precisa dar continuidade nessa luta, né? Não é à toa que hoje a gente está aqui nesse espaço justamente trazendo isso. O que aconteceu de ruim, mas a gente também quer mostrar o que nosso território tem de bom, porque não é só as coisas ruins que tem lá dentro, né? Então a gente traz também quais são as soluções que a gente tem. A gente trabalha muito essa questão de artesanatos indígenas, a gente trabalha muito essa questão de extrativismo, a gente trabalha muito essa questão de mostrar a nossa força e a nossa cultura dentro dos nossos territórios e a importância que o nosso território tem não só para nós indígenas, mas para as pessoas que vivem de fora e que olham de fora também. Então a gente traz isso, e uma coisa que a gente sempre coloca, não adianta só falar de floresta em pé, a gente precisa falar de floresta viva. Porque floresta em pé a gente pode ver por satélite que tem. Mas será que essas florestas estão vivas? Será que os rios continuam correndo da forma que é para correr? Será que os peixes continuam saudáveis como é para ser? Será que os animais que estão ali estão realmente livres e vivendo da forma saudável que é para ser? Então, são coisas que nós que estamos dentro do território, a gente observa. E que a gente quer mostrar para as pessoas que estão de fora também observar e aprender a respeitar da forma que é para ser respeitado. Acho que é isso.
Muito obrigado. Vou passar para a coordenadora Marcilene Guajajara, que é da Coapima, né? Uma liderança indígena mulher do Maranhão, Rede COIAB também.
Boa tarde a todos. Diretamente do Maranhão para Dubai. Sou Marcilene Guajajara, sou da terra indígena Caru. E atualmente estou na coordenação das organizações e articulações dos povos indígenas do Maranhão, que compõem a rede da COIAB. E é com muito orgulho que eu estou aqui, trazendo um pouco da nossa experiência, de como a gente trabalha nessa questão aí da proteção do nosso território. E também não deixo de falar aqui do nome dos nossos guerreiros, que somos guardiões da floresta, das guerreiras da floresta, né, dos nossos brigadistas também que dão a vida aí para estar apagando os fogos no nosso território. E falar da questão da saúde, para nós, assim, muitas vezes a gente falamos sobre a proteção do nosso território, mas nós não falamos como que os nossos corpos estão dentro do nosso território. Hoje a gente tem observado que o impacto ambiental não tem trazido só o impacto ambiental, mas sim o impacto social, né? Nas doenças também que vêm ocorrendo dentro do nosso território. No Maranhão, a gente tem uma grande empresa Vale, né, que também tem impactado nossos territórios. Também temos a Eletronorte, também, que traz outro impacto muito grande. Sem falar na plantação de eucalipto, né, que também vem impactando nossos territórios, secando nossos rios e igarapés. E, ultimamente, as nossas crianças não têm mais banhado no rio como era antigamente. apresenta muitas coceiras no corpo das crianças, e a gente tem observado que isso é por conta dos impactos que vem ocorrendo no nosso território. E sem falar também na questão psicológica dos indígenas hoje, que tem também sido um desafio muito grandioso para a nossa juventude. Hoje, a maioria da nossa juventude não estão preparados realmente, né, para situações ruins, porque eles já têm o psicológico já muito abalado, né, sem se falar no que a Covid trouxe para nós aí também. Então, são situações que a gente tem que avaliar de como que a gente pode estar solucionando esse problema no nosso território. Né? E aí tem as mulheres também que hoje o ciclo menstrual, né, às vezes a gente não fala, né, mas também há a questão das mudanças climáticas que tem afetado também o nosso ciclo menstrual. Né? As mulheres não menstruam mais como era antigamente, né? Uma vez vem, uma vez para. Então, são coisas, situações que vêm ocorrendo no nosso território, que a própria nossa juventude também, né, ela tem uma menstruação muito precoce. E a gente tem identificado que também são os impactos que vêm ocorrendo no nosso território. Né? Então, foi falada aqui a questão dos peixes. Será que os peixes hoje estão saudáveis para a gente estar comendo? Né? E hoje a gente tem consumido muito a questão de alimentos que vêm de fora para dentro. Então, nós também estamos contribuindo muito com a nossa saúde, né, com relação a isso. Então, a gente tem observado que esses últimos anos a gente tem trabalhado e conscientizar mais os nossos parentes, né, para que nós possamos realmente trabalhar com os nossos alimentos tradicionais. Então, são coisas que a gente fica avaliando, que essa questão de impacto não traz só no impacto ambiental, mas no impacto da saúde das mulheres, da juventude. Né? E aí, para nós, é uma preocupação muito grande, quanto movimento indígena, quanto lideranças indígenas, né, de como que a gente pode estar tentando melhorar, né, a qualidade de vida dos nossos povos. Né? Então, precisamos que a sociedade não indígena, que os nossos governantes, de fato, faz uma política de saúde de qualidade para o nosso território, né? Cria uma política de qualidade, de proteção do território para os nossos povos. Porque quem faz lá a proteção dos nossos territórios somos nós mesmos. Né? A gente mesmo se organizou para que pudéssemos fazer a limpeza dos nossos territórios. Então, por isso que eu falo muito sempre na questão dos nossos guardiões, que precisa ser reconhecido, né? Que eles têm que ter uma categoria que reconheça o trabalho deles, porque são eles que dão a vida lá. Então, está com uns 4 anos que a gente perdeu o grande liderança que fazia a proteção do seu território, que é Paulo Paulino. Né? Então, a gente via aí que é nós que estamos dando as vidas. Hoje eu posso estar falando aqui, mas amanhã pode ser outra pessoa que pode estar falando aqui, trazendo a voz das mulheres. Né? E dizer que quanto nós somos organizados, sim, quando a gente quer um objetivo. A gente não mede esforço para estar num espaço como esse. É a primeira vez que eu estou numa COP. Né? Senti muita dificuldade, mas é necessário a gente estar nesses espaços. O problema é que nós também não temos oportunidade, de fato, falar para as pessoas que deveria escutar. A gente continua falando para nós mesmos, mas também isso não importa, porque eu sei que um dia a nossa voz pode chegar a essas pessoas que realmente precisam ouvir, né? E o quanto são importantes a nossa participação nesses espaços. Então, agradeço muito na minha participação aqui, né? E que sejamos sempre ouvidos e respeitados.
Bruno? Nós temos tempos ainda, não? Tem? É com ela ali. Tá. Bom, então, agradeço as lideranças, né, que falaram, a Marcilene e a coordenadora Marciele. Acredito que as pessoas que estão aqui, que possam estar nos ajudando de levar essa pauta para outros, né, colegas e parceiros que estão aqui nessa COP, de entender o quanto que a importância da população indígena na contribuição sobre a preservação dos territórios, né, de levar também essa informação do quanto que é o presente. Né? A gente está dialogando futuros, mas a gente sabe que nos territórios o presente ocorre todos os dias. Agora, nesse momento, com certeza está saindo diversos aviões ali com minérios, com dinheiro, né, com diversos financiamentos de alto nível, na qual os povos indígenas têm ocorrido e enfrentado todos os dias. Então, a gente pede aos fundos, aos parceiros, para que possa chamar a COIAB e sua rede para dialogar e pensar no presente também e, claro, também continuar planejando o futuro. Né? Obrigado. Vamos passar para os nossos parentes também, Yawanawá. E aqui...
Is there slide control? Hello, my name is Ella Rose. I'm the founder of an organization called Aini Alliance. We have the mission to strengthen the voice of indigenous communities and create new partnerships between businesses and indigenous communities that are based on reciprocity. So we are here with the Yawanawa, with an elder called Painani and his son Puma, and my colleague Yuri. And we think it's really important to listen to them. They are an indigenous community of a size of 1,500 people in the northern part of Acre. They have a territory of 200,000 hectares, and 95% of this land, that biodiversity is intact. So they're the real guardians of the rainforest, indigenous communities. So we should listen to them more. They should be integrated into the negotiations much, much more. So we are here to listen to their voice. And so I'm handing over, before taking much more time, to Painani.
Boa tarde, povos indígenas originários de toda a região brasileira. Nós estamos lá no norte do Brasil, no Acre, mas não é diferente o que está passando em outras regiões. O lugar de desmatamento, madeireira, garimpeiro, fazendeiro. E nós lá no Acre não é diferente. Como mudou muito de alguns tempos, em poucos tempos para cá, como a parente está falando, né? E eu acho que nós não estamos trazendo aqui a nossa voz, nós estamos trazendo aqui uma preocupação de vida que existe ainda nas florestas. Não é só o ser humano, em tudo que existe numa floresta tem vida. É assim que nós aprendemos, desde um grão de areia às grandes montanhas. Os animais e os insetos e tudo que há na floresta há vida. E eles não conseguem vir aqui para hoje falar numa reunião mundial que é a COP28. Eu não vim para cá para mim vir aqui para a COP28. Mas o grande Espírito me direcionou para vir chegar até aqui. Graças, em primeiro lugar, o grande Espírito e depois os nossos amigos, nossos irmãos. E é com muita satisfação que eu estou encontrando da minha região, meus amigos aqui lá do Acre também. E eu quero dizer que a nossa situação não é diferente que a de vocês, né? Quanto que mudaram muito a mudança climática. A gente não trabalha mais antigamente, como antigamente. O sol quente que você não consegue mais trabalhar como antigamente. Porque no tempo dos meus pais, ainda quando era criança, a gente trabalhava o dia inteiro. Hoje você não trabalha mais. Os rios baixaram muito o volume de água. E quanto que aumentou, né, a poluição do rio, sendo jogado o plástico e tudo quanto é trazido da indústria. Isso mudou também a visão de modo do meu povo, Yawanawá, naquela região. Tem muitos Yawanawá espalhados pelo mundo, para nós podermos ainda continuar cuidando daquela terra que muitas das vezes nós se enganamos de dizer que é terra indígena. A terra indígena não é nem um palmo de terra reconhecido pelo cartório ou pelo governo federal dizer que é a terra de povo indígena. Nós só temos direito de morar lá. Mesmo só tendo o direito de morar lá, ainda nós somos muito desrespeitados. Porque na minha região, não sei, porque eu estou falando que isso não é diferente que eu estou falando, né? Lá no Rio Gregório, no município de Tarauacá, no estado do Acre, Brasil, vocês estão falando de saúde, nós estamos fazendo a nossa parte. Eu vi a parente falando aqui que nós só tivemos uma morte na Covid-19, nós comprovemos que nós temos ainda muita medicina de cura. Só morreu um dos meus irmãos porque a equipe médica levou ele para o hospital. Foi o único que morreu. Então a gente comprova que a gente tem medicina de cura para todos os tipos ainda de doença que pode haver ainda no mundo. Por causa das mudanças climáticas, interesse do ser humano que cria ciências e ciência para complicar, para trazer problema para a humanidade. E nós precisamos estar juntos. É por isso que estamos aqui. Nós não estamos mais no tempo passado, porque essa nova tecnologia tão pequena pode trazer a gente ficar junto e discutir o que é o melhor para a nossa família, para a nossa terra, o lugar onde a gente está vivendo ainda. Mas precisa uma contribuição. Por tudo que fizeram com os povos indígenas originários no Brasil, hoje vocês precisam, meus irmãos, né? Nós perdoamos, nós desculpamos, mas nós queremos o nosso direito hoje reconhecido para nós poder viver com dignidade no lugar que nós estamos. De ambos a parte, vamos dividir as nossas culpas, a culpa de vocês com nós e também as nossas razões com vocês também. Acho que está na hora de a gente poder se juntar, seja qualquer raça, de qualquer coisa, qualquer lugar do mundo, para nós poder traçar, para nós poder planejar hoje um mundo melhor para a nova geração que vai vir depois de nós, porque a nossa geração está sofrendo muito, com muito impacto, com muita falta de respeito, por não conhecer a vida de cada povo indígena, a cultura e como ele vive e a língua. Nós temos perdido bastante nas perdas da nossa língua, da nossa história. Nós não temos mais, o povo Yawanawá não tem mais pessoas velhas para hoje cuidar disso. Nós somos a última geração que estamos falando sobre esse cuidado. Então, meus irmãos, não é só vocês em qualquer lugar do Brasil que vocês estão, não. Todos os povos indígenas hoje têm que se reunir. Eu tenho dito que em muitos lugares do mundo, de qualquer país ou qualquer sociedade, existe gente ruim, mas existe gente boa ainda, que podemos juntar hoje essa ideia e fazer um novo mundo para um mundo melhor, para a nova geração que vai vir, os nossos filhos. Porque do jeito que está o mundo, nós temos perdido bastante. Porque eu não sei se vocês sofrem isso, porque o Ministério da Saúde argumenta que não, a equipe de saúde que são montadas não pode deixar uma pílula na comunidade, porque ainda eles não têm o preparo. Mas se eles não dão essa preparação, não dão esse treinamento, não formam ninguém, como é que vai existir um papel reconhecido pelo governo para nós ter isso? É de 3 meses, e a doença espera 3 meses acontecer. Então nós estamos sofrendo muito. Tem uma placa, CESAI coloca, saúde especial indígena. Mas esse saúde especial, ele é especial para matar os povos indígenas, do jeito que eles estão fazendo, sem assistência. Porque a CESAI monta estrutura, é costume do governo, é costume da instituição, porque se os grandes países que apoiam os povos originários para cuidar da questão ambiental, não conseguem chegar lá, porque existe uma barreira. Compra um prédio, é carro, é estrutura, é funcionário público, e o que é para chegar até as comunidades indígenas, para suprir sua necessidade, não estão conseguindo chegar. Instituições de organizações indígenas, nós temos que denunciar ao governo, porque ele é desde quando começou ainda a mesma história, só promessa e nada acontece de melhora. Então é por isso que eu estou por aqui também, né? E nós entendemos as mudanças climáticas. Tem a nossa história que nós chamamos Iri Russuni. Ele falou que quando o ser humano atinge o lugar que o Criador deixou as coisas que ele criou, quando ele atinge, acontecem as mudanças climáticas. E quando acontece, muita gente sofre, paga pessoas inocentes. E o que acontece aqui atinge a floresta de onde nós estamos. O que acontece lá atinge aqui. Toda a nossa família que estão espalhados no Brasil. Eu estou falando o caso porque eu sou brasileiro. Eu vou continuar sempre com essa visão. Para que... E a única estratégia, é o único caminho que nós hoje podemos conseguir melhorar nossa situação, nós estiver junto. Se nós não estiver junto, nós vamos sempre continuar perdendo, nós vamos sempre estar fracos. Então é por isso que eu estou por aqui, buscando, né, encontrando novas parcerias, encontrando novos amigos que têm, né, esse coração para poder falar, porque não é só a gente como ser humano que está pedindo essa providência, não. A terra está pedindo providência, as águas estão pedindo providência, a floresta está pedindo providência, os animais estão pedindo providência, porque é o único lugar do Brasil que ainda a floresta está, ainda mesmo sendo agredida, mas ainda tem floresta. E o governo do estado nem se preocupe. A BR-364 que cortou o Acre tudinho, desmatou todas as nascentes da água. E hoje nós estamos reclamando que o volume de água estão sumindo. E o governo do estado, para ele foi desenvolvimento, né? Progresso e desenvolvimento ter deixado a desgraça para quem vive naquela região ali e ninguém fala nada. Está na hora das mídias, das redes sociais funcionar para nós denunciar o governo, porque o que o nosso povo está passando é ainda um massacre muito grande que estão passando hoje. Mesmo tendo assistência, não consegue os recursos chegar o seu devido local como é para ser. Então, essa é a minha palavra. Eu fico grato por esse momento para poder dizer isso para vocês, na nossa região não é só o Yawanawá. Todo mundo está sofrendo com esse tratamento que o governo do estado tem dado sobre a saúde. E as mudanças climáticas, né? A destruição, a desmatação continuam. E o governo só tem nome IBAMA. Nunca nós vimos um agente do IBAMA fazendo seu trabalho de fiscalização. Só vemos no prédio. Então o nome de uma camisa de uma pessoa que está passando lá na rua. Porque trabalho mesmo não existe. E vocês precisam ajudar. Através da rede social, da televisão, onde tem canal, que a gente possa denunciar o governo brasileiro como está passando a situação dos povos indígenas no Acre, e que não é diferente de outro lugar. Tem muita coisa para dizer, mas eu quero dizer isso para vocês. Eu sou o pai Nani, eu não sou político, não tenho cargo nenhum, mas existe uma preocupação dentro de mim como ser humano e como pai de 10 filhos na minha aldeia, na minha terra indígena, no Acre, no Brasil. Um abraço a vocês, desculpe, a minha palavra sempre é assim. A equipe está pedindo para mim cantar uma música, né? Eu não sou artista, não sou musiqueiro, não. Apenas eu canto aqui e colar uma música velha da minha família, do meu povo, né? Mas é coisa de gente velha. Eu estou assumindo a cadeira de velho. Não sou velho, não. Sou novo, mas não tem mais ninguém velho. Sou obrigado a sentar na cadeira para poder fazer, né, corresponder, né? E é uma situação bem complicada a minha família de poder tirar eu da aldeia. Não é porque eu sou bonito, estou representando nada, mas existe uma necessidade que tira você do seu lugar para você poder andar, para você encontrar apoio, palavras amigas, até recurso, porque ainda tem gente no mundo que pode ajudar muito, porque tem gente gastando dinheiro fazendo munição para guerra. Gente, enquanto que precisa, a Amazônia está precisando, quem mora lá precisa para cuidar, né? Paga, ajuda a gente, né? Por tudo que vocês fizeram, né? Se a gente fosse cobrar dinheiro, vocês nunca pagariam o que fizeram com os povos indígenas, os povos originários no Brasil, né? E aí, um dia eu optei para poder escutar meu tio, né? E aprendi. A gente aprende com sofrimento, a gente aprende no silêncio, a gente aprende com muita humildade, a gente aprende com muita calma. A situação que nós estamos passando hoje é para nos encorajar a nós, porque antes nós sofremos muito porque nós não sabíamos. Hoje eu sei falar o português lá da cabeceira do rio, mas eu sei agora dizer o que é bom para mim, o que eu quero. Então isso é importante. E eu quero cantar uma música que pede a bênção da espiritualidade. Eu não posso fazer nada, mas eu dediquei a minha vida para mim ser um vaso, ser um instrumento e pedir ao Criador. E tudo que eu já pedi na minha vida, Ele já me respondeu. E isso que é o mais, que me deixa mais tranquilo, confortado, porque eu sei que Ele irá tomar providência por tudo que fizeram por nós. E eu convido a vocês para, quem for líder espiritual da Igreja Católica, protestante, do Santo Daime, e que faça sua oração da tua forma, porque nós respeitamos todas as pessoas, ser humano na terra, como que ele busca Deus. Essa liberdade é bom, porque nós não temos doutrina, nós não somos uma religião para seguir do jeito que é para ser cada um. A igreja é a doutrina para seguir uma regra, não. Nós temos que ter essa liberdade de buscar o nosso Criador e pedir a Ele. Tá bom? Muito obrigado. Au sarawanu so tonga wai kuwa amai uma kunuya au kunuya mo au suniru so ari hupaku so au shina machi so machi huwa ka so atu pai apa so atu yonu akimo atu yonu watana awa yoshirasi mo yoshikunu ya homo aru husopaku no kuyurari bimo ru na wakso homo au hunu ya homo mira anu dikai sundi husopaku ara no kundikai no kushinai mama anu imai to mira anu dikaki anu dikaburaki na mai uma kunuya mai kunu huchimo no te savi aí to mira anu nikake anu nikaburake au suni yuno mo suni yuno ai kawake mira anu nikai anu musokurawo me mohi wa kuno ya atoma sapaku ni savia savita namo savi ai kiremo chandi ai homo mia awu atame awu awai kawaso Bia anu nikaki, bia nikawai to, bia nikawasu mo, Amo yura uremo yura sakaniamo amo no tei sema no tei ste fusono ano fusokurano amo shina hupake shina hupurawo mi ano nikae ano nikaoko ano shoni fusoe ano shoni funo amo shina fusoke shina fusopakso shina funo maike shina funo maike shina funo shina funo no ko shina vai mo shina vai shina mo mi shoni yushi wano amo vai patake patavai mo mi ano nikae mi mo hi oi mo no ko shina mo ramo shina patau ko ke shina hupo ko mi shina vai mo a vari wa chasai vari wa furamo amo yushi wano no ko vai chasai ano kawa yukoro ano kawa aito bira ano nikake yushi ano fu ai kawano amo yushi mati mo yushi mati ni mo amo shina kiri mo shina wo atake mi a shoni ano ke mi a ho shoni mo amo shoni watake mi a ai kawano mi a ano yoino mira yushi fusono yushi chandi amano yushi chandi kurano yushi pa karano yushi pa aito mi shina ruamo shina ruake amo shina ruamo shina pa ruamo shina yufu kurabo shina yufu kuraso amo shina mai mo shina mai makimo amo shina fai mo mira yushi wake mia chani mai mo chandi ai kawakro atoko shuake mo shina rufi ai pake shina rufi watake amo panu yahumo amo yura fakemo amo vaka yura mo mi ano fusoe ano fuso pakewo mi ano nikae ano nikao kono furu sharapa mi ano nikae pachuri so mi ano nikae mi nikao kono
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your time. Thank you also to our collaboration partner here. It was an honor to speak with you today. Okay. And Painani's son, Puma, would like to share a song with you as well. Songs are part of the culture and are also a form of a prayer. So he would like to share that with you.
Compartilhar pouco aqui da nossa cantoria do meu povo. Eu sou jovem indígena, comunicador também. Estou muito feliz de estar aqui acompanhando meu pai, que é um líder espiritual. A gente estava na Europa, né, fazendo alguns trabalhos e a gente foi convidado para estar aqui na COP28 em Dubai. Então, a gente está muito feliz de poder estar encontrando com os nossos parentes indígenas também de outros estados e podendo estar aqui fortalecendo, né, a nossa cultura, fortalecendo, né, a nossa que a gente acredita, né, que é bom pra gente. Então, vou compartilhar um canto aqui para vocês. Maracai na caina, 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 maracai yo yo yo, maracai yo yo yo, maracai yo yo yo. Maracai, yo yo yo, 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 yo 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 yo, yo 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 yo, yo 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 yo, yo yo yo, Itamaki pararani, Itamaki pararani. Itamaki pararani, Itamaki pararani, Itamaki pararani, Itamaki pararani, parararanura, 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 ranura, 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 ecanure, canure, canure, ecanure, canure, ecanure, canure, ecanure, canure, ecanure, canure.
Obrigada, obrigada.
A gente fala tantas coisas aqui, esquece quanto que é importante cantar ainda, né? Bom, eu quero agradecer a todos, os parentes, a COIAB, a COP, a organização aqui do Pavilhão Indígena também. A gente agradece por estar presente nesse momento. Muito obrigado.
Que si no me voy no le firmo a esta gente. Ya ven.
Tchau, querido.
Stella. Isso vai lá no Acre, isso vai lá no Acre.
Hola, hola. Hola.
Eu já fui para...
Uma, por favor, depois vem aqui. Não é verdade? Ah, Stella.
Me disculpan que necesito esto porque empezamos
Papai.
¿Dejo la huipala allá o la pongo acá la huipala? Bueno. La dejamos ahí.
Hola. ¿Arrancamos? Hola, hola. Hola, hola. Hola, hola, hola. ¿Sí? Hola. Bueno, buenas tardes, hermanos, hermanas. Agradecemos la presencia aquí en esta conferencia de las partes 28 de Naciones Unidas sobre Cambio Climático en el Pabellón de Pueblos Indígenas, en nombre de AMAI, la Asociación de Mujeres Abogadas Indígenas, este pabellón que está presentado por el Foro Internacional de los Pueblos Indígenas sobre el Cambio Climático. Les damos la bienvenida. Y con el apoyo de Incomindios, el Comité Internacional para los Pueblos Indígenas de las Américas, y el aval de la ADI, Asociación de Abogados y Abogadas en Derecho Indígena, damos comienzo a este panel que dimos en llamar Nada sin nosotros, el derecho a la consulta y consentimiento de los pueblos indígenas, porque consideramos que la participación y el derecho a la consulta, como lo dijera la OIT, ¿no? Es la piedra angular del convenio 169 de la OIT, porque representa para nosotros un tratamiento respetuoso, ¿no? Ese ha sido el espíritu, la buena fe, el diálogo de buena fe entre los estados y los pueblos indígenas. Y por eso creemos que hemos dado una gran batalla durante años en el trabajo por los derechos humanos, y desde este espacio del cambio climático se hace absolutamente necesario aplicar este derecho a la consulta y consentimiento previo, libre e informado, tal cual lo plantea la Declaración de Naciones Unidas sobre los derechos de los pueblos indígenas, que nos marca el piso mínimo de los derechos, y en el artículo 19 nos plantea este derecho a ser consultados para obtener el consentimiento, ¿no? Como un deber de los estados. Y también, por supuesto, en el convenio 169 de la OIT, en el artículo 6, habla de este deber de los estados de consultar a los pueblos interesados a través de sus instituciones representativas cada vez que se vaya a tomar una medida administrativa o legislativa que vaya a afectarles. La mayoría de los casos de los cuales hablamos o venimos a hablar en los foros internacionales tiene que ver con la falta de aplicación de este derecho, ¿verdad? Así que hoy más que nunca, cuando hablamos de la transición justa, cuando hablamos de todo lo que tiene que ver con estos derechos de la madre tierra, vemos también afectada esta participación, este deber de los estados. Así que para nosotros es un honor tremendo contar con estos ponentes que respetamos y conocemos por su larga trayectoria. Vamos a darle la palabra primero a la doctora, es la vicepresidenta del FILAC, del Fondo para el Desarrollo de los Pueblos Indígenas de América Latina y el Caribe, fundadora de la Universidad de las Regiones Autónomas de la Costa Caribe, Huracán. El pueblo pertenece al pueblo Misquito de Nicaragua y ha trabajado incansablemente hace muchos años a nivel local, nacional e internacional, abogando por los derechos humanos, por los derechos colectivos de los pueblos indígenas, por los derechos de las mujeres también. Doctora Mirna Cunningham, gracias por acompañarnos.
Muchas gracias, Sandra Naxa al Sutralam Kulatara Maikisna. Les saludo de mi pueblo, el pueblo Misquito de Nicaragua. Y agradezco a los organizadores de este evento por la invitación para conversar sobre uno de los derechos fundamentales de los pueblos indígenas, que tiene que ver precisamente con el derecho a la libre determinación. O sea, porque pedir permiso para implementar cualquier medida en nuestros territorios, en nuestras organizaciones, es el respeto es una forma de respetar el derecho a la libre determinación de los pueblos. Obviamente el consentimiento previo, libre e informado es un derecho del que se ha hablado muchísimo en nuestra región y obviamente a nivel global. Y podríamos decir que los relatores especiales, el mecanismo de expertos, el mismo foro permanente sobre cuestiones indígenas en Naciones Unidas ha elaborado bastantes normas sobre este tema. Y entonces podríamos concluir que en cuanto a normas no hace falta sobre el derecho. La brecha principal tiene que ver con su aplicación. Creo que desde hace algunos años ya llegamos a la conclusión, también a través de estos mecanismos, que la aplicación de este derecho tiene que adecuarse a las particularidades de cada uno de los contextos en donde se implementa. O sea, entonces es importante respetar las normas, los estándares internacionales que hay sobre el consentimiento previo, libre e informado, pero su implementación requiere la adaptación prácticamente a cada contexto, a cada realidad. ¿Por qué? Porque precisamente trata sobre la forma de tomar decisiones, la forma de participar en la toma de decisiones de cada pueblo. Y cada pueblo tiene una forma diferente de tomar decisiones. Cada pueblo tiene una forma diferente de cómo construye el consenso y los acuerdos entre sus miembros. Y entonces imponer una forma de tomar decisiones sobre un pueblo sería nuevamente violar el derecho a la libre determinación. Algunos de los desafíos en la implementación que hemos encontrado en nuestra región tienen que ver primero con la confusión entre consulta y consentimiento. Y hemos encontrado en muchos países que con hacer una consulta y lograr transmitir información sobre la medida que se quiere adoptar, se confunde con el consentimiento. Y creo que el acuerdo al que hemos llegado en general es que la consulta es una forma de informar, de acercar las posiciones, pero no es el consentimiento. El consentimiento requiere un acuerdo. Y ese acuerdo, en la medida de las posibilidades de que sea escrito, es mucho mejor. Otra de las cosas que ha sido una enorme confusión en nuestra región ha sido tratar de utilizar solo el convenio 169 de la OIT como el instrumento principal, obviando la Declaración de la ONU sobre Derechos de los Pueblos Indígenas. Y la verdad es que el argumento de que uno es un convenio y por lo tanto es vinculante y el otro no es un convenio y no es vinculante, pues realmente en la jurisprudencia se está demostrando que no es cierto, pues que efectivamente la declaración de la ONU no genera derechos nuevos, sino que lo que hace es decir a través de ese instrumento cómo los derechos que los pueblos indígenas hemos ya logrado alcanzar en distintos instrumentos se ejerce articulando los derechos individuales con los derechos colectivos. Y por lo tanto tiene el mismo procedimiento que se siguió para la adopción de la declaración, negociando letra por letra, coma por coma, prácticamente le da un peso enorme a la declaración. Y el hecho de que ya distintos espacios, distintas sentencias de las cortes lo están utilizando como un instrumento, va transformándolo, lo que decimos en un instrumento de derecho consuetudinario a nivel internacional. Me parece que el otro tema que ha salido también en nuestros países es que si una comunidad, un pueblo, hace su propio proceso de consentimiento o define sus propios protocolos, si se respeta o no se debe respetar eso. La verdad es que los pueblos han demostrado que cuando el Estado no asume su responsabilidad de garantizar ese derecho, ellos también, haciendo uso de su derecho a la libre determinación, han promovido procesos de consentimiento previo, libre e informado. Ahora, las mejores prácticas son aquellas en donde definitivamente el consentimiento tiene que ser el resultado de un proceso de cooperación o de diálogo o negociación, el término que querramos utilizar, entre el pueblo indicado y el gobierno. Tiene que hacerse desde el inicio y tiene el mismo procedimiento en sí, tiene que definir la metodología, el lenguaje, quién va a ser, si va a haber un observador neutral, cómo es que se van a adoptar las decisiones, qué procedimiento debe de definirse para monitorear que se cumplan con los acuerdos, qué es lo que se hace si no se cumple con los acuerdos. Todo eso tiene que definirse de forma conjunta desde el inicio si queremos que tenga resultado el consentimiento previo, libre e informado. Lo otro que me parece que es relevante es que en las últimas décadas hemos venido, por lo menos nosotros en Nicaragua, hemos venido reconquistando nuestro derecho a la autonomía. Y en el proceso de reconquista del derecho a la autonomía hemos transformado, podríamos decir, hemos recuperado formas ancestrales de organización. Y los gobiernos comunitarios, los gobiernos territoriales, son los que ahora que tienen los títulos de propiedad de sus territorios y son los que forman parte del gobierno por ser un estado multiétnico. El presupuesto de la República le asigna presupuesto a los gobiernos territoriales para que ellos puedan cumplir con su función de protección de sus territorios. Entonces, esto significa que también la forma de practicar el consentimiento previo, libre e informado pasa por estas autoridades. O sea, el consentimiento requiere la participación de las comunidades con sus gobiernos, la participación de los territorios que son los que articulan las comunidades, y por el hecho de que tenemos consejos regionales autónomos, pues obviamente esta es una competencia que también está trasladada a ese nivel. Y creo que en los distintos países vamos a ir viendo estos cambios. En la medida en que los pueblos indígenas vayamos reconquistando espacios de autonomía a nivel comunitario, a nivel territorial, en la medida en que vayamos teniendo nuestros títulos de propiedad sobre nuestros territorios, pues obviamente la forma de aplicar este derecho va a ir ajustándose a esos cambios que vamos a ir encontrando. Y vamos a tener que tener siempre el cuidado, eso no lo vamos a poder negar, el cuidado de asegurar participación igualitaria de mujeres, de hombres, de grupos de distinta edad, de las distintas diversidades, de las personas con discapacidad. O sea, esos son algunos de los temas que vamos a ver como temas transversales en la medida en que vayamos mejorando el ejercicio del consentimiento previo, libre e informado.
Agradecemos mucho la doctora Mirna Cunningham y muchos temas importantes salieron. Recordaba que en la jurisprudencia de la Corte Interamericana de Derechos Humanos se habla de estas fuentes del derecho internacional para pueblos indígenas como instrumentos vivos, ¿no? Y entonces también incorpora y reinterpreta el convenio 169 y que tiene que ver también con esto de que a pesar de que haya países que no lo han suscrito, forma parte de la costumbre internacional, ¿no? Como lo decían también el profesor Bartolomé Clavero. Voy a presentar ahora a nuestro querido consejero mayor del Consejo Indígena de Centroamérica, SICA, asesor permanente de la Comisión de Normatividad y Derechos Humanos del Fondo Indígena, coordinador general del Foro Indígena de Labia Yala, pertenece al pueblo Lenca del Salvador y es Jesús Amadeo Martínez. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Un saludo a la doctora Mirna Cunningham, a ti, Sandra, por la invitación también. Gracias a las hermanas y hermanos que están en este conversatorio. Sé que es la hora más cansada, pero gracias por estar con nosotros. Miren, el hablar de nuestro principio, porque es un principio para nosotros, el consentimiento libre, previo e informado, y como bien lo decía la doctora, muchas veces se confunde esto. Se confunde con la consulta previa también, ¿ve? Y eso hay que diferenciarlo, pues, porque una cosa es la consulta previa y otra es el consentimiento libre, previo e informado. Este principio realmente lo estamos reivindicando los pueblos indígenas, no así los gobiernos, pues. Es más, con los gobiernos hemos tenido problemas porque ellos muchas veces quieren normarlo, pues, y no pueden hacerlo, pues. No pueden normar lo que es este principio que es de nosotros, porque está dentro de lo que es la declaración, ¿ve? Y está también la consulta previa que está en el convenio 169, o sea que están en instrumentos internacionales, que es el marco jurídico por lo cual nosotros los pueblos indígenas nos regimos. Entonces lo que tienen que hacer los gobiernos es asumirlo y tomarlo como una herramienta para evitar todos esos conflictos que se están dando a nivel de la región. Porque el no hacer estos procesos son los que en muchos países tenemos conflictos territoriales. Ahí nos damos cuenta cómo en algunos países también ha habido hasta desplazamiento, vea, por el hecho mismo de no hacer estas consultas. Lo otro es de que dentro de las Naciones Unidas han buscado cómo este principio también pueda elevarse a ley, y para ello también nos dieron una tarea en el 2014, doctora, donde se dijo de que se hicieran los planes de acción de cada uno de los países para poner a prueba la voluntad política de los gobiernos, vea, las Naciones Unidas y ¿cómo se llama? Y los pueblos indígenas, para hacer un proceso pues a nivel de cada uno de los países. Bueno, en El Salvador, de donde yo vengo, se hizo un proceso de esa naturaleza, y ahí realmente sirvió como un ejemplo, vea, donde se articuló el gobierno, las instituciones de gobierno, los pueblos indígenas y las Naciones Unidas, con todo un proceso que, bueno, nos dijeron hay que hacerlo en 6 meses, pero nosotros sabemos que los tiempos de los pueblos indígenas es diferente. Nos llevamos 2 años para hacer todo ese proceso, vea, y al final sí lo obtuvimos, vea, que es el plan de acción que tenemos nosotros los pueblos indígenas en El Salvador. Vea, que se consultó, se llevó hasta los territorios, y yo creo que son ejemplos de buenas prácticas que hay que replicarlas. Más sin embargo, yo creo de que tenemos un problema, ¿ve? Hay un problema grande como acá, que lo hemos estado conversando reiteradamente aquí en la COC, ¿ve? Que venimos con propuestas, ¿ve? Pero vemos que los gobiernos ya traen tu agenda, ¿ve? Nos dicen sí, ahí están los espacios, pero al mismo tiempo imponen las agendas de ellos, y eso hace de que realmente sigamos en la misma situación de marginación e invisibilización, ¿vea? En cuanto a las propuestas que nosotros como pueblos indígenas traemos. Entonces yo creo de que esto del consentimiento libre, previo e informado, bueno, en Centroamérica hemos hecho una guía ahí como Consejo Indígena de Centroamérica, para que le sirva a los gobiernos pues de Mesoamérica. Más sin embargo, no la han tomado como así. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que hemos recurrido? Y bien lo decía la doctora, se ha recurrido a los que son los, ¿cómo se llama? Comunitariamente, lo que se le llaman sí, porque los protocolos comunitarios, vea, que son los que en la pandemia nos ayudaron también a normar la situación, vea, para que ¿cómo se llama? Los gobiernos pudieran llevar también a algunas cuestiones. Y miren, y eso quiero referirme a cómo cuando no se lleva esta cuestión de preguntar aún en cuestiones de emergencia, en algunos lugares llevaban paquetes alimenticios y la gente los rechazaba. Y decían, bueno, ¿y por qué rechazan esto? Pues los pueblos indígenas no habían sido consultados. Se llevaban alimentación que no consumían las comunidades. ¿Vea? Entonces, les pongo de ejemplo siempre El Salvador. En algunas comunidades le llevaban macarrones, le llevaban maseca, o sea, otra clase alimenticia. Y la gente le decía, no, esto nosotros no lo queremos. Pues. ¿Vea? Y hasta salía en los periódicos, mire, que la gente rechaza, ¿va? Y que nosotros queriendo como gobierno ayudarle. Pero no era eso, pues. Sino que la gente lo que le decía, mire, necesitamos frijoles, necesitamos maíz, pero lo nuestro. ¿Verdad? No necesitamos que nos traigan alimentación que nos provoca otras enfermedades. Entonces, esa es parte de cómo no se pone en práctica el consentimiento libre, previo e informado. No se le pregunta a las comunidades. Cuando se están haciendo proyectos, ¿vea? Y programas, lo mismo es. Ahí vemos nosotros los conflictos que hay territoriales en cuanto cuando se quieren hacer represas, cuando se quieren hacer carreteras, ¿vea? Porque no se ha consultado a la gente. ¿Vea? Y a veces también dicen, bueno, si queremos el desarrollo, pero el desarrollo para los pueblos indígenas es diferente a como lo ve los gobiernos, porque para los gobiernos a veces hacer una carretera es desarrollo, pero para los pueblos indígenas no es desarrollo porque muchas veces corta y a las comunidades y ahí se pierde la identidad cultural también. Entonces hay que ver todo eso con profundidad, ¿vea? Y hay que hacerle un llamado pues a los gobiernos, a los estados, para que asuman esa responsabilidad, ¿vea? Que si ellos adoptan a nivel internacional instrumentos, entonces que los lleven a la práctica, que viabilicen con las comunidades, que coordinen con las estructuras organizativas territoriales para que pueda realmente ya no existir toda esa clase de conflictos que tenemos a nivel de la región y del mundo, pues. Así es que hay que hacer un llamado, pues, para que así como nosotros, los pueblos indígenas, hemos asumido ese compromiso y llevamos a la práctica las consultas con las comunidades, que lo hagan también los estados y los gobiernos, y de esa manera yo creo que vamos a estar dando pasos de diálogos y de la buena voluntad política que puedan tener y surgir desde estos espacios también. Así que eso es parte de lo que nosotros tenemos que, ejemplos pues que hemos puesto de lo que es el consentimiento libre, previo, informado, y como repito, es un principio para nosotros, no es algo que lo hemos sacado de la manga de la camisa, sino que ya está instituido en el marco jurídico que tenemos como pueblos indígenas a nivel mundial. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Jesús Amadeo Martínez, muchas gracias al hermano. Bueno, vamos agradeciendo también al equipo técnico que hace posible la transmisión y la audiencia que está conectada a través del streaming, ¿no? Y a nuestros intérpretes que participan, que están permanentemente con nosotros, que ya quieren lo que hacen, sobre pueblos indígenas saben muchísimo y siempre están colaborando con nosotros. Vamos a un aplauso también, los aplaudimos, por supuesto. Bueno, vamos a presentar a nuestro hermano, amigo, Churi, del pueblo quechua de Sarayaku, Ecuador, que es líder y asesor de este pueblo, y recordamos además esa jurisprudencia emblemática del caso Sarayaku versus Ecuador, que ellos han logrado con su trabajo y con su perseverancia, y siguen, ¿no?, en los foros internacionales y están trabajando mucho, aportando a la lucha contra el cambio climático. Así que le escuchamos. Adelante, hermano.
Muy buenas noches con todos. Dios les bendiga a todos. Ya estamos en el séptimo día en la COP acá. Yo creo que todos los pueblos de las 7 regiones estamos participando con diferentes temas. Yo creo que en el derecho a la consulta previa, libre e informado, la jurisprudencia internacional ha reconocido. El problema está de que algunos estados han adoptado y otros todavía no han adoptado, y los estados que han adoptado no han construido una normativa en conjunto con los pueblos indígenas sobre este derecho. Entonces, al no construir, los estados siguen violando este derecho cuando entran a los territorios de los pueblos indígenas con sus programas, políticas o proyectos. Entonces, este es el problema, el vacío jurídico que existe para ejercer este derecho. Por eso el caso Aguastingue, el caso Saramaca, el caso Sarayaku, la Corte Interamericana ha dictaminado de manera efectiva la violación de este derecho a los estados que ha fallado a favor. En nuestro caso, Ecuador, por ejemplo, en el caso Sarayaku, Ecuador todavía no ha cumplido el caso de fondo que la sentencia dictaminó de que el Ecuador tiene que construir una normativa en conjunto con los pueblos indígenas al derecho a la consulta previa libre informado. Entonces, esto no se ha cumplido. Ya han pasado más de 10 años y todavía no se ha cumplido. Pero, en el caso nuestro, Sarayaku, nosotros en el ejercicio de la libre determinación hemos trabajado, hemos elaborado una ley autonómica de consulta previa libre informado de nuestro pueblo. Entonces, esta ley en el espacio territorial de nuestro pueblo es de absoluto cumplimiento, tanto para nosotros y tanto para el Estado y tanto para otros actores que quieran intervenir o cooperar o trabajar en nuestro territorio. Entonces yo creo que es fundamental que los pueblos indígenas, aunque los estados no tengan esa voluntad de construir, yo creo que hay que ejercer. Por eso el ejercicio de la autodeterminación o la libre determinación nos permite construir esto. Yo creo que eso nos falta, operativizar en territorios para no estar teniendo problema con los estados y decir al estado, por ejemplo, nuestra ley de consulta previa libre informado pone 2 escenarios. El primer escenario, en el tema de los recursos extractivos, el pueblo en su asamblea, en su congreso, ha dicho ese tema no se discute porque ya han tomado la decisión de decir que su territorio va a estar libre de la actividad extractiva. Entonces el Estado tiene que cumplir lo que dice esta normativa. Y en otro tema, por ejemplo, en los casos de desarrollo social, infraestructura, educación, programas, proyectos económicos o de producción, entonces el Estado tiene que cumplir todos los reglamentos que nosotros en la ley hemos puesto. Entonces, ahí el Estado tiene que cumplir todo eso y establecer un diálogo de buena fe, sincero, y llegar a acuerdos y de esa forma respetar el derecho a la consulta previa libre informado del pueblo de Sarayaku. Yo creo que esto ha sido la mejor manera de decir al Estado de que en nuestro territorio estamos ejerciendo este derecho que la jurisprudencia internacional nos ha permitido reconocer. Ahora, nuestra experiencia estamos compartiendo con otras nacionalidades, con la Confederación de Nacionalidades Indígenas de la Amazonía Ecuatoriana, con la Confederación Nacional de Pueblos Indígenas del Ecuador y otros pueblos. Por eso, por ejemplo, en Ecuador hay 4 casos también que se ha ganado. Por ejemplo, el caso Huaurani, el bloque 22, el caso Río Piatúa de una hidroeléctrica, el caso minero Cofán también. Entonces, yo creo que ahorita el movimiento indígena de Ecuador hemos puesto de acuerdo construir desde los pueblos indígenas esta normativa y decir al Estado, a ver, aquí los pueblos indígenas presentamos esta ley y construyamos, y en esa exigencia, el caso Sarayaku ahorita está en la Corte Constitucional para que evalúen, porque este fallo, el caso de fondo, no se ha cumplido, entonces Ecuador tiene que cumplir. Y estamos esperando solo el fallo de la Corte Constitucional del Ecuador para exigir de manera efectiva al Ecuador para que se desarrolle esta normativa en colaboración, en coordinación con todos los pueblos y nacionalidades del Ecuador, porque hasta ahora el Ecuador sigue violentando este derecho a través de los decretos. Si quiere operativizar una producción minera o petrolera, establece a través de un decreto ejecutivo y dice, voy a operar ahí, y sigue violentando. Y entonces la Corte Constitucional sigue fallando a favor de este derecho que está reconocido en los instrumentos internacionales. Entonces yo creo que no hay dónde perderse jurídicamente, los pueblos tenemos que ejercer y poner en la praxis, porque esa es la manera que tenemos que ejercer la gobernanza territorial, la libre determinación en nuestros territorios y de esa forma enseñar, alfabetizar y también poner en la praxis a los estados, a los gobiernos. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Nuestro amigo líder es Daniel Santi Hualinga, de Ecuador, pueblo Sarayacu. No, sí, pueblo quechua Sarayacu, de Sarayacu. Bueno, un placer escuchar a nuestros hermanos compartir sobre este derecho fundamental. Y es el momento en el que vamos a pasar ahora, tenemos palabras, ¿verdad? A los compañeros de técnica le vamos a hacer la referencia al primer video, que tenemos un hermano de la Confederación Mapuche de Neuquén, de Argentina, donde han hecho una buena práctica, han logrado una ley provincial en la provincia de Neuquén.
Saludamos.
Jorge Nahuel.
Mai Compuché, saludamos a todos los representantes del mundo que puedan escuchar este mensaje. Queremos expresar desde aquí, desde Puelmapu, territorio mapuche de lo que hoy es Argentina, una enorme alegría que fue haber obtenido el reconocimiento del derecho a la consulta por una medida que sacó la legislatura de Neuquén. Nos parece que la aprobación de esta ley marca un antes y un después en la relación entre el pueblo mapuche y el Estado, porque ahora cualquier tipo de proyecto o iniciativa que el Estado tenga ya no va a poder pasar por encima de nuestra vida y de nuestra voluntad, sino que el Estado va a requerir nuestro consentimiento. Y ese acto libre y consciente que es el consentimiento va a ser la herramienta para poder nosotros defendernos y para poder resguardar nuestra vida y territorio. Así que entendemos de que comienza una nueva etapa y por eso queremos compartir esta alegría con ustedes.
Barichihueu, para los hermanos de Neuquén que han logrado con tanto activismo una ley. Realmente son muy activos, así que dentro de este tema que es tan áspero, porque siempre estamos viendo cómo se viola y cómo no se respeta el derecho a la consulta, que es el deber de los estados, no el de las empresas, ¿no? No son las empresas ni Chevron, sino es el Estado quien debe efectuar este procedimiento de consulta. Ellos han logrado esto. Tenemos otro video que tiene que ver con los hermanos que son del pueblo Coya, de mi pueblo, de Jujuy, donde están hace mucho activando para oponerse a la explotación de litio, ¿no? ¿Por qué? Porque pone en peligro la cuenca hídrica que vierte sobre dos provincias, sobre Salta y sobre Jujuy, nada más y nada menos. El Estado provincial sigue avanzando, ¿no? Ha logrado cooptar ciertas voluntades, ha empezado la explotación en algunos sitios. No solo con eso, el gobierno provincial ha logrado se reforme la Constitución provincial en contra de la Constitución Nacional, en contra de los tratados internacionales, violando los derechos de los pueblos indígenas que habitan la provincia, sin participación de distintos sectores de la sociedad, valga la aclaración, no solo de pueblos indígenas, sino de los mineros, de los docentes, de todos los que se opusieron a esa reforma constitucional que además criminaliza la protesta. Ellos son muy activos respecto de esta lucha, han llegado a la Corte, a la Comisión Interamericana que ha declarado admisible el caso. Vamos a compartir a Clemente Flores, de Salinas Grandes y Lagunas de Guayatayoc.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Clemente Flores, vivo en El Moreno, soy de la comunidad aborigen El Angosto, distrito del Moreno, departamento de Tumbaya, Jujuy, Argentina. Nosotros en el territorio de la cuenca Salinas Grandes venimos trabajando más de 13 años en defensa del territorio, especialmente el tema del agua. Hemos venido haciendo denuncias nacionales, internacionales, como provinciales, en cual no hemos tenido respuestas claras. Hemos trabajado en un documento que se llama Cachiyupe Huella de Sal, un protocolo de consulta con las 30 comunidades, especialmente para saber qué es lo que queremos, qué es lo que vamos a hacer, cómo queremos que sea el uso del territorio y cómo sería el uso del agua en lo que más nos preocupa en el territorio. Esto, al llegar las empresas extractivas de litio, ha llevado la preocupación de las comunidades a trabajar y a pensar cuál sería nuestra forma de defender el uso del territorio que se viene haciendo ancestralmente, que son la rotación de cultivo, la rotación de pastura, especialmente de los ganados, en las artesanías que tienen para poder vender en la pequeña economía familiar. En estos últimos tiempos hemos tenido varios atropellos de las empresas que han llegado con aval del Estado provincial, especialmente la Secretaría de Pueblos Indígenas, para poder hacer el pedimento de extracción en el territorio, en cual las comunidades no han sido parte ni tampoco se hizo el consentimiento libre, previo informado de acuerdo al convenio 169 de la Constitución Nacional. Hemos tratado varias veces de hacerle llegar este documento al Estado provincial para que podamos trabajarlo. También en este último tiempo se hizo la reforma de la Constitución provincial sin el aval de las comunidades. Eso lleva a una preocupación de las comunidades que hoy estamos tratando de luchar y empezar a poner en claro que esto debe terminar y podemos dejar un territorio sano, libre para las futuras generaciones. Muchísimas gracias.
Clemente Flores, de Lagunas, de Salinas Grandes y Laguna de Guayatayoc. Realmente emociona mucho. Ellos sufrieron la represión, se constituyeron como Malón de la Paz, recreando una manifestación pacífica histórica, resignificándola, y siguen ahí pidiendo que caiga esa constitución provincial ilegal, inconstitucional, anticonvencional. Así que desde acá nuestro cariño y acompañamiento a todos los hermanos de Salinas también. Es el momento de participar, ¿no? Y vamos a escucharles, porque si no, o se ofrecen o les vamos a dar las palabras. A ver, a ver, los jóvenes que tienen tanta participación en esta COP, están muy activos. A ver, adelante.
Jóvenes en resistencia.
Cayatán, Sensac, acá ya Claudia Cabeza Aramayo, pueblo Licanantaya Tacameño de Chile. Mi consulta era la siguiente, bueno, comprendí un poco más de la consulta, sin embargo, ocurre mucho en Chile que dentro de los pueblos originarios las personas se agrupan en comunidades, ¿no? Sin embargo, no todos están en las comunidades, y cuando vienen estas consultas se le llega a consultar algún cierto tipo de comunidades, y esas comunidades de repente la consulta la responden 8 personas, 15 personas, que no es representativo. Entonces mi consulta es, ¿uno puede invalidar cuando la consulta la respondieron tan pocas personas?
A ver quién quiere contestar. Y si no, juntamos más preguntas, y si no, también teníamos que dar paso a un video que se me estaba pasando. Ella, ¿sí? ¿Otra pregunta? Bueno.
El joven ahí, el otro joven.
Somos dos jóvenes. Bueno, yo tenía dos. Agradecerles por sus intervenciones. Quería saber el límite entre la consulta y el consentimiento. Y dos, qué hacer frente al incumplimiento constante por parte de los estados en realizar el consentimiento o garantizar el consentimiento como un derecho. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Acá el otro joven.
Otro joven. Gracias
Johnson.
por lo de joven. Muchas gracias por la presentación, muy ilustrativo. Lo que quería preguntarles es, pensando en las decisiones de la Corte Interamericana, ¿no? En el caso mismo que mencionaba Churi de Sarayaku, Saramaca y también Aguastini, creo que la decisión ellos la basan en el tema del derecho a la propiedad, ¿no? Porque interpretan el tema del derecho a la propiedad comunitaria y como propiedad privada, obviamente, como propiedad comunitaria. Y se basan en eso para la decisión. Entonces, ¿estamos hablando del derecho a la propiedad o es el derecho al consentimiento libre y previo informado como consecuencia del derecho a la propiedad, o es dos cosas diferentes?
Bueno, son derechos importantes. Lo que hace la Corte Interamericana es reinterpretar en base al Pacto de San José de Costa Rica el derecho a la propiedad del artículo 21, ¿no? Entonces, está planteado de tal manera como derecho a la propiedad y ellos lo adoptan, lo reinterpretan y lo aplican a la comunidad. Y ahí ven la propiedad comunal, como dicen ellos, ¿no? Nosotros decimos propiedad comunitaria, pero readaptan ese derecho de propiedad a lo colectivo. Y el derecho a la consulta para obtener el consentimiento, que esa es la relación, el objetivo es obtener el consentimiento, porque si no, no es solamente una mera opinión, no es les preguntamos a ver si quieren decir si les gusta o no les gusta esto, no, y los pasos, estoy contestando yo, pero los pasos me parece que dice bien el convenio a través de instituciones representativas. Entonces es como bien amplio, pero significa aquellas que están legitimadas por la comunidad para expresar ese consentimiento, llámese consejo de ancianos, llámese el cacique, las autoridades pertinentes según la cultura de que se trate. Pero
yo por eso señalaba la importancia de que el proceso, todo el proceso de cómo se aplica el consentimiento previo, libre e informado debe de ser acordado entre la instancia representativa de los pueblos indígenas, digámoslo así, y el gobierno. Y ahí, en ese proceso, que debe de quedar reflejado a quienes se consulta, cómo se consulta, cómo se adopta la decisión, o sea, todos los pasos. Y ahí también en ese proceso debe de quedar acordado qué sucede si uno incumple. O sea, si se llega a un acuerdo y ese acuerdo, ¿quién va a vigilar que se cumple el acuerdo? Y si no se cumple, ¿qué pasos se van a seguir? Porque se supone que es un proceso de buena fe, en donde uno dice, bueno, el acuerdo va a consistir en un documento escrito, firmado por las autoridades, por tanto, o sea, no puede ser 8 personas para decirlo así. O sea, llegamos, consultamos a 8 personas, o sea, ¿qué instancia decidió consultar a esas 8 personas? O sea, es importante que, o sea, son como 25, 30 pasos los que se definen, porque es todos los pasos de la los pasos de las consultas, los pasos para llegar al consentimiento, los pasos post consentimiento, incluso el tema de los beneficios. Supongamos que es una inversión lo que se está consultando, debe de quedar claro también el tema de los beneficios en todo el procedimiento. O sea, no puede ser, o sea, si no queda claro o comienza en la consulta después que el gobierno decidió el proyecto. Entonces ahora ya traemos el proyecto definido, les gusta o no les gusta, eso no es de buena fe. O sea, esa no es buena, por eso se dice de buena fe. Ya.
Bueno, en nuestro caso, por ejemplo, la ley, ¿cómo operativiza? El gobierno, por ejemplo, les detallo con un ejemplo. El Ministerio de Educación quería construir escuela de Millennium, pero con una arquitectura occidental. Y no había consultado al pueblo de Sarayaco. Entonces nosotros dijimos al ministerio, aquí nosotros tenemos esta ley. Primero al Consejo de Gobierno, luego el Consejo de Gobierno a la Asamblea, y ya para adoptar el consentimiento, la consulta y todo, el Congreso máximo toma la decisión. Entonces, esos son los procesos en nuestro caso. Entonces, el ministerio tiene que cumplir todo eso y cumplió. Entonces, la consulta y el consentimiento fue bien efectivo y se comenzó a desarrollar pues las actividades con mucho respeto y con acuerdos mutuos de igual a igual. Yo creo que cuando se instrumentaliza y ejercemos esto, es un instrumento práctico que hace respetar este derecho de manera efectiva. Y eso lo digo desde nuestra experiencia.
Muchas gracias, Daniel, muchas gracias. ¿Alguien quiere participar respecto de este tema tan crucial? ¿Sí?
Disculpe por hacer este comentario, ¿verdad? Haciendo referencia también a la pregunta del compañero. Yo sé que no soy panelista ni nada, pero tenemos una experiencia en particular en Paraguay en cuanto a la construcción de la ruta bioceánica Pacífico-Atlántico, ¿verdad? Donde se quiso hacer en los últimos 20 años atrás, en lo cual en los últimos 3 años se hizo posible, donde muchísimas comunidades ayoreas en Paraguay sí fueron consultadas, lo cual cada uno puso sus condiciones en el periodo en que dure la construcción de este trazado, porque, bueno, hay que entender que este tipo de megaproyectos tiene su lado negativo, por lo general más negativo que positivo para las comunidades indígenas, ¿verdad? Te guste o no te guste, como dijo la compañera. Pero en este caso, por ejemplo, se hizo un intento de un buen trabajo donde se hizo una buena compensación en el sentido económico, en el sentido material, y también las empresas que trabajaron en esta mega obra. Las comunidades indígenas dijeron, miran, si van a hacer este trabajo, también nosotros queremos que nuestra gente trabaje, por lo menos un porcentaje importante. Y eran cuestiones acordadas entre las partes y bueno, las empresas aceptan la que hacen la obra con el Estado y bueno, hubieron entrega de vehículos como eran de pedido de las comunidades indígenas y también otras comunidades pidieron recursos económicos justamente para hacer un desarrollo más comunitario, ¿verdad? ¿Qué hacer con ese dinero? Y algunas comunidades dijeron, contraten a estos profesionales que tenemos para que no se vea otros profesionales de otro lado y tenemos estos recursos humanos aquí a nivel local. Disculpen por este resumen, sé que no soy panelista.
Hola, muchas gracias.
Sí, no, pero vamos a oír a Ramiro y después.
Por favor.
Otro joven aquí, el más joven.
Sí, gracias, no, interesante y muy ilustrativo, digamos, esta parte. Yo me estoy poniendo a pensar, digamos, y me gustaría conocer su opinión. Caso de Guatemala, más de 165 consultas desarrolladas y el Estado no acepta ninguna. ¿Ya? ¿Qué hacemos en este caso? ¿Cómo las hacemos vinculante, digamos? Los pueblos indígenas decimos la consulta la hicimos, pero el Estado dice no se llevó el procedimiento, ¿Qué hacemos en ese caso?
Echa la ley, echa la trampa. Porque como para hacer el CLPI, el consentimiento libre, privado informado, ahí también se dictamina de que es el Estado el que tiene que hacerlo. Entonces, se lavan las manos el Estado cuando una estructura organizativa o los pueblos indígenas lo hacen, pues. Así de sencillo, pues. Entonces, por eso digo de que lo que debe de prevalecer aquí son los diálogos de buena fe, ¿verdad? Donde esté vinculado lo que es el Estado, los gobiernos, las estructuras organizativas y el acompañamiento técnico aún de las Naciones Unidas, pues, para dar legitimidad a todo ese proceso que se realiza. Entonces, pero tenemos eso, pues, y no solamente en Guatemala, sino que a nivel de la región. Es cuando más se está violentando los derechos de los pueblos indígenas a nivel de la región. Cecilio quería hablar y yo creo que vamos a ir cerrando ya aquí. Ya estuvo. Dice.
Sí. Bueno, vamos a seguir, pero agradecerles a todos los trabajadores que ya están cerrando y tenemos a Cecilio. Agradecerle desde acá, desde la transmisión también a Eugenia Choque, que no pudo viajar, pero estaba con nosotros conectada y a través de su mensaje, y le agradecemos también, y ya estamos teniendo que cerrar, ¿no? No sé cómo tenemos o cerramos. Bueno.
La última. ¿Qué pasa cuando tú mismo construyes tus protocolos? O sea, protocolos comunitarios, en este caso para el tema de la entrada de empresas. ¿Qué pasa ahí? ¿Cómo lo interpretas? O sea, ¿lo fundamentas con todos los derechos nacionales, internacionales, incluso el derecho a la gobernanza, ¿no? ¿Qué pasa ahí? ¿Cómo lo haces valer? ¿Cómo dices, aquí es esto?
Mira, yo creo de que sí nos has hecho una pregunta que deja muchas interrogantes, pues, porque en algunos lugares la fuerza misma organizativa de las comunidades ha frenado toda cosa, pero es lo organizativo, que es los pueblos indígenas, es lo que se recurre, pues. Pero cuando no se tiene esa fuerza organizativa, entonces sí se tiene problemas, porque en algunos lugares hasta ha intervenido el gobierno con el ejército para no hacer prevalecer, sino que al contrario, ¿verdad? Para hacer prevalecer lo que ellos llaman, ¿cómo se llaman sus proyectos? Pues ahí llámese las industrias extractivas o otros.
Bueno, agradecerles a todos, a los ponentes, a la doctora Mirna Cunningham, gracias, a Daniel Santi, gracias también, y a Jesús Amadeo, y a cada uno de ustedes. Se encuentra presente el secretario técnico del FILAC. Muchas gracias por estar acompañándonos, y a todos ustedes, muchas gracias.
Los invitamos ahí a que pasen a compartir para la sala.
Nada, me dijeron mi 10 y terminaba en punto. Pero bueno, no se habla, por eso, es verdad, es verdad. ¡Ay, fotos! Yo quiero...
Sí, claro.
No, ese tema es... Hay que hacer unos webinars. Nosotros hemos hecho una guía.
Sí,
esta foto sin épico ahí la sin consulta, sin consulta previa. No podéis publicar. Gracias.